Kinda and Harper Audio Australia present this unabridged recording of Chasing the Shadows, Sentinels of the Galaxy, Book 2. Written by Maria V. Snyder and read by Alice Barrington. The dedication reads, For Michelle Meoff Herring and Cupboard Maker Books. Keep living the dream. Chapter 1, 2522, 190. You're dead, Elise says, as she presses her forearm against my neck, cutting off my air. With no breath to speak, I slap my hand down on the mat, hard. Probably harder than needed to concede the match, but give me a break. At least this time, I didn't panic. Elise rolls off me, and I remain prone on my back, gasping. The odor of hot sweat mixed with the funk of feet is a fine perfume to my starved lungs. I'm already well acquainted with the view of the bland cream-colored ceiling above the training room, and it's only been 8 days since my funeral. Yes, you heard that right. I officially died. Killed by my ex-friend Jarren, the murdering looter, for about a minute before the good Dr. Edwards revived me. The funeral was to say goodbye to Lyra Daniels and hello to Aura Yinhexi Lawrence, my snazzy new name. But I've gone almost 18 actual years being called Lyra, so it's gonna take me quite a while to get used to it. With a groan, I push up to a sitting position. Muscles unused to such activity ache in protest. Elise stands next to me. Her chestnut-colored skin contrasts nicely with her white, still very clean and dry, training uniform. Not a single short brown curl is out of place on her head. Unlike me, most of my long hair has sprung from its braid. Black strands stick to the side of my face, which, despite my olive-colored skin, is probably dark red from exertion. And let's just say I'm damp in places better left unmentioned. Ugh. Around us, a couple other off-duty security officers spar. Their grunts echo off the walls, 2 of which are covered in floor-to-ceiling mirrors. Yep, my face is red. Along the opposite side is a row of workout equipment. Bendix lifts weights. Figures. The muscular guy is about as wide as he's tall. Elise says she can toss his fat ass across the room, despite the fact she's 177 centimeters tall, about 10 more than me, and is lean. After 7 days of working with her, I now believe she can do anything. What went wrong? She asks me. I consider the fight. I blocked too wide, leaving my solar plexus unguarded. Rubbing my stomach, I remember her jab. Not too hard, as this is training after all. Distracted with the need to breathe, I allowed you to get too close and you took me down. Yep, classic rookie mistake. All right, on your feet, recruit. Let's try again. Rookie, recruit, newbie. Take your pick. I've been called all of them by various officers of Planet Yulene's security team. As the newest member, I take it in stride and hope it's a phase. It's a thin hope, as all the rest of the team have nicknames. Once more. Elise sets her feet into what I now know is a fighting stance. I face her, copying her posture. She attacks. I block, or I try. In my defense, she has years of experience. This time, I last a bit longer before she takes me down. Again. I wonder if I could decorate the ceiling. Maybe have Niall paint a mural. You need to keep your guard up, she says. Talk about stating the obvious. I bite down on my sarcasm. She is trying to teach me. And climb to my feet. Let's work on your blocks. Elise faces me. Overheated, I roll up the sleeves on my tunic, exposing arms covered with an assortment of colored bruises, from dark red to muddy green, and a few matte burns just to make it interesting. My legs and torso sport the same coloration. Sexy, I'm not. But at least my stomach no longer twists with apprehension when I put on the loose cotton training pants and shirt. Progress. I block her punches and kicks for hours. Okay, that's an exaggeration, but at the end of a long day, I'm entitled. Training, I've learned, is repetition. Lots and lots of doing the exact same thing over and over and over again. Words like muscle memory and instinctual reactions are drilled into my mind and body. I understand why. After spending 8 hours a day in the training room, I've seen the other officers also come in each day and work out for a couple hours to keep their skills sharp. Plus, this will probably save my life someday. And that's the kicker right there. Jarren, the murdering looter, is still somewhere out there. He could be anywhere in the Milky Way galaxy, or he could be hiding right on Yulin. Yeah, with no idea. Scary, right? He might figure out that I didn't stay dead and come back for me, which will endanger all the scientists on the base, as well as my new family, the security team. He already killed Officer Menz, but I'm determined that he's not getting anyone else, so I'm gonna train hard, lay low, and not attract attention. Don't laugh. I am capable of... Oh, all right. I admit... It's killing me not to entangle with the Q-net and hunt him and his looter thugs down. Happy now? That's enough for today, recruit. Read chapters 8 through 10 in the security handbook tonight. See you tomorrow at 0800. Elise gives me a jaunty wave. The security handbook is actually rather interesting. It has lessons on how to deal with criminals, how to read body language, how to decipher a crime scene, etc. Elise and I discuss these lessons the next day between practice bouts. I chug water as I navigate the hallways. The biggest downside of being dead is not being able to leave this section of the base, since only my parents and a few others know I'm still alive. The perks are that I don't have to attend socialization time, no more required schoolwork, and I can walk around without an escort. I fought for that last one. The chief of security and my new boss, Tace Radcliffe, is rather overprotective and paranoid. Good qualities for a security chief, but I argued, since the other officers don't have a partner, his word for bodyguard, with them constantly, I don't need one either. Plus, the camera feeds in the security area have been put on a special closed loop, meaning they're not connected to the Q-net, so no one can worm into them. Only the security officer on watch can see what's going on. If my partner could be Niall, his son, then I'd reconsider. However, Officer Radcliffe seems determined to keep us too busy to do more than cuddle on the couch after dinner, which usually ends up with one or both of us sound asleep. Entering Housing Unit 301, I pause and breathe in the heavenly scent of garlic and tomatoes. Radcliffe might be a pain in the butt, but the man sure can cook. Especially when you consider the poor and artificial quality of the ingredients. We are on an exoplanet quadrillions of kilometers from Earth, or 50,000 light years, if that helps you picture it better. Space is big. Really big. And The fact he spends the time feeding me and my parents, despite being crazy busy, also goes in his favor. After all, there are 16 looters confined in detention and armed shadow blobs in the warrior pits. Oh, excuse me. Hostile life forms? Hulfs. Lots going on. You can read a detailed report in Q Cluster 978-1489-252746 if you're so inclined. I hurry through the living area, bypass the kitchen, and duck into the washroom before Radcliffe orders me to set the table. Showering is the priority. Once clean and dressed in jeans and one of Elise's hand-me-down t-shirts, I emerge from my room. Yes, I'm still living with Radcliffe. My parents insisted I stay here until I turn 18 years old. Plus, there's no QNet terminal in the room, so I won't be tempted. Although I think my mom's more worried I'd be more tempted by Nile than the QNet if I had my own unit. And she would be right. Not that I'll ever tell her. Radcliffe glances at me as I grab the stack of plates. After spending 40 days living with him, I'm somewhat immune to his glowers. He's close to my parents' ages, mid-40s, with bristle-short black hair that's streaked with gray, broad shoulders, and a solid, muscular build. Radcliffe looms over me by a good 20 centimeters. My parents arrive, and I'm squished between them. They've been rather clingy since I died. Guess I can't blame them. They watched Jarren, the murdering looter, shoot me, and if it wasn't for Menz's quick action, I'd be ashes. The parent sandwich doesn't last long. The smell of food entices my dad over to the oven, but my mom remains. Examining my expression with her mom X-ray vision, she says, "You don't look as tired today. How did training go?" My bruises have bruises, I joke. Sort of. Looking at my mother is like staring into my future. I inherited her straight hair, coloring, and eye shape, except mine are hazel, while hers are brown. She appears younger than her 44 years, which I'm hoping is also in my DNA. Elise pinned me 100 times at least, I huff. Mom presses a hand to her chest. "You mean you're not going to become a superwoman overnight?" She tisks. Such a disappointment. Ha ha. Normally, I have to endure my dad's lame humor. I'm not sure I can handle it from both of them. Do I need to remind you how many years it took you to become proficient at reconstructing the warriors? No lectures, please. All right, but because of your experience, you're the only one I trust to finish putting the general back together. That is when we can get back into the pits. She presses her lips together. Her stiff posture radiates frustration. I understand all too well. We time-jumped 50 years into the future to travel to Planet Yulin so my parents, the archaeological experts, the capital is not a typo, could study the ancient Chinese terracotta warriors buried in 64 pits underneath Yulin's desert. Only 4 pits had been uncovered before looters arrived. They stole hundreds and destroyed the rest. Then, the shadow blobs appeared and attacked us. They're not called hostile life forms for nothing. The pits were sealed for everyone's safety. When the unit's door opens to admit the last of the guests, my mom takes over setting the table so I can greet him in semi-private. Niall waits for me in the living room. He's not in his security uniform, nor am I, which means I'm allowed to wrap my arms around his neck, go up on my tiptoes, and pull him close for a hello kiss. He responds, deepening it as his hands press on my back. Warmth spreads through me and tingles dance along my skin. With parents in the next room, our kiss is unfortunately short. Still holding me tight, he rests his forehead on mine. Hi, Mouse. Toad. That earns me a tired laugh. Poor guy's been working long hours since Jarren's attack. All of the security officers have been. There are dark smudges under his blue-green eyes. Dinner! His dad calls from the kitchen. Niall sighs. How long until you're 18? 124 days. That's 123 days too many. Releasing me, he grabs my hand and tows me into the kitchen. The conversation limps along with stilted small talk. It's odd, and I wonder if this is normal or if it's because this is the first meal where I actually have enough energy to pay attention. By halfway through, I suspect there's a topic that the adults are dancing around, and my instincts tell me that I'm not going to like what they really wish to discuss. I meet Niall's gaze and raise my eyebrows. Does he know? A small shake of his head. But at least he confirms I'm not crazy. Interrupting the fascinating discussion about the research base's air filters, I say, "All right, spit it out." Mom exchanges a glance with my dad. They do that silent communication thing, as Radcliffe's expression remains neutral. Too neutral, which worries me more. Finally, my dad says, "Officer Morgan has been working with the astrophysicists to create a light weapon that might affect the Holfs." So far, so good. And? I prompt. "And they need more information that only you can provide," Radcliffe says. Ah, makes sense, since I'm the sole person in the base who can actually see the shadow blobs, Holfs. So why the hesitation? Unease gnaws on my stomach. "You need me to go into the pits?" "No," my parents and Radcliffe say in unison. Impressive. "Nothing so drastic," Mom says. "Not yet," Dad mutters, but clamps his mouth shut when my mom glares at him. "Not at all." Mom's grip on her fork is so tight, I expect it to bend in half. Radcliffe interrupts. "We discussed this, and the best way is for you to talk to the scientists directly." Which means more people knowing I'm alive. How many? 2, and I'll ensure they keep your status secret. Not an idle promise. Radcliffe threatened to tear Jarren, the murdering looter, apart with his bare hands if he harmed me. I would have been flattered if I wasn't terrified out of my mind at the time. "All right, I'll talk to them." "Are you sure?" Mom asks, because that's what moms do. Of course. If those shadow blobs find a way out of the pits, then we're going to have more to worry about than Jarren returning. A tense silence follows, as everyone is no doubt remembering Planet Xinji. Looters raided the pits, stealing and destroying warriors. Soon after the attack, the planet went silent. No communications and no signs of life. The entire population of the research base, dead, killed by Holfs. When the shadow blobs appeared in our pits after a similar raid, I speculated that the warriors were protecting us from the Holfs, and when they were broken or stolen by the looters, the warriors could no longer do their job. Let's just say the others are skeptical about my theory. At least they believed me about the invisible-to-them blobs, eventually. It took an attack where Bo almost died, and a bunch of us were injured for them to trust me. As to why I'm the only one who can see them, I think it's because I touched a warrior heart. We found these lifelike human hearts crafted from a strange black material in a factory below the pits. Despite a lifetime of knowing better, sorry again, Mom, I picked one up. Or I tried. The heart disintegrated into nothing as an icy cold stabbed my hand and traveled up my arm. My explanation about my superpower hasn't been met with much enthusiasm either. When do you want me to talk to the astrophysicists? I ask. Then, a more important question pops to mind. Does this mean I can leave security? Ooh, I can dye my hair blonde and wear a disguise. You can't risk being recognized, Ara, Radcliffe says. Killjoy. They're coming to my office at 0700 tomorrow. He gives me an evil little grin. Don't worry, you won't miss training. Uncomplimentary thoughts whirl, but I wisely keep them to myself. Do you want us to be there as well? Mom asks me. Nice of her not to add, in case you freak out, in front of the Radcliffes. I'll be fine, Mom. Besides, I prefer to have my freakouts in private. The rest of dinner is more normal, for lack of a better word. My mom pulls me aside before she leaves with a let me know if you change your mind talk. I refrain from rolling my eyes. After dinner is cleaned up, Niall and I collapse onto the couch. Radcliffe goes into his bedroom to work. He shuts the door, giving us the illusion of privacy. Niall drapes his arm around my shoulders and tucks me close. I rest my head on his chest, breathing in his unique scent of sage-grass and soaking in his body heat. The tension flows from my sore muscles. For a while, we're content to just sit. I'll be watching the cameras tomorrow morning until 0800 if you need me, Niall says. I groan. Not you too. Can you blame us? No. He chuckles. It's a deep masculine sound that vibrates against my cheek. Can you say that without sounding grumpy? No. He waits. I just need everyone to stop being so careful with me. If Elise invites me over for a sleepover one more time, I'll... The proper description fails me. Why is that bad? It's her cure for PTSD. He pulls back to look down at me. Do you... No, I've no symptoms. He studies me. Maybe she's just being friendly. Well, after 8 hours of her torturing me, I'm not inclined to spend my free time with her. I'd rather spend it with you. I can't argue with that. He closes the distance between us. I tilt my head back as his lips touch mine. Fire ignites in my core, burning away all my peevishness. Instead, my world fills with Niall, the minty taste of him on my tongue, the smell of his shampoo and his hands under my shirt caressing my skin. I straddle him. He reaches higher and sucks in a breath. Breaking away, he stares at me. You're not wearing... My ribs are sore. Niall closes his eyes. You're making it very difficult for me to be the sensible one. My father? We both glance at Radcliffe's bedroom door. I sigh and sit next to him. He takes my hand. On my next day off, we'll have another proper date. I squeeze his fingers. That would be lovely. I wait a beat. What are the chances of you getting a day off? Ah, well, what's that expression? It's the thought that counts. It does. But it's too bad that the 11 people comprising the security force are not enough. Then again, no one expected shadow blobs and murdering looters at a scientific research base on the edge of explored space. A Protector-class ship is en route, but it's going to take another 1.5 years for it to arrive. How are the techs doing? I ask. Since the pits are closed, Mom lent Radcliffe her idle techs to help with security. About what you'd expect from a group of people who have no interest in anything other than archaeology. That good, eh? We set up another monitoring station on the other side of the base. All the guys have to do is watch the camera feeds. I found them both asleep. It was the middle of the day, and none of them want to guard the entrance to the pits. You can't blame them. That's ground zero if the shadow blobs escape. Plus, in the pits, they were, useless when we were attacked. I wouldn't say that. They did help carry Beau. It saved his life. I guess, he grudgingly admits. Then let's hope the astrophysicists can develop a weapon to counter the blobs, and everyone can go back to normal. Except me. I'll have to find a new normal. Niall yawns. You better go. You have to be up at so early. He groans, but stands. I walk with him to the door. Facing me, he says, "And you have an early day as well." That's right, I do. I'm actually looking forward to it. Really? Yeah. The truth. New faces? Something to think about other than keeping up my guard? A change. His gaze grows distant. I never thought about it that way. About what? You had more freedom when you were on probation. True. I shrug. I'm not going to complain. I like having a heartbeat. A slow smile softens the angles of Niall's face. And I enjoy affecting the pace of that heartbeat. Oh? He draws me in for a kiss, a deep, passionate kiss that sends bolts of heat all the way to my feet. Pushing me against the wall, he rakes his fingers through my hair as his other hand strokes the side of my breast through the t-shirt. All sensations increase by an order of magnitude. Way too soon, Niall slows, then stops. Good thing he's supporting me, or I'd topple over. He presses his fingertips to my neck for 10 seconds. Pulse rate, 120. Then he whispers in my ear. I'll do better next time. Oh, my stars. Good night, Mouse. Night. My voice is rough, which earns me a smug grin. I lean on the wall for a long while after he leaves. I enter Radcliffe's office at 0700. Two familiar women wearing science chic, lab coats over nerdy jumpsuits, sit in front of his desk. But Officer Morgan, and not Radcliffe, is behind it. Morgan's the same age as my mother, about my height, and has super short blonde hair. I notice that all 4 female security officers have short hair, although none as buzzed as Morgan's. Good for them. I remember Niall's fingers entwined in my hair, and there's no way I'm cutting mine, no matter how unruly it gets during training. Instead of wearing my training uniform, I dressed in the everyday security uniform, a light gray long-sleeved polo shirt with black tactical pants and black boots. I've got a belt and holster. Except for a flashlight, I don't have a weapon. Not yet. However, I have Lawrence embroidered over my left breast right under the word security, because the uniform might not be obvious enough. Sheesh. Morgan introduces me to the lady with her hair pulled into a messy bun. This is Dr. Roberta Carson. She extends her hand. Call me Bertie. There's a spark of amusement in her brown eyes. I shake it as if I've just met her. And this is Dr. Zhang Yinei." Morgan nods to the woman whose shoulder-length black hair is thick and glossy. I'm so gonna ask her what shampoo she uses. "Yinei," she says, pumping my hand once before letting go. "And this is Junior Officer Ara Lawrence," Morgan says. Call me Ara," I say. This is weird. I've nodded hello to both these women dozens of times in the hallways of the base. They're in their early 30s, I think. "All right, let's get started," Bertie says. She sits at the visitor terminal, my name for it since Radcliffe has another terminal at his desk, which Morgan accesses. Yinei stands behind Bertie. The terminal is a plain plate made of a rare metal and built into a desk. Rather underwhelming, considering it's the gateway to the quantum net, or QNet for short. I press my hands to my sides. The desire to insert my entanglers pulses through me. It's been 20 days since I accessed the vast scientific wonder that is the QNet. Invented back in 2066, it changed our world. New technology developed, including the Bucherer Planck-Crinkler engine that allows us to travel across immense distances in space in seconds, giving all the countries on Earth a reason to unite. Together, they formed the Department of Explored Space, DES, which uses the QNet for everything. Bertie brings up a file on the screen above the desk. It's labeled Holfs, and there's not much data. "Please, describe the alien creatures," she says to me. This ought to be interesting. "They resemble shadows, but they move as if they're made of liquid, and they're translucent. They float and seem to have no mass. I call them blobs because they remind me of those amoebas. They can grow as big as 2 meters and will form appendages, lots of them, that solidify into sharp blades." I rub my left hip, thinking of the one that stabbed me, but it wasn't as bad as when they attacked Bo. My description appears in the file. Alarmed, I ask, "How safe is it?" "Wormers can get to the file and might be able to connect it to me." "Officer Dory assured us it's well protected," Bertie said. "Bo is good, but I'm better." "And Jarren already knows we'll be trying to figure out a way to stop the Holfs," Morgan says. Still, mind if I take a look? Yinei glances at Morgan. "Is Ara authorized?" I almost laugh. I can go in without the QNet recording my identity. "Really? That's possible?" Yinei seems impressed. "It's possible for Ara," Morgan says, giving the woman a pointed look. "But there's no need. Officer Dory has established your new identity, Ara." Swell. I'd feel better skipping that part. All right. Excited, I insert my tangs. The little round plugs fit right into my ears. They, along with the sensors implanted in my brain, allow me to access the QNet. You have to be next to a terminal, though. To entangle with the QNet for more than 12 hours can lead to insanity. Nice, huh? So everyone must be able to completely disentangle. My consciousness flows into the QNet. To me, it's like a universe-sized ball of yarn with zillions of layers. And I've learned how to squeeze and wiggle between those layers, entering data clusters and other secure areas. It's called worming, and it's illegal unless you're doing it for a good reason, like hunting down murdering looters. But this time, it feels like home. I ease into deeper layers as if sinking into a tub of hot water. Ah. Well, Morgan asks. Ignoring the temptation to descend to the star roads, I check Beau's protective measures. They'll do. Let's continue, Bertie says. How does the light affect these beings? They shied away from the beam or vanished. How close were they at that point? About 1 meter to 1.5 meters? When they closed in, I could make them disappear with the light. Disappear? Is that different than vanishing? Bertie asks. Yes. Vanishing is like they moved out of the way too fast for me to see where they went. Disappearing is when I shone the light right into their core, and they poofed. It seemed more drastic. And I don't know if it's permanent, either. They could have reformed in the darkness. I see. Too bad Bertie still sounds confused. What type of light? Yine asks. I pulled a flashlight from my belt and hand it to her. She clicks it on. It's not very powerful. Which is probably why they were able to get through our defenses. That, and the fact we only had 3. Do you know how they were able to turn off all the lights? No, but I can guess they used their sharp blades to cut the wires. Including the emergency lights, Morgan adds. Quiet descends as the fact that the hulks showed signs of intention sinks in. It shouldn't be a surprise to me, as I was there, but at the time it seemed as though I fought mindless shadow zombies. We have the video of when you first saw them, Bertie says, breaking the tension. Can I show it to you? There's that caution again. Morgan must have said something to them. I ignore it. Sure. The video plays. It's only 1 minute long, but Bertie stops it when I take a step toward the back wall of the pit. Can you point out where the hole is? Which one? She glances at me. There's more than one? There's 5. Stunned silence. Clearing her throat, she says, Okay, can you point them out? Yes, but what good would it do? They can't see them. I consider the problem. Maybe I could outline them, but I'd need to go deeper. Various possibilities pop into my head. I've seen that look before, Morgan says. I'm not going to like this, am I? I explain. I'll keep everything quiet. It's low risk. On one condition. I wait. That Officer Dory trails you. Fine. Beau is summoned, and Bertie relinquishes her seat to me when he arrives. Keep everything on the screen, Morgan orders. And if Dory tells you to back off, you listen. Yes, sir. I meet Beau's gaze. His brown hair is spiked, and the ends are dyed yellow, which is the reason everyone calls him Hedgehog. Mischief sparks in his amber eyes, but he inserts his tangs and says, Let's go. I worm through a few layers, easing into the gaps without causing ripples that would alert others. It's easier than I remember. And the intricacies of the Q-net are sharper, brighter, and bigger. Odd. Perhaps it's because I haven't entangled with the Q-net in 20 days. I've accessed it at least once every day since my sensors were implanted when I was 10 years old. Beau stays close to me as I navigate. A pang vibrates in my chest. It's just like old times, when we worked together plugging DES's security holes. I missed it. Who knew? Taking the video file, I drag it down to my Q cluster. It's hard to explain. Nothing is anyone's in the QNet. As long as you have the proper clearance, you can go as deep as the store roads. But this particular cluster responds to me. I know, sounds crazy, and I did have a concussion when I discovered it. Time to see if it still recognizes me. I've woven a tight security net around it, and it appears intact. Once inside, I stretch the video like taffy around me, pulling it until each second is visible. The effect is similar to a panorama photo. The entire sequence of events can now be seen. "Damn, girl," Bo whispers. Pride swells. It's hard to impress him. Focusing on the task at hand, I concentrate on one shadow blob at the beginning of the clip and think about outlining it. The QNet follows my instructions and a shape forms. Still a blob. Then I move to the next second and repeat. It's tedious, and perhaps stretching the time into 60 seconds wasn't my best idea. I finally finish and start on blob 2. Except after I outline the second one, the QNet takes over and does the remaining 59 seconds. "Stars, girl," Bo says. "What the fu—" "This cluster likes me," I say. I pick out number 3 and whoosh. Same with 4 and 5, both finished in a blink of an eye. Astonished. I'm speechless. Bo gapes at me. "Was that real? Did I just see that?" "Yeah." My voice is rough. "See what?" Morgan demands. I turn toward her. "The QNet," still overwhelmed. Words fail me. "The QNet?" she prompts. "Recognized the shadow blobs." Chapter 2, 2522-191. Morgan grabs my shoulder and turns my swivel chair toward her. "Recognized as in—" I draw in a deep breath and clasp my hands together to stop the tremors. "As in, the QNet can see the shadow blobs." "See how?" "I don't know. Maybe there's a visual element on the video that only the QNet can sense. Does it matter? Think about the implications." Bo straightens in his chair. "We can use the QNet to pinpoint their locations." "Exactly." We grin at each other. He flashes his teeth, which seem bright compared to his bronze skin. Handsome, and he knows it. He enjoys goading Niall, making him jealous. Bertie taps the screen. "Can you have the QNet scan for other wavelengths besides visible light?" "You think they're emitting X-rays or microwaves or something?" I ask. "Nice to know your education included physics," Bertie says. "Yes, and if they do, then we can learn more about them. Since there are no terminals in the pits, it would also make it easier for us to develop a way to see them without having to rely on the QNet." "And invent a weapon to kill them?" Morgan asks. "One thing at a time, officer," Yine says. "Ara, can you do the scan?" I consider the problem, but then realize why it won't work. "Wait," Bertie says, figuring it out at the same time. "It's a video feed. The camera only records visible light." "Then we need to get a sensor in the pits to record the full electromagnetic spectrum," Yine says. Both astrophysicists turn to Morgan. "Too dangerous," she says. "We can provide handheld lasers to the security team," Bertie says. "If the whole poof when the flashlight's beam hits them straight on, then the amplified light of a laser should work as well. And with a laser, the beam goes much further than a flashlight's, and that should keep them away from us long enough to install a sensor. We can use floodlights as well, Bo says. Plus, we don't have to go in far. Pit 1 is right across from the archaeology lab. I'll volunteer for the mission. And I'd have to go as well to spot the shadow blobs, or I wouldn't be able to live with myself if something happened to Bo or the scientists. Me too. Morgan shakes her head, muttering something about idiots. Officer Radcliffe would have to approve it. How many people do you need to set up a sensor, Bertie? Color drains from poor Bertie's face. We'd need... She glances at Yine, who crosses her arms over her lab coat as if that would protect her. But then Yine's spine stiffens, and her hesitation transforms into determination. At the moment, she resembles my mom. She gestures, indicating Bertie and herself. Us, she says. We're supposed to keep all this under wraps, right? So, it's the two of us. How long to install it? Morgan asks Yine. 5 minutes? Make sure the sensors have a battery and a way to connect to the QNet without wires, I say, remembering the lights. How far into the pits do you need to go? Morgan asks. Now, Bertie and Yine do a silent communication thing, and I guess they've worked together before, maybe as partners, like me and Bo. Ara, did you see Hulfs in all the warrior pits? Yine asks. Yes, I saw them most in Pit 4, but that's where I spent all my time. Reconstructing the general, which I also miss doing, which I'll never admit to my parents. Then we only need to install the sensor in Pit 1. A couple of meters from the entrance should work. I'll discuss this with the boss, Morgan says. A shudder rips through me. The looters referred to Jarren as the boss, and I'd be happy never to see him again. No, that's not entirely accurate. I'd love to see him locked in a cell. Plus, he has answers that I desperately want to know, like what do those alien symbols on the warriors mean, and why are they so important? Why kill over them? My curiosity is going to get me into trouble. Actually, more trouble, since it was my involvement that brought Jarren back to Planet Yulin. He said I was too clever and would figure it out. I think he overestimated my abilities. Bo touches my right arm. I'm hugging it to my body as if I'm about to lose it. Relaxing, I smile thanks. Disentangle from the QNet, Lawrence. I believe you need to report to training with Officer Keir soon, Morgan says. Rub it in. I slip from my Q cluster and check that my web of security remains undisturbed before I exit. I'll contact you if the project is a go, Morgan says to the two scientists. Do you have any more questions for Junior Officer Lawrence? Not right now, but can we contact her? Bertie asks. Only through me, for now, Morgan says. The ladies leave. Come on, I'll walk back with you. Bo hooks his arm through mine. I glance at the door on the left wall. It leads to the monitoring room where Niall's been watching the camera feeds of the base's public areas and labs. There's no audio, and no cameras are allowed in the housing units. That would be creepy. You don't have time to say hello, Bo says. Annoyed that he read me so well, I drop his arm and head for the exit. Chuckling, Bo catches up in a few strides. Too easy. You need to learn how to hide your emotions, or Keir will keep slamming you down on the mat. Easier said than done. How long? For what? Until I stop training all day and get to do something else. Bo slows. What else do you want to do? I huff. Is he being dense on purpose? Jarren's out there. We need to find him and stop him. It's only been 20 days since you... He clears his throat. Actively searching for him may tip him off about you. We stop outside my unit. Then we'll just have to be subtle about it. It's not that simple. I can't even determine where he's gone in the QNet, or even a hint about his physical location. Even more reason I should be helping you. When he doesn't say anything, my fingers itch with the desire to strangle a man. You saw what I did. It was easy, Bo. You can't say you weren't impressed. He fights a smile. I see your ego hasn't been affected by your recent adventures. Come on, face it. You need your partner. I do. Ha! Progress, finally. And Radcliffe did say that Junior Officer Lawrence would be helping you track down Jarren. He did. Yes. So, what's the problem? Your parents. My excitement deflates. Everyone in my life is overprotective. Boyfriend, boss, and my parents. Okay, yes, my parents have the biological right to be, but sheesh. They can't see anything beyond my lifeless body on the floor. I'm not helpless. After all, I did manage to rescue the security team when Jarren locked them in detention. I sigh. Guess I need to have a private discussion with them. Bo taps his chest with a finger. And you didn't hear it from me. Agreed? Chicken. Damn right. Your mother scares me. I can't help it. I laugh. Rushing into my room, I change into the comfortable training uniform. Not bothering with shoes, I hurry out into the hallway and stop in surprise. Niall is standing in front of his unit. His hand hovers over the lock mechanism. 0800 already? You're late, he says with a smile. Aren't you supposed to be guarding the entrance to the pits? I counter. I get 30 minutes to eat breakfast. Ah. He opens his door, and I follow him inside. What do you think you're doing? Kia's gonna... I'm already late. The damage is done. Besides, I need a hug. He raises an eyebrow. The meeting didn't go well. It was fine, just... I rub my arms. Memories. Niall pulls me in close. I'm pressed against his chest, feeling safe and warm. I listen to his heartbeat, strong and steady. He rests his cheek on the top of my head. We stay like that for a while. I draw back and meet his gaze. Better? He asks. Yes, thanks. He dips his head down for a quick kiss. Then you should skedaddle. Is that a real word, or did Bo make that up? I ask. Knowing Bo, he found it in some obscure file. And you're procrastinating. I know, but I wanted to talk to you about tonight. After dinner, I need to have a conversation with my parents alone. Can I meet you in the rec room later instead of us hanging out on the couch? Sure. His forehead creases in concern. Is something wrong? No, I'll tell you about it later. All right. Now, I'm going. I race through the hallways until I reach the training room. Officer Elise Keir is doing a kata with a knife. A kata is a predetermined set of moves, like a waltz, to help you when fighting. So you don't just punch once and hope for the best, but follow that move up with a kick and a jab and a roundhouse, because that combination has been drilled into you, so it's automatic. It's a part of martial arts, which I've also been learning. Elise is wearing a tank top instead of the standard long-sleeve tunic. Her arms and shoulders are wrapped with muscles. The fluorescent lights shine off a sheen of sweat on her dark skin. As I watch her, I learn two things. One, she's been going easy on me. And two, there's a grace and deadly beauty to the kata. Her fluid movements make me question if she is who I should aspire to be. If I'm going to choose to stay in security when I reach my 18th birthday, this physical conditioning would be an integral part of my life. And she's a perfect role model. Well, no one's perfect, but she's close. However, the star roads call to me. I learned how to dive deep into the QNet and navigate the star roads during my internship with Chief Hashi on the Interstellar-class spaceship. And the view of the universe from the bridge, there isn't a word to describe the overwhelming amazement it stirs deep inside me. But to join DES as a navigator means leaving my family and perhaps Niall, if he decided to stay on the planet, far in the past. "You're late, recruit," Elise barks at me. The knife is still in her hand and she waves it at me. "What happened? Couldn't get your pampered ass out of bed? Did you need more beauty sleep?" "I'm sorry I'm late." "What? No excuses?" "No, it's on me. Late is late." I just quoted my mother. "Kill me now." Refreshing? Too bad it won't help you. You're 10 minutes late, so times that by 10 and give me 100 laps around the room, 100 push-ups, and 100 sit-ups. Go! Yikes. I jog around the training room. It's not huge like the bases port, but it's a decent size. Running 30 laps has been a part of my training, so I'm not winded right away. One thing about this type of physical exercise, it allows my mind to go in a different direction. I mull over the problem of Jarren. He's managed to get deep within the QNet. Before we identified him, we called him the Superworm because of his mad skills entering secure DES areas and covering his tracks. And he must have access to the star roads. How else can he travel this far out? Except there's no indication that he used a star road or that he did a time jump. To get to Yulin, my family traveled on the ship for 90 days, but we jumped 50 Earth years into the future due to the time dilation. I'm actually 184 Earth years old. But since I've done 3 time jumps, I've only lived 17 actual years. Confusing, right? If Jarren did a time jump, he should be younger. Instead, he appeared to be around 38 years old, which lines up with his last trip being from Xinji to Suzhou. But what about the looter that said the time dilation sucked for us, implying not for them? He also mentioned an obscenely rich patron. Maybe they discovered a way to travel without causing a time dilation. Too many unknowns. By my 44th lap, I'm sucking air. Sweat drips from my forehead, and my tunic sticks to my back. When I hit 50, I count down instead of up, a mental trick that gives me some energy. The laps start to blur together. My tongue turns into a dried-out piece of jerky. The material of my uniform rubs painfully against my inner thighs. As a headache thumps in my temples and bile churns in my stomach, I'm glad I didn't have time to eat breakfast this morning. My world shrinks to the blue mat right in front of my feet. I lose track of everything. Then I almost run into Elise. She's standing in my way. I stop and stare at her. "That's 100, she says. "That's nice," I pant. Then, the mat rushes up to meet me. Cold water splashes on my face, filling my nose. I gasp and sit up. Well, I try. Hands press on my shoulders, pushing me back down. Elise leans over me. "Easy there." I stare at her. "What happened?" "You fainted." "Great." "I'm okay. Let me up." She moves off and I sit up, but the room tilts and I close my eyes until the floor steadies. A cold container is placed in my hand. I chug the water without opening my eyes. "And eat this," Elise says, shoving an energy bar in my other hand. "Let me guess, you didn't eat this morning?" I grunt between bites. The food and drink revive me and I peek out. The room remains still, but Elise is frowning. Glancing around, I spot a couple of the other officers watching me. Great. Just great. They haven't really accepted me yet, and now I've gone and given them another reason to doubt me. "Don't tell my parents or Radcliffe about this, please," I add, because her frown deepens. "They've been so—" "I know." Her face smooths. She plops down next to me. "Why do you think I've been so hard on you?" "'Cause you're sadistic?" I joke. She huffs. "Not my thing. Training gives you poise." Poise? Confidence, competence, remaining calm under pressure. Poise. Elise taps my chest with a finger. What it isn't is being cocky. Rather, being careful and controlled at all times. Being aware of the dangers around you. Her comment reminds me of when I joined the mission to check the base for looters when we first arrived at Yulin. The body language of the security team was a calm confidence, while I fumbled with my harness and almost threw up in 0G. "That incident with Jarren has shaken you," Elise says. "You need to get your poise back. Once you've reclaimed it, then everyone will stop being so careful with you." That surprises me. "You mean I actually had it at one point?" "Girl, if you didn't, you would have curled up into a ball in the pits when the enemy attacked, and we'd all be dead." I mull it over. Now Beau's comments make more sense. I've been waiting for someone to say, "Okay, you're good to go," while they've been waiting for me to say, "I'm ready to go." If it wasn't for the meeting with the astrophysicists, I wonder how much longer it would have taken me to figure it out. Feeling better, I ask, "What is your thing?" She smirks. "Dump Niall, and I'll show you." I laugh. "Not my thing." "Pity, but no worries. I've been getting to know one of the chemistry techs. She says my eyes are beautiful." She flutters her long, dark eyelashes at me. "They are. It's a shame your feet stink." "Uh-huh. I see you're recovered. All right, recruit, time to finish your punishment." Groaning, I hand my water jug to Elise and do a sit-up. Only 99 more to go. After a grueling day, I drag my sore and tired body back to my unit. I've learned 2 lessons. 1, don't be late. Ever. 2, don't tease my instructor. It's a bad combination. The fabric of my uniform is plastered to my body. Ugh. Staggering to my room, I'm focused on grabbing clean clothes and showering. The light switches on, and I freeze, gaping at the marvel. Bright colors fill my walls. I blink, and the colors form shapes. Paintings. There must be 20 of them. Landscapes and cityscapes and nebula clusters and animals stalking through jungles, all arranged in a pleasing manner. All inviting me to step closer and drink them in. Amazing. When I'm able to think again, I realize these are Niall's mother's paintings. She died over 2, maybe 3 years ago, leaving behind hundreds of them. Niall hasn't said much about how or when she died, and I've been reluctant to ask. His pain is obviously still raw. Footsteps sound behind me. I turn. Radcliffe stands there, staring into my room. His posture is stiff, expression flat. "Did Niall do this?" I ask. "Yes. He said you needed a change of scenery." My heart melts. So sweet. But Radcliffe hasn't relaxed. "Is it okay with you?" After all, this is Radcliffe's unit, and these are his wife's. "Do you like it?" he asks. "Very much." My enthusiasm earns me a slight smile. "Then I approve." The tension in his shoulders disappears, but his nose crinkles. "Better shower before dinner. You stink." And just when I thought we were having a nice moment, I resist the urge to stick my tongue out at him. Instead, I clean up. The hot water loosens the knots in my muscles. By the time I'm finished, Radcliffe is setting a steaming casserole on the kitchen table. Ravenous is too mild a word to describe my stomach's sudden need for food. My mother is the only person at the table. "Where's Dad?" I ask. "Equipment troubles. I'm starting to miss the forests of Xinji. I'd rather roots in my pits than sand in the gears." I glance at the living room. "Niall's on duty until 2200 hours, Radcliffe says, sitting down. "Seems he switched shifts with Officer Tora, so he'd have the afternoon off." Warmth flows through me. I'd have to return the favor, somehow. Plus, Radcliffe allowed it. Progress. "He mentioned seeing you later," Radcliffe asks. "We're meeting in the rec room." He grunts. He'll only have a few hours to sleep before his next shift." And the chief of security is back. Funny, I didn't miss him. My mom changes the subject and asks me about the meeting with the astrophysicists. As expected, she isn't happy about my worming in the QNet. And let's just say her reaction to the possibility of me going into the pits makes an exploding star seem like a benign experience in comparison. Radcliffe keeps quiet. Like Bo said, it's up to me. Not wanting to argue in front of Radcliffe, I invite my mom to see my room after we finish eating. "Oh my, these are wonderful. Did Niall paint them?" she asks, while moving slowly from one to another. "No, his mother did." She sighs. "Oh, such a shame about her. Oh, look at the detail on this one." I join her in front of a leopard sitting on a branch. Its fur is so realistic, I'm tempted to reach out and stroke its back. Another part of me wishes to ask about Niall's mother, but that's not what I need to do now. Straightening my spine, I think about what Elise said. I draw on my training and breathe in deep, exhaling stress and tension. Poise. "Mom?" She turns to me, probably sensing this is important. "No." So much for poise. Please give me the courtesy of listening to me first. "All right." Mom perches on the edge of my bed with her arms crossed. "In 123 days, I will be 18 and won't need your permission. I'm still in charge of the base, she counters. Poise. But not security. A mulish tightening of my mother's jaw is a warning sign, even though she knows I'm right. I continue. In the time it takes to reach my birthday, anything can happen. The shadow blobs could invade the base, or looters could attack us again. You can't put my safety above all the others who live here. I let that sink in for a moment. You need to trust me. I know my life is at stake, but I refuse to let Jarren win. That's unacceptable. Mom's arms relax into her lap as she studies me. Is that what I look like when I'm being stubborn? I glance in the mirror. No, it's what you look like when you're being confident and logical. Nice. Then she sighs. It hasn't been that long since the attack. Jarren could be monitoring all our activity on the QNet. He has been monitoring our activity since we arrived on Yulin, Mom. But now we know what he can do. And he knows what you can do. Fair point. Except... But Lyra is dead. He has no idea what Aura can do. She has a new perspective on navigating the QNet. Because of your internship with Chief Hashi? That certainly helped. She pins me with one of her, I know you're not telling me everything stares. If she pushes it, I might have to lie. I'm not ready to explain to anyone that my consciousness flew through the QNet when I was officially dead. No terminal or tangs needed. Yes, I know all about hallucinations, but deep inside my mind, past the area that normally denies things like this, I know it was real. Everyone thought those shadow blobs were a figment of my concussed imagination, and look how that turned out. However, I don't have the energy to argue another "this really happened and I'm not crazy" situation. When she doesn't respond, I say, you need to allow me to be an active member of the security team. I'll talk this over with your father, Mom says. All right. I keep my tone neutral, even though excitement pumps through my heart. My father defers to Mom when it's a family decision. I get another look from her, but thankfully she doesn't go into interrogation mode. I suggest you get to bed early tonight, Ara, Radcliffe says as I head toward the door. He's sitting on the couch, reading from a portable. There's a hint of smugness in his tone, so I stop and meet his gaze. He knows about earlier. Who ratted me out? The officer monitoring the security cameras. Ah, I forgot. I'm surprised you didn't tell my mother. Training is hard. You're not the first, nor the last recruit to pass out. I've seen big men topple just at the sight of blood. As long as you don't make a habit of it. So why bother with this entire conversation? To imply I can't get away with anything? What does he expect me to do? Perhaps I need to practice some of my poise on him. Officer Radcliffe, thanks for the advice. Warning is more like it. I appreciate your concern. However, I'm under the impression that your security officers are able to use their free time as they wish. I assume that as long as I stay in security, that applies to me as well. A reluctant nod, along with a pained expression, as if he wanted to say more. I don't give him a chance. I won't be long. As I walk to the rec room, I pass a few other officers and nod a hello. Most have dark circles under their eyes. They move as if a heavy wet blanket is wrapped around their shoulders and dragging behind them. The double doors to the training room are closed. Odd. I assumed that since the officers worked around the clock, the room would be available as well. Clanks of metal and muffled voices seep from the gap under the door. Perhaps there's a special training session going on. That makes more sense. But I slow. The hallway is bright. Too bright. Every colony planet and warrior planet keeps Earth time. We have 24-hour days and 365 days in a year, with that lucky leap day every fourth one. It's archaic, and can be quite comical when you're living on a planet with over 24 hours of daylight and one season lasting an entire Earth year, but it unifies us Earthlings, who are spread across the Milky Way galaxy. Plus, the light-dark cycle matches our natural circadian rhythm. Normally, at this time of night, the hall lights would be dim. All public areas of the base have muted nighttime lights for about 12 hours a day. The overly bright hallway ends, and by the time I reach the recreation room, the illumination is normal. No one is in the rec room. Not a surprise, as everyone's been so busy. I'm lucky to actually have free time. Although I suspect that will soon change. I tug a small couch over to the spot the cameras can't see, not because I plan to jump Niall as soon as he arrives. No, it's way too public of an area. But because I'm tired of being under the microscope all the time. Niall enters, lugging that same exhaustion, although his eyes spark with humor when he notices that I've rearranged the furniture. Plopping down next to me, he says, "Nice. Not near as nice as what you did for me." "You liked it?" "Of course. The paintings are fantastic." "Thank you." Niall tucks me close. "They certainly brightened your room. Except now that pencil drawing I drew for you looks just as fabulous. Don't diss King Toad and Queen Mouse, or I'll have to hurt you." I framed Niall's gift, and it's the last thing I see before I turn off the light. Its very presence helps reduce my nightmares. He lifts his hands as if surrendering. "I wouldn't dream of it." "Good." I snuggle closer. "So, what's with meeting here?" His tone is casual. Too casual. This is gonna be fun. "I'm thinking of doing some worming, and—" "Are you insane?" His grip tightens. I laugh. "Do you really have to ask that question?" A sigh. "No." "Don't worry, Officer Radcliffe. I needed some one-on-one time with my mom. I think I've convinced her to lift the restrictions." Restrictions? Pulling away, I study his face. "Wow, you must be really tired. You're usually a better actor." He runs a hand through his black hair, leaving spikes. "I'm the lowest-ranked officer. I'm not privy to everything." "You had to guess my parents must have given your father conditions about me." "Yeah, and before you get mad, I knew you'd figure it out." "Took me long enough," I grump. Drawing me against him, he says, "I wish it took you longer. You'd have been safer." It's a temporary illusion. No one's safe until Jarren stopped. A shrug. "It helps me sleep at night." "That's actually very sweet." I squeeze him. But he mentioned the S word. Sleep, people. "Come on." I break away and stand, hauling him to his feet. "It's 22:30. You're only going to get 3 hours of sleep. Time for bed." "You're being sensible." He squints at me in suspicion. "I can be sensible." "No. You're up to something, and trying to hide it by being sensible. So being sensible is a bad thing?" "No." "Yes, no." "Which one is it?" I wait, suppressing a grin. In your case, it's a bad thing. All right, then I won't be sensible anymore. That's not... He sighs. We hold hands on the way back to the officers' housing. When we reach the corridor that runs along the training room, I ask Niall about the brightness. Is there a reason? His gaze grows wary and the silence lengthens. Confused, I'm about to prod when the doors of the training room open. The entrance is about a few meters ahead of us. Niall stops, releasing my hand, as Elise and Officer Zim back out into the hallway. They point pulse guns at a group of people wearing neon green jumpsuits, and I thought the light was intense. The group are paired up in a line, and each pair is shackled together at their wrist and ankle, causing them to walk in step. Their expressions range from defeated, bored, hostile, and neutral. Officers Ho and Bendix follow the slow parade. They are also aiming pulse guns at the vivid group. It clicks. They're the looters. Security captured 16 of them during the attack, 4 women and 12 men. I peer at them. It's easy to see their faces in the brightness. Oh, that's the reason for the daytime conditions. Do I recognize any of them? No. They wore jumpsuits and masks to hide their identities. Niall puts his arm out, stopping me from getting closer. Wait, he says. Niall rests his hand on my shoulder. Is he worried I'm going to do something? Jarren killed men's, not these thugs. What were they doing in the training room? I ask. Exercising, stretching, moving around. Those detention cells are small for one person, but 6 of the units have 2 people. He frowns, probably remembering the few hours he spent in one with Officer Morgan. It would be inhumane to keep them in there all day. Oh, I didn't think of that. In fact, I've been avoiding the topic altogether. Denial in all its glory. At the sound of our voices, a few of the prisoners glance at us. Hey, it's her! One of the women cries. That little worm the boss was so keen to capture. Uh-oh. I step back as the prisoners all stop and stare at me. Maybe I should have cut my hair short. Grins and delight now shine on their faces, even though Bendix is yelling at them to get moving. Niall blocks me from their view, but the damage is done. She's alive, a man says, which means the boss is coming back. Cheers erupt. Chapter 3 2522, 191. Not good. Not good at all. Remembering the purple fire that danced on my skin and stopped my heart, I wrapped my arms around my chest. We should tell the boss she's here, one burly looter says. Back to your cells now, Zim orders, aiming his pulse gun at the big man. Instead of obeying, the man surges toward Zim, dragging his partner with him. Ho shoots, but the pulse goes wide, and Burley slams Zim into the wall hard enough to knock him unconscious. The rest of the prisoners cheer and rush toward the 3 remaining security officers. Shocked by the speed and intensity of the attack, I'm rooted to the floor. Niall curses and grabs for his gun, but he's not in uniform. All my training dissolves into a jumble in my mind, but I step forward anyway. I have to help. Niall grabs my arm, holding me back. Reinforcements are coming. How do... He tilts his head at the cameras. Rance is on duty, and he'll sound the alarm, alerting the rest of the team. But stay here. Niall rushes to help the officers. Sizzles from the pulse guns add to the cries and bellows. A few looters go down, taking their partners with them, but 4 of the pairs are now fighting hand-to-hand with the officers, 2-1. Or in Bendix's case, 4-1. The weapons have fallen to the floor. At least the guns can't be used by the looters. But they can't be used by us either, as they're each set to only one person's electromagnetic signature. The sizzles of multiple pulse guns crack through the air. Stunned, looters drop to the floor until no one is left standing except the officers and Niall. Lined up on the other side of the fallen prisoners are Radcliffe, Morgan, Bow, and Rance. All are pointing their weapons at the prisoners. When no one moves, they lower them. Morgan and Rance are in uniform, but Bow is wearing a tight t-shirt and a pair of pajama pants. He must have been on call. The other officers recover from the fight. Ho presses a hand to his nose, trying to staunch the flow of blood. Examining her torn and bloody shirt, Elise curses. Bendix leans against the wall, and poor Zeem is still out cold. Radcliffe quickly takes charge, ordering Morgan to call a medic, sending Rance back to monitor the cameras, having Bow check on Zeem, asking us to explain what happened. Niall tells him what sparked the fight. Radcliffe focuses on me, and the desire to melt into the floor flushes through me. I brace for his anger. Instead, Radcliffe says to us, "Return to your units. I'll talk to you both later." "Yes, sir," we say in unison, and bolt. But once we're out of sight, Niall takes my hand. I slow as the realization that it was all my fault catches up to me. The prisoners thought I'd be a way to gain their freedom. They cheered at the prospect of Jarren returning to kill me. Niall stops and turns to me. "You're shaking." "I am?" Sure enough, my muscles are trembling. "Don't listen to them," he says, pulling me into a hug. "There's no way they can contact Jarren. He won't find out you're alive." Niall leans back and meets my gaze. "The Protector-class ship will be here in 640 days, and you're surrounded by security." Who were almost overwhelmed. And who Jarren got the drop on, twice. But I wisely keep those thoughts to myself. Plus, I've already figured out that Jarren will, at some future point, figure out I'm alive. It's inevitable. The key will be to find him first. That thought steadies me. Weird, right? Cupping his cheek, I run my thumb over his stubble. "I'm better, thanks." We continue to Niall's unit. I follow him in for a private goodnight kiss, but something about what he said bugs me. "How do you know the exact number of days until the Protector ship arrives?" I ask him. Has he changed his mind and plans to enlist? A pulse of unease ripples through me. His shoulders droop as he reveals the depth of his exhaustion. "It's what gets us through the days of double shifts, little to no free time, the constant vigilance. To know there's an end point helps." The knot in my throat loosens, and now I understand. The officers need more help, and the techs haven't been that keen to fill in. Granted, they didn't sign up to. "I know a way you can motivate my mom's archaeology techs." Don't keep me in suspense. Ha ha. Seriously, all they want to do is return to normal like you do. If they know what they are doing is actually helping security, that we're figuring out a way to open the pits, and there's an end point, they'll be more inclined to assist us. My dad, probably keeping a tight lid on everything. Doesn't want the details about the looters and Hulf scaring the scientists, right? The answer is in Niall's stiff posture. Well, if you want them to be part of the team, they need to feel like part of the team, working on a common goal. You have to trust them with the truth. Niall shakes his head, giving me a tired smile. And here, I thought the prisoners' revolt would spook you. Instead, you're giving advice. Good advice, I clarify. And you're modest, too. No wonder I like you so much. He teases. Then he sobers. What changed, Mouse? I'm motivated. I'm still awake when Radcliffe returns. He glances at me sitting on the couch, then at the clock. It's 0200 hours. I couldn't sleep. The truth, every time I closed my eyes, the riot replayed in my mind. He relaxes. I'm sorry about tonight. Surprised, I blurt, That's what I'm supposed to say. It's because of me. I'm not your fault. I assigned 4 officers to watch 16 prisoners. Radcliffe straightens. It won't happen again. Only 8 prisoners will be allowed to exercise at one time. A good idea, except that means more work for the officers. Get some sleep, Ara, he says, heading toward his room. Not so fast. I surge off the couch and block his way. He raises an eyebrow. Do you need something? Yes. I want a shift. A shift? A security shift. Everyone's exhausted. I can take a turn monitoring cameras or guarding the entrance to the pits. In fact, I should be there since I can actually see the shadow Holf's. You're still in training. Does everyone train 8 hours a day every day when they start? I already know the answer is no. Your case is different, he says, but it's weak. I wait. Your parents are not in charge of security. Radcliffe studies me. He's pissed I interrupted him, yet there's approval there as well. I'm getting better at reading him. Am I a part of this team or not? You are. Then please put me on the schedule. The next day, I'm a few minutes early for training. A nasty bruise is purpling on Elise's swollen right cheek. It's hard for me to believe that last night was not my fault. I'm sorry. None of that, she says, holding up her hand. They've been spoiling for a fight. Elise shrugs. It's all part of the job. You gotta be ready for anything. To prove her point, she jabs a punch at my ribs. Without thinking, I block it. Ah, progress. She launches into a series of attacks, and I spend most of the morning practicing blocks, punches, and kicks with Elise before we move on to self-defense. A typical day. Frustration builds. Did no one listen to me? But after lunch, something is finally different. Elise hands me a pulse gun. This one is yours. Interesting that Radcliffe kept the gun set to my electromagnetic signature. The weapon is non-lethal and built so I can't accidentally shoot myself because it recognizes me. Plus, no one can use the gun on me or the other officers. But as I witnessed last night, it will send an electromagnetic pulse at the enemy, rendering them unconscious. She leads me to the shooting range. It adjoins the training area and is long and narrow. There is a wide red stripe crossing the short width of the floor. Ever shoot one of these? Elise brandishes her own weapon. No. There's no kickback, and you're not going to see anything, but you'll hear a sizzle. I've plenty of experience with that. We share a rueful grin. She tilts the gun to the side. See this yellow bar? It means the gun is fully charged. As you use it, the bar will shrink. Once it's gone, you need to recharge your weapon. How? Ask Radcliffe for a pulse kit. It has a charger. What if the gun runs out of power when you're in the middle of a fight? There are power packs. Opening the bottom of the gun's handle, she pulls out a round cylinder and replaces it with another one from her pocket. Tactical pants are the best. You wouldn't believe what I have stored in all these pockets. Her brown eyes gleam. Want to see? No thanks. A little mystery between friends is a good thing, I say. Her laugh is spicy and rich like hot chocolate mixed with coffee. Elise then shows me how to properly hold the gun, set my stance, square my shoulders to a target, and press the trigger with my thumb. Then she steps on the red strip and says, Beginner target. About 10 meters down the room, a circle drops from the ceiling. The center of it glows orange. Elise aims and fires. A burst of sizzle, then the orange light flashes and winks out. Your turn. She moves out of my way. I step onto the strip. The orange light returns. Concentrating on my body's position, I lift the gun, aim, and press the trigger. Warmth fills my palm as a sizzle flies and keeps right on going, missing the target. Freeze! Elise orders. She adjusts my stance, turns my shoulders slightly, and lifts my arm. Try again. Another miss. Another adjustment. And repeat about 10, 12 times before the stubborn orange light finally dies. Yes! I killed a light. My parents will be so proud. Again, she says. A sizzle and a miss. Sigh. Again. Miss. Again. Hit. Again. Miss. When my hits outnumber my misses, Elise is satisfied. She slaps me on the back and says, "The shooting range is yours until 1700. When you can hit the target 20 times in a row, you can move on. Just say, intermediate target, while standing on the sensor." What if I don't reach 20 in a row? Then tomorrow you try again, and again, and again. I'm beginning to hate that word. So worming is easy. You figured it out right away. Shut up. She flashes me a smile and leaves. I squint at the target. Okay, Mr. Orange Light, you're mine. After a couple hours, I hate the color orange. I can't hit the target more than 6 times in a row. Now, if I had one of those energy wave guns, Mr. Orange Light would be Mr. Shattered into a million pieces light. When I finish, Elise is doing bicep curls on one of the weight machines. Her arms flex and her muscles pop to an impressive bulge with each pull, lifting a stack of 10 heavy metal plates. I can lift 2. Who knew all those hours worming in the Q-net doesn't build upper body strength, or lower body strength, or core strength? However, my butt muscles are like steel. When she finishes, I hold out the gun. Where should I put this? In your holster, Junior Officer Lawrence. I stare. Did she just... It's not going to do you any good in a locked armory. Just like that, my sour mood vanishes. Yep, I'm that easy. The divine smell of chicken greets me when I enter my unit. If Radcliffe notices the gun as I go to my room, he doesn't say anything. After a moment to recover from the blast of colors, it's going to take me a while to get used to all the paintings, I tuck the gun, no, my gun, into my leather holster on my belt. All the security officers are armed when dressed in their uniforms. The weapon is also required when wearing the combat jumpsuit, a form-fitting material that resists pulse hits and reduces the impact of other lethal weapons. My jumpsuit helped save my life when Jarren shot me, and if I'm not being modest, I look good in it. Even though the black color is slimming, it still shows off my curves. After a quick shower and change of clothes, I join my parents, Niall and Radcliffe. Dinner is a rather normal affair. Well, normal for me. My mom sneaks probing glances at me, and I wonder if Radcliffe told her about the looters rioting last night. It's not until my parents leave that I learn why Mom was being extra mommish. Niall and I are on the couch, just hanging out, when Radcliffe approaches. "You're on the schedule," he says to me. "You have the 2200 to 0200 shift watching the camera monitors." I'm uncertain whether to be excited or suspicious. "And training?" "Ongoing. Officer Keir still expects you at 0800 hours. You'll have 3.5 hours of training, 2 hours of weapon drills, and you'll report to Officer Dory from 1400 until 1630. Understand? Excitement wins, despite the fact I'll only get 6 hours of sleep a day. Yes, sir! Good. Before he retreats, I ask him about the pulse kit. He points to a small leather bag sitting on the end table. Inside is a charger and a couple power packs. Always have at least one extra power pack with you when you're armed. Radcliffe goes into his bedroom. Niall doesn't say anything, but his arm around my shoulder tenses. Okay, spit it out, I say. Is this because of last night? No, it's because I complained about the long hours, he says. I lean close to him and whisper, Can I tell you a secret? Instantly wary, he knows me too well, he nods. You are not the center of the universe. I pat his hand. I know it's a blow to your ego, but despite being coddled by your father all your life, yeah, he's such a cuddle bunny, Niall says dryly. Exactly. I hold on to my fake condescension until I imagine Radcliffe as a cuddle bunny. Laughter ruins my act. Except Niall is not amused. Mouse. All right. First, you really didn't complain. Just stating a fact. Second, what I said about the archaeology techs and them feeling like a part of the team is a concept I've been thinking over these last couple days. I'm a security officer, but I don't feel like part of the team. It's time for me to do my share of the work. He exhales, and the tightness drains from him. You're right, but I'm going to miss our evenings together. Wait, why do you think that will stop? Tucking a strand of my hair behind my ear, he says, You're going to need to sleep before your shift. I don't need that much time. We can still hang out a few hours. Then I'll nap until my shift. Plus, this way, you'll get more sleep. I'd rather fall asleep here with you on the couch than in my bed. Okay, then we'll nap on the couch together. It's only 639 more days. He groans. I'd rather think about the 122 days until you're 18. How about during our couple hours together, we don't think about work at all? He straightens. Do you have something else in mind? Once again, I whisper in his ear. Yes, come to my room so you can... I run my fingers through his hair. Sucking in a breath, he closes his eyes. Tell me about your mother's paintings and why you chose those for my walls. Now he's glaring at me. You're evil, Mouse. And you can't do that without paying a price. What price? A kiss. I oblige. A chaste kiss turns into... more. When we break for air, I tug him into my room. My hormones spike, sending heat to a number of unexpected places. But I leave the door wide open and avoid skin contact to allow my pulse to return to normal. Niall explains the various paintings. The Cat's Eye Nebula, the jungle on Planet Xinji, the capital city on Planet Omega, an earth leopard, Planet Onqing. I didn't know Onqing has so many rings, I say, marveling over the red spirals. It's beautiful. But I don't think he's referring to the painting. You've seen it? I ask. It's over 100 years from Yulin. Yes. That surprises me. When? I think it was around 2190. When they closed Onqing, we transported the scientists to another warrior planet. Hishan, I think. Once the assessment of a warrior planet is finished and the statues have all been catalogued, there's nothing more to do. Not until DES decides if they want to colonize the planet or leave it as a historical site. In the meantime, there's no reason to stay. Except... What about the looters? I ask. Those closed planets are just ripe for the picking. The Protectorate deployed a bunch of military satellites in orbit around the planet. If a ship doesn't have the right clearance codes, they won't allow it to get close. Oh. Why don't they do that to the active warrior planets? They are. It just takes time. Of course. Stupid time dilation. Now I'm curious about how many warrior planets are empty. Qing was the second exoplanet discovered with the warriors. Xi'an was the first. Then DES named the rest after cities in China in alphabetical order. Heishan was the 8th, and Yulin is the 22nd. Unless you consider Earth as a warrior planet, then it's the 23rd. My parents are still debating over that, even though DES didn't give another warrior planet a name starting with the letter E. I study the paintings and am struck by how many different places are represented. Plus, these are just a fraction of what Niall's mother created. And then the significance of the date he mentioned, 2190, finally hits me. How old are you in E years? I ask. He avoids my gaze. Instead, he moves to the next painting. That's concerning. I do the math. He has to be at least over 330-some E years. The first Explorer-class ships went out in 2082, and he said he was born on a ship. It's quite possible that he's 440 years old. Oh, my stars. Niall glances at me. You have that look. What look? The pained one that says you're trying to do math. I can do math, you know, and I already figured you have to be older than 330. When he doesn't say anything, I add, why don't you want to tell me? I'm 184 and I don't look a day over 100. My joke falls flat. It's just, some people act weird about it. He fidgets with his sleeve. I'm a little hurt. Well, more than a little. To be classed with some people, but I don't want to make him uncomfortable. Don't worry about it. I point to a picture of a dark green Chinese male guardian lion. Its massive right paw rests on an orb. Was this carved from jade? I think so. One of the archaeologists we met had 2 of them on her desk. They were only about 8 centimeters tall, but my mum was fascinated. She painted both. I have the female guardian lion in my unit. He stands behind me. They represent yin and yang, male and female. I thought it's appropriate for us to each have one. A pause. I think of us, the security officers, as guardian lions. Silly, I know. I turn around. Not really. After all, you and your father were quite growly when I first met you, roaring out orders, I tease. Which you didn't listen to. Of course not. I didn't speak lion. And now that you do? Aura, shouldn't you be resting before your shift? Radcliffe asks. He's standing at the threshold of my room, the familiar crease of annoyance on his forehead. I wonder if he panicked when Niall and I weren't on the couch. I will soon. He stabs Niall with a stare, then walks away. Speaking of guardian lions, I mutter. Niall laughs. I better get going. But he pauses. I'm sorry about earlier. I know I haven't told you much about my life before. It's just, all my good memories include my mom, and it's still hard to talk about her. That's understandable. When you're ready, I'll be here to listen. In the meantime, you'll just have to suffer through some of my stories. Some? I'm not going to tell you all of them. Why not? 'Cause you'd arrest me? He stills. It's probably best I don't know. No probably about it. I wink. Ugh. Waking up at 21:30 hours after only sleeping for 90 minutes sucks. I change into my uniform, French braid my hair, and strap on my weapon belt. Flashlight, check. Pulse gun, check. A bit of pride swells when I rest my hand on the weapon. I'm armed and dangerous. Well, more like a mild threat, but someday, baby, watch out. I make a cup of coffee. Normally, I don't indulge, but I suspect it might be the difference between me being awake when Niall shows up at 0200 hours and me drooling on the counter. The halls are empty and quiet, the light dimmed for nighttime. No one is in Radcliffe's office as I cross to the door into the monitor room. When I enter, Officer Tora turns to me. At least you're early and not out causing more trouble. Her disgusted tone suggests we're not about to have a bonding moment. A brief thought, too bad I can't shoot her, flashes through my mind. I do the mature thing and keep my mouth shut. The woman is about 38 years old and always smells like roses. Her bobbed brown hair bounces when she moves her head. After the first looter attack, Radcliffe assigned 2 officers to monitor the camera feeds. But with the shadow blobs and prisoners, there aren't enough people, so the shift is down to 1 person. Tora sits in the narrow walkway between Radcliffe's office and Beau's office. Don't just stand there. Come closer so I can show you what to do and be out of here on time for once. She sweeps her hands out, indicating to the 2 long side walls filled with screens on either side of her. Views of empty hallways, labs, the canteen, the port, and about 10 meters of the ground outside the base fill them. It's easy. Watch the feeds. If you see anyone who doesn't belong or anyone doing something illegal or harming another or rioting, then press this button. That will alert officers Radcliffe, Morgan, and the officer on call. She glances at the mug in my hand. If you need to use the washroom, there's a small one in Radcliffe's office. Be quick and make sure you rewind the feed and watch what you've missed. You can speed it up. Since you were here, I doubt you'll see anything at this time of night. Questions? Yeah, like why are you being such a bitch? How do you know if anyone tries to tamper with the feeds? I ask instead. Unless they flash black or ripple, you can't know for sure, but Dory has secured them. Her answer fails to reassure me. Can you stay another couple of minutes so I can make sure they're showing live feed? And that no one has altered the special security loop. She glares. Dory is very good, but worming into camera feeds is super easy and I'd feel better knowing they were secure. Tora folds her arms and huffs. I'm sure if I refuse, you'll run to Radcliffe and whine about it. Make it quick. I'm torn between calling her out for her nasty comment and not upsetting her further. She might just be exhausted. With no time for drama, I hurry. Beau's office is unlocked. No surprise, since the camera room is the only way into his domain, and it's always monitored. I insert my tangs, sit at his desk, and access the QNet. Worming through all the security Beau heaped around the cameras, I check to ensure they are indeed showing our base at the current time and date. They are. And just to be on the safe side, I ensure the closed loop is still inaccessible to everyone except me, Radcliffe, and Beau. It is. Then, I hurry to set up an alarm in case a worm tries to alter any of our cameras. Happy now? Tora leaves before I can answer another snide question. I am happier, thanks for asking. Scanning the screens, I watch a few dedicated scientists, probably techs, still working. A couple people are in the halls. Most are heading back to their units. Nothing moves outside the base. Not even a breeze stirs the sand. All is quiet in the security area. After an hour of nothing, I'm bored. I wonder why there's no terminal in here. Keeping an eye out for intruders would be easier through the QNet. In fact, the QNet could do this job. To keep awake as I scan the feeds, I consider how to make it work. My parents have pictures of everyone who has been assigned to the planet. The QNet could sound an alarm if an unfamiliar face appeared. But what about fights or crimes? That's extremely rare in a research base, but sometimes when the chemists mix up a batch of hooch, they can get rowdy. I puzzle out how to set up a protocol for the QNet for those cases. Maybe I could convince Radcliffe to let the QNet monitor the feeds so the officers would get a break. But what about the closed loop? I could write a standard plug-and-chug program to check the loop. The best part of my shift is when Niall arrives, freshly showered. His wet hair is combed back and he smells like shampoo and sage-grass. The desire to hug him pushes on my body, but even though no one can see us, we are in uniform, and we made a promise. "How did your first shift go?" he asks. "Uneventful," I gesture at the monitors. Not even an inappropriate liaison that I could gossip about. Pity. But that's how it goes for most of security. Long periods of boredom followed by intense action, then back to boredom. Similar to archaeology. Lots of grunt work with discoveries few and far between. Then you should be used to this. I yawn. "Go to bed, Mouse. I've got this." I tell him about the QNet alarm I set up. "You don't think Bo's measures are enough?" I bypassed them in a few minutes without using my security clearance. Jarren could do it faster. Wow, I'm wide awake now. Could Jarren slip by your alarm? It's subtle. I wove it through a few layers, but we didn't call him the superworm for nothing. Not helping. Jarren won't be looking for it. Not with all of Bo's safeguards, and not if he believes I'm dead. Better. I say goodnight and head back to my unit. My conversation with Niall replays in my mind, and I wonder just how integrated Jarren is in our communications to DES. I assume he's been monitoring them, deleting the ones that report on his attack and activities. Perhaps there's a way to bypass him or to hide the information so he doesn't stop that file. I'm sure he has a list of words that will trigger his attention. Then those files will be rerouted to a cluster where he could review them. If it was me, I'd... Oh, my stars. I almost trip over my feet at the thought, but I stay upright by sheer will because I don't want Niall to abandon his post to rush to my side. After a few steps, I steady my nerves. I'm probably overreacting, and if not, there isn't anything I could do about it at this time. Tomorrow, when I'm working with Bo, I'll ask him. When I reach the door to my unit, I press my hand on the pad to unlock it. Before going inside, I turn to the closest camera and wave goodnight to Niall. Due to my overactive imagination, it takes me longer to fall asleep than I planned, so it's an effort to leave my warm, comfortable bed in the morning. At least I'm waking up surrounded by beauty and calm. Is it weird to feel that a part of Niall's mother's soul is watching over me? In a good way, not a creepy way. The paintings remind me of the terracotta warriors. When I stand near an intact warrior, I sense a part of the craftsman's soul was worked into the clay thousands of years ago. I guess that is weird. Must be the start of sleep deprivation. Elise is way too chipper for this time of the morning. We drill and spar and work out and drill and spar and work out. Then a break for lunch before I stand in a shooter's stance and attempt to make Mr. Orange Light go away 20 times in a row. My arms are sore from yesterday's fruitless efforts. Finally, the part of the day I'm most looking forward to arrives, and I dash back to get a shower before going to Beau's office as an official security officer. "You're late," he says. "Did you want me to stink up your office?" "No. Next time, leave training earlier." "Fine with me." I plop next to him. Beau has dual QNet terminals. I'm so jealous. Along with a regular terminal at his desk. He spends the most time securing the QNet. Although the other officers are trained, he has a natural talent. Radcliffe is rather good at tracing worms as well. That's how I met him. He caught me illegally worming on the ship back before I interned with Chief Hashi. I doubt he'd catch me now, but I learned early on never to underestimate Officer Tace Radcliffe. "Tora told me you checked my security around the camera feeds," Beau says in a flat tone. "Tora, eh?" And she accused me of running to Radcliffe to whine. I gauge his mood. Normally, he's a terrible flirt, cocky and easygoing. I wonder if I've offended him or broken some protocol. We're supposed to be partners on this. "I wanted to make sure they hadn't been compromised," I say. "You don't trust my protections?" I hurt his feelings. "I trust you to do the best you can. Jarren is better than both of us, and I'm sorry, but I'm super paranoid." He grunts, slightly mollified. "Setting up an alarm was a good idea. Now we need to figure out where Jarren's hiding." He picks up his tangs. Time to tell Beau about my worries. "I think we should test to see if DES is getting messages from us." His hands freeze halfway to his ears. "Where did this come from?" "Last night, I was trying to think of a way to determine which files Jarren was monitoring or stopping from reaching DES when I thought, if it were me, I'd stop them all so there's no risk one will get by me. We should confirm that we have re-established contact with DES. Remember that at one point during the attack, Jarren had cut us off from them? Not that DES could do anything to help us, but they should know what's going on so they can at least warn the other warrior planets about Jarren." "We're in contact with DES," Beau says. "That's the first thing I checked when I was cleared for duty." Beau was sliced by the shadow blobs and then pulsed by the looters. "How are you doing?" "I got a cool crisscross-shaped scar. You want to see?" He pulls his shirt, untucking it. I grab his wrist. "No, Niall and I can't even hold hands in uniform. I don't think Radcliffe would approve of you flashing your abs at me." "You ain't seen abs like these." He winks. Nice to know he doesn't hold a grudge. "Oh, don't worry, I have." He pishes. Oh, please, Niall's got nothing on me." "Who said anything about Niall? I'm talking about Elise." Beau opens his mouth, but nothing comes out. He snaps it closed. Score 1 for Elise. I switch my focus back to work. "Can we test the connection to DES again? Jarren might have blocked us since you checked." Before he could pout, I add, "Indulge my paranoia, please." "All right. How do you want to do it?" I mull over the problem. Worming is good at getting into places that are supposed to be protected. I wish I could trail a file as it travels to DES's data clusters. I'd see right where it's intercepted. But that's not possible. Not while I'm alive. When I died, I flew through the QNet, and it would have been easy. It was probably just my own version of the afterlife. But my interactions with the QNet have been different since then. My idea might be unconventional and impossible, but Worth a try. Can you send a report to DES's security marked urgent? What should I write? Just nonsense. It's not the contents that are important. It's more the destination. I'm going to try to follow it. Bo turns and stares at me. You can't do that. No one can. I don't say anything. Those routes are for text files, which you're not. You can worm into DES's cluster for urgent information and see if my file shows up. That's what I did. Can I at least try? But he glances away. Drumming his fingers on the desk, he remains quiet for a long while. Finally, he says, After you had the QNet outline the Holfs, Radcliffe asked me to take the video footage of the pits from after you first saw them and have the QNet mark the Holfs. Huh. I crossed my arms. Why didn't he ask me? And? It wouldn't work. I even took it to your cluster. Nothing. You wormed into my cluster? Took me hours, and the only reason I got in without setting off any alarms was because I was there when you layered in the security measures. In that case, my ego isn't as bruised. However, more important than my ego are the results. Nothing at all? Nope. Am I surprised? I do call it my cluster for a reason, but still. That's why I'm going to let you waste both our time to try to follow that file. I reserve the right to say, I told you so, when it fails. Duly noted. Bo writes up a short report that says, this is an exercise in futility. Then he marks it urgent. Ready? He asks through the QNet. I close my eyes for a more immersive experience and concentrate on the file. Towing it into my cluster, I imagine in detail what I wish to do. The file transforms into a snake of data strung together like beads. It wraps around me. It's hard to describe because in the QNet, you don't have a form, but you have a presence. And now there is a weight to my presence. A strange unease flicks through me. What if I get trapped or lost? Would I forever be entangled in the QNet? Or would I go insane? It's too late for doubts. Go, I say. Bo hits send, and I fly. Pulled along on the invisible paths through the QNet, similar to the star roads, but not as complex and beautiful. It's linear, making sharp, nausea-inducing turns, until it smacks into a wall. A painful wave ricochets in my head. Talk about solid security measures. Then, the file is sucked into a huge sorting cluster. Lots of information from Yulene. So far, so good. A plug-and-chug program sorts them and puts all the biology reports together, matches the administrative files, sends messages on to their final destination, etc. My urgent file is tugged from the big cluster and put into a database with others marked urgent. Lots of others. All sitting there. I scan dates. The oldest is 25/22/139. That's too old. These shouldn't be stored, but sent to the proper personnel in DES. The older ones might have gone on and then been stored here after they've been read, but the new ones shouldn't have stopped. Bo worms through a tight gap. See? I told you it's getting to DES. Is this the same place you checked for your other test file? I ask. Yes. What's wrong? Can't you see all these files? I see the urgent file and a few other reports. There's hundreds here. You must have damaged your brain with this stunt, Bo says. I'm fine. Can you go out and come back the official way using your clearance? This is a waste of time. Please? All right. Bo disappears. While I wait, I check the rest of the database, looking at the dates. Nothing marked before day 139. What happened on that date? Bo enters as if he's strolling through a door. Having clearance makes navigating the QNet vastly easier. What do you see now? I ask. Same thing as before, except now that urgent file is gone. I'm probably going to get into trouble. I have a moment of doubt. Did that wave of pain make me see things that aren't here? Why can't he see them? There must be another layer of protection. I examine the security programs, and there, woven into one of the basic codes, is another delicate set of instructions, hiding all the files from both wormers and those with permission to be in this cluster. But not from me, because I arrived in an unconventional way. I unwind it, turning it off temporarily. Bo yelps. Stars, girl! Give a guy some warning! A pause. What the fuck? Loads more files, right? I ask. Yeah. I let him figure it out. Nothing's gone through to DES since day 139. It's all been collected here. Something big must have happened on that day. It clicks. It was the day of the first looter attack. You mean nothing has reached DES since they stole those warriors? Bo asks. Yes. So that means DES believes Planet Yulin went silent, just like Xinji. Chapter 4, 2522, 193. Stunned, Bo and I take a moment to just absorb. If DES hasn't received any messages or reports from us since 2522, 139, then they're not aware of the second attack or the shadow blobs, and they probably believe everyone on Yulin is dead, just like when Planet Xinji went silent. Then who has been responding to our... Jarren, the murdering looter. Let's go, Bo says. You worm out of here and I'll leave via official channels. Okay. I rewind the program and cover my tracks without causing ripples, which takes much longer. Ripples would alert Jarren and could be traced back to me. While the QNet is similar to a gigantic ball of yarn with a gazillion layers, the strands act like they're made of liquid. Confusing, I know. Wormers find gaps in layers and worm through. However, those layers will flex and undulate, especially if the wormer is inexperienced. The more experience a wormer has, the less the disturbance. Jarren has been worming all over the QNet with nary a ripple. Scary, right? By the time I disentangle, Bo is already on his feet. He's crossing his office with short, agitated strides. This is bad, really bad, he says. How long have they been blocking us? At least the math is easy. 54 days? But we should assume Jarren's been monitoring us since we arrived on Yulin. And he probably decided on what files to let through to DES once we were planetside. I bet those odd responses from DES were really from Jarren, I say. We're completely cut off! He fists his hands in his hair. I've never seen Bo so freaked before. Not completely. He whips around. What do you mean? I found a way out during that second attack. I reached Chief Ritza. That was real, because she gave me the override codes for the base. It had been a worming feat driven by pure terror and desperation. In other words, I've no idea how I managed it, and I'm not sure I could do it again. But I keep that little nugget to myself. Bo takes a breath. All right, we need to report this to Radcliffe. And my parents. It didn't take long to assemble everyone in security's conference room. My parents were already en route to Radcliffe's for dinner. Officer Morgan sits on Radcliffe's right, and Doctors Milo Jeffries and Kara Gage complete the group. The two scientists are second in command after my mom and dad. Plus, they know all about my situation. I claim a chair next to my mother. Bo stands and explains what we learned during our foray into the QNet. A moment of silence follows. "Are you sure?" Dr. Gage asks. "They just confirmed what we've suspected," Radcliffe says to her. "We? That doesn't include me or Bo," I glance around. "Or Gage, or Jeffries. If I'm reading their pinched expressions correctly." "Why wasn't I informed?" Bo asks with an even tone, but his hands are balled into fists and pressed against his legs. "It was a guess, Officer Dory. We didn't want to tip Jarren off by actively probing the blockade," Radcliffe says. "If he discovers we suspect, then he'll search for our attempts to bypass his measures." "Have you been trying to reach DES?" I ask. "No. On the off chance we were right, we've been feeding him misinformation about our security. The other science reports are being filed as usual," Morgan says. "Permission to speak freely, sir?" Bo asks Radcliffe. "Oh boy, this ought to be interesting." "Granted." "Do you really think I would have tipped Jarren off, sir? If that's the case, then I wish to tender my resignation." "This isn't about your ego, Dory," Morgan snaps. "It's about survival." Her words hit me hard. I didn't think of it that way before. And it's way scarier than just being blocked. It also deflates the puff from Bo's chest. "You were doing your job," Radcliffe says. "Securing the camera feeds, checking for a block using conventional methods. That's what we needed you to do. That's what Jarren expects us to do." He turns to me. "Why didn't you trust Officer Dory's security measures?" Now I'm on the hot seat. Is that really a thing? How do I explain without sounding like I'm boasting? "I don't want to die again, so I'm being extra careful and super paranoid." My mom clasps my hand under the table in silent support, but everyone else is waiting for me to continue. I trust Bo to do his very best, but I've a unique way to navigate the QNet, and it's more accurate, so I wanted to ensure that our messages were reaching DES. "Diplomatic," Jeffries mutters. "Did you tip off the looters?" Gage asks. "No," Bo answers. "I didn't trigger anything, and Ara was a ghost. Technically, Lyra is a ghost." "What does all this mean for us?" Jeffries asks. "Is that Protectorate ship still en route?" Mom tips her head at Radcliffe. "Yes," Radcliffe answers. "It was dispatched prior to the block. Even if DES suspects we're all dead, they are still required to confirm it beyond a doubt and make an effort to search for survivors. However, if Jarren wishes to keep his activities secret, he has to—" Dad glances at me. Mom squeezes my hand. Uh-oh. "Has to what?" Gage prompts. "Eliminate the rest of us before that ship arrives." My father finishes in a rush. I suspected as much, yet hearing it said aloud lends it more weight. The news sinks to the bottom of my stomach with a sickening thud. Gage is clasping her hands so tight her fingertips turn red. "That means we have—" "Less than 638 days, I say. No one remarks on the speed of my math. Tough room. Jeffries pales. "To live?" "No, to find Jarren and stop him,"
Radcliffe says with confidence. "What about the Holfs?" Gage asks in a shaky voice. "He let them do his dirty work for him on Xinji. That's why he destroyed so many warriors." "That's still a theory," Dad says. "We haven't proven that the arrival of the Holfs is due to the destruction of the warriors." Unable to keep quiet, I say, "That's not quite right. Jarren didn't destroy the warriors to release the shadow Holfs. He wasn't expecting them when he attacked Xinji. Now, when he attacked us, he knew what would happen, but Jarren didn't particularly care if we survived or not." A shudder zips up my spine as the memory of his words, "They might survive until the Protector ship arrives," repeats in my mind. He also didn't indicate that he was counting on it. In fact, he was going to send you all the information he had about the shadow blobs. However, at that time, he thought he had you in his custody, Radcliffe says. It was probably a lie to keep you calm and cooperative. True, yet it felt genuine. It was only when I was rescued that our deal was broken, which was why he returned to kill me. I clutch my mom's hand with both of mine at a sudden realization. "I've killed us all!" Mom leans toward me until our shoulders are touching. "Nonsense. None of this is your fault." "It is. As part of the deal, Jarren made me promise not to tell anyone, including his thugs, his real name. I had enough time to tell you before he came back to kill me." "Let's not jump to conclusions," Radcliffe says in his security chief voice, or his I must be obeyed voice, depending on who you're talking to. "We stick to the routine. Keep sending out reports. The only thing that changes is we search for a way to contact DES without alerting Jarren's organization. Is that possible, Lara?" Everyone stares at me, including Beau. Although his expression is flat, he can't hide the sparks of anger in his amber eyes. "Thanks, Radcliffe." I relax my death grip on my poor mother's hand. "What do you think, Officer Dory?" There's a slight softening in his posture. "Anything is possible. In my experience, nothing is entirely secure." "Then you and Junior Officer Lawrence will make that a priority," Radcliffe says to Beau. "Do you need a higher clearance terminal?" "That would help," Beau says. "There's the one in the control center, but it's staffed around the clock," my dad says. "We could clear the room for a few hours," Mom says. "No," I say. "Nothing can change, or that will alert Jarren." "I thought he couldn't access the camera feeds in the base," Gage says, alarmed. Right now, the feeds are secure and are showing live footage. However, like Dory said, nothing is entirely secure. There's no reason to take a chance. The terminals in Dory's office will be fine. Once again, I'm the center of attention. Go me. Suppressing a sigh, I explain about reaching the interstellar navigator through Beau's terminal in his unit, which has less access than the ones in his office. And that was before I died. But I keep that tidbit to myself to avoid upsetting my parents. "What we need is more time in the QNet," I say. "We can shift your schedule to report to Dory at 12:30, and you can go until 1700. Is that enough?" Radcliffe asks. "Yes." "Good." Radcliffe meets my gaze. "Hold on a minute," Jeffrey says, slapping the table with his fingers. "If Aura's actions in the QNet alert Jarren that we're aware of his blockade, then he'll come to Yulin sooner and kill us all." He glances at everyone. 2 red splotches bloom on his cheeks. "It's insane to have the fate of the entire base in the hands of a teenager." "Officer Dory," Morgan starts. "No offense to Officer Dory," Jeffrey says, "but you call Jarren a superwormer because he's been manipulating us from the very beginning with none of us the wiser." He has a point. Radcliffe gives the man a long, cold look. Unaffected, Jeffries glares back. I agree with Milo. It's suicide. Gage chimes in. We can wait for... Waiting is suicide, Dad says. We need to contact DES. Junior Officer Lawrence is especially cognizant of the danger, Radcliffe says to Jeffries. His tone turns the blood in my veins to ice, and I'm not even the one he's aiming it at. Then he looks to me. Tread with the ultimate care. Of course she will, Mom snaps. Way to go, Mom. Jeffries stands up. I want it noted in the record that I do not approve this endeavor. The record that Jarren will read? Mom counters. You know what I mean. When we contact DES, I'll ensure your disapproval is noted, Dr. Jeffries. When? No pressure there. Thanks, Mom. Mine too. Gage stands. All right. You're both dismissed. Mom orders, reminding them she is in charge. With stiff shoulders and stern expressions, they leave. There's a moment when we all just take a breath. Radcliffe glances at the time. It's 1800. My stomach growls. Sensing the meeting is over, I let go of my mom's hand. She places both arms on the table, leans forward, and says, Since we're all together, I want to discuss opening another warrior pit. Wait, Mom holds up a hand. Not one adjacent to the infected pits, but one further away, one that hasn't collapsed. Infected? That fits. For what purpose? Radcliffe asks Mom in a tight, almost annoyed tone. So we can keep doing our job, and to further our knowledge about the significance of those alien symbols on the warriors. And to test our Aura's theory, Dad says. The field team has been analyzing the data and identified Pit 21 as one that has all 1,448 warriors intact. It's 20 kilometers east of the base. We can dig from the surface, letting in sunlight just in case there are hoofs. Also, we have big floodlights that run on batteries for nighttime. My security force is already spread thin, Radcliffe says. The techs have been training. Surely they can fill in for a couple days, Mom says. If we don't encounter hoofs, then the security can return to base. Mom's reasonable tones fail to placate Radcliffe's inner guardian lion. The danger signs are there. Posture, ramrod straight, neck muscles straining, hand clutching the handle of his pulse gun. Wow, I really need to find a hobby. We haven't confirmed Jarren's physical location. He could still be on the planet. The satellite can be compromised and isn't infallible. There are plenty of places to hide from a life scan. You'd be risking your team and my officers' lives. A good point. Mom turns to me. Oh no. Are you able to check the satellite to make sure its feeds are clean? Yes. Her focus returns to Radcliffe. The satellite can scan the desert's surface, searching for any holes or tunnels in the sand that could be potential hiding places. It's only 20 clicks. What if opening this pit brings Jarren out of hiding? Radcliffe asks. He has digging machines and heavy equipment, Dad says. Right now, he could park in the middle of the desert and open all the pits if he wanted. We can't stop him, not with our limited resources. He obviously has a hidden agenda. All we know is that when he attacked the first time, he selected specific warriors to steal and destroyed the rest. There must be a reason. If the activity draws Jarren out, that will answer the question of where he is. Morgan, ever practical, says. Radcliffe grips the armrest of his seat. Hard. The last time Jarren showed up, your daughter died. Wow, Them's fighting words. Mom stands up. Ming, my dad warns. Thank you for the reminder, Officer Radcliffe. If words were tangible, my mom's would be coated in ice and have sharp edges. Once we confirm there's no one hiding nearby, Dory and I can fix the satellite cameras to show an empty desert, I say. Radcliffe tenses, which I didn't think was possible, considering before this, a small child could bounce on his abs. That reduces the risk, Dad says into the silence. And we need more answers, Mom says. Yes, it's a risk. I'm not going to force anyone to go. We'll ask for volunteers. If we don't get enough, then we won't do it. Time to state the obvious. Mom, I would have to go. You can't send techs into a pit without me ensuring there are no shadow blobs. We'll bring a camera that's not routed through the QNet. You can watch the feed. No, it's not the same thing, and I wouldn't be able to live with myself if I missed one and someone died. My skin tingles with Radcliffe's approval. Too bad I'm going to ruin it. I'll volunteer. You're right. We need more answers, and time is running out. Mom, Dad, and Radcliffe are all about to protest. Without me, there's no mission. No one else will volunteer. My mother's icy gaze turns on me, even though she knows I'm right. I suppress a shiver. If Ara goes, I'll volunteer, Bo says. You're a bunch of idiots. Morgan shakes her head in disgust. You're going to need another 2 security officers to volunteer before I allow my team to be a part of this mission. Radcliffe just about growls. I'll check with them, Morgan offers. My father stands. And we'll see about the techs. Although it appears as if my parents will get their team, they failed to look happy about it. They depart to go recruit more team members. Radcliffe leaves, but Bo touches my arm, stopping me from following Radcliffe. Thanks, Bo says. You're risking your life again. No need to thank me, I say. No, for backing me up, asking my opinion about the QNet. Isn't that what partners do? He flashes me a grin. You got that right. Then he sobers. Your worming skills took a gigantic leap forward. What happened? I don't hesitate for long. We're partners. He deserves to know. When I died, I flew through the QNet. I've no idea how, but it must have done something to my brain. Other people have been revived, and no one else reported being better at navigating the QNet. That you know, I add. Becoming a better wormer is not something one would advertise. Bo crosses his arms. Stubborn man. It's my best guess, all right? It could be the combination of dying, having a concussion, and touching a warrior heart. Or you could be suffering from significant brain damage. Do I act like I'm suffering? He tenses so much his biceps practically rip through his sleeves. I sigh. I'm sorry, but I've had a number of brain scans, and they all show I'm fine. He glares at me. Apology not accepted. What if doing the exacting work needed to worm through Jarren's blockage triggers a medical problem? That's a fair question. Right now, I don't have any symptoms. No migraines, no extreme dizziness, no blurry vision, no fainting spells. And if I do, I'll let you and my parents know right away. Bo drops his arms, but still appears unhappy. Can't we just celebrate our good fortune and use my superpower to stop Jarren, the murdering bastard? After a few moments, he says, Superpower? No ego there. I'm learning how to be modest from my partner. A huff, but there's a slight smile. And you're learning from the best. My beau is back. See you tomorrow. I wave and head out. Hey, I bet you 10 credits the other 2 officers who are going to volunteer are Niall and Elise, he calls as I reach the door. Sorry, but Aura Lawrence has no credits. I checked. Payday is every 30 days. It won't be long until you have credits. I get paid? Why are you surprised? Didn't your mom pay you when you helped reconstruct Broken Warriors? Yeah, but... Wait. I turn back. Did you get paid? If Jarren's been blocking us for the last... I do a quick calculation. 54 days. Then wouldn't DES stop paying you, especially since they think we're all dead? They won't stop payments until our deaths are confirmed. I'm sure everyone who worked on Xinji is still earning credits. Once DES proves their deaths beyond a doubt, the payments will stop and all their income will be distributed to the next of kin. Beau's gaze grows distant, and little crinkles spread on his forehead, his thinking face. I didn't notice a missed payment. Interesting. If Jarren is allowing the payment notices through his blockade, then maybe we can use that point of entry to get a message to DES when the next deposit is made. The timing would have to be exact. It'd be difficult to do. For us, but not for the QNet. When is the next payment? Day 210? That gives us 17 days to find another way through. But if we're desperate, getting one message out will be better than none. He grins. Until then, I can spot you 10 credits for that bet about who's going to volunteer for the Pit 21 mission. No deal. Aw, you're no fun. We might be fighting shadow blobs in 21. That's fun. No, Beau says, rubbing his stomach. That's revenge. It's 1900 by the time I arrive back at Radcliffe's unit. Niall's sound asleep on the couch. I pause next to him, drinking in his peaceful expression, a rare sight. The desire to stroke his cheek and smooth his hair propels me to reach out, but I stop. Poor guy's exhausted. I tiptoe past and join Radcliffe in the kitchen. He's rummaging in the fridge, removing containers. Leftovers tonight. I sort through them, pick out chicken pot pie, and heat it up. Radcliffe does the same, and soon we're sitting at the table in companionable silence. When we finish, Radcliffe leans back and asks, "Can you really alter the satellite feed so Jarren doesn't see the team in the desert?" "Yes, and I have an idea about how you can save time." "I'm listening." I tell him about using the QNet instead of his officers to monitor the base. I can set it up, it won't take long. He taps his fingers on the table as he considers my idea. "It's a big risk. Jarren's people could modify the camera feeds at any time. I'm not sure we'd survive another surprise attack." "We're already taking the risk. Jarren's people are good enough that even with an officer watching the feeds, he or she won't even see the change. Think about it. That's what happened before." Radcliffe stills. Not a good sign. I continue. "It's a dilemma, I know. We can't rely on the QNet because of Jarren, but we have to rely on it because you don't have enough people to secure the base. Now we know he's blocking us, but he thinks we're still clueless. The advantage is ours. We can be super subtle and set up a series of alarms that he won't be searching for. If he tampers with the feeds, we'll know." "And you and Dory can do this on his terminals?" "Yes." "How? That's deep-level programming." I start to explain about weaving the programming into the existing protocols. "That's not what I meant. When I asked you to search for the missing Xinji files, you needed to use the terminal in the control center." I'm terrible at lying.
So for the second time, I explain about my new worming abilities. His stony expression and rigid posture mean one thing. I already got a lecture from Bo. Then I add about my promise to alert my parents about any troubling symptoms. Still no response. At least let me tweak the cameras before you tell my parents. You know they'll freak and forbid me to use the QNet until I have my brain scanned. Again. Which will find nothing wrong. Again. I sigh. It's my brain. It should be my decision. You'll lose a valuable resource, Niles says from the doorway. I jump in surprise, but Radcliffe doesn't react except to ask, "How long have you been standing there?" "Long enough to know Jarren's put up a blockade." "When were you going to tell the rest of us?" Niles demands. "When you needed to know," Radcliffe says. "We just figured it out today," I say. "That's why we were late for dinner." Radcliffe huffs at me, as if I ruined his fun. Then he turns to Niall. "I'm calling a staff meeting tomorrow morning." "Good. Glad I have your permission," Radcliffe says with plenty of sarcasm. "As for you—" "Me?" I squeak and curse under my breath as amusement glitters in Niall's eyes. "Do your tweak. I'm trusting you to know your limits and to not get us all killed." "Yes, sir." I decide to wait until I'm with Bo before doing the tweaks to the cameras. Radcliffe schedules the meeting at 0800, and I volunteer to man the cameras since I already know what it's about. Morgan guards detention. Watching the feeds during the base's busy morning activities is more interesting than the middle of the night. And it's harder, as people clad in lab coats tend to look alike when they are hurrying through the corridors. My mom and dad are in the archaeology lab. Both are armed with large flashlights and pulse guns. Nice of them to cover for security. I check on them quite often, looking for shadow blobs. There's a camera in the conference room. I keep an eye on the meeting, scanning expressions as Radcliffe updates the team about Jarren's blockade. There's a variety of glum, determined and angry faces. At least no one is freaked. Although at one point, Niall and Bo exchange words, heated words by their body language. Boys. The meeting ends, and everyone leaves except Radcliffe. A few officers talk in the hallway as the others disperse. 2 go to relieve Morgan. Bo and Rance head my way, while Niall and Zeem turn toward the archaeology lab. Niall flashes me a tired smile before leaving security. I concentrate on the rest of the base. Rance's gravelly voice sounds on the other side of the door. "Not volunteering to go to Pit 21. It's a suicide mission." "You'd rather sit here and wait for an ambush? Not me," Bo says as he enters the monitor room. "Anything to report?" he asks me. "Nope, all's quiet. How did the meeting go?" Bo scowls, and Rance huffs. "That good, eh?" "Your schedule's been altered for today. You're working with me," Bo says. "We have quite the to-do list." "Interesting." Rance takes my seat. The chair appears small underneath his muscular frame. He's tall and burly, and one of the few officers with a family. He, his wife, and 2 sons all live in a housing unit in the main base for safety reasons. A good thing, too, or they'd have been in trouble when Jarren attacked. Bo and I go into his office and shut the door behind us. "What's on our list?" I ask, sitting at the dual terminals. "All the crazy stuff you told Radcliffe you can do with the feeds and monitoring the base. Getting through Jarren's blockage not enough for you?" Bo's tone is gruff. Oh boy. "Look, it doesn't matter what I think. It's Radcliffe's call, but I hope you're not putting the entire base at risk." I clamp down on my response. He's right. It's Radcliffe's decision. I'd hoped my partner would be supportive.
Guess there's only one way to prove to him that having the QNet monitor the camera feeds is safer overall. Are you going to help, or are you just going to stand there? I don't wait for an answer. Inserting my tangs, I access the QNet. After a minute, Bo joins me. Then, we worm. I explain what we need to do. He's sullen, but agrees. While I worm into the base's personnel files for the photos, Bo remains in my Q cluster, building the programs for the cameras. Once completed, I weave them into the security clusters in such a way they are almost invisible. Then we link with the satellite to ensure no one has tampered with it. Except someone already has. Before panic sets in, I check the camera feeds. They're clean, showing an accurate picture of Yulene's surface. But there's a sneaky little program wrapped around the main Q cluster. It's unusual. In order to determine its function, I have to pull it apart. The process is like separating the individual strands from a rope without breaking them. With the utmost care, I ease the threads away from each other far enough to see what it's programmed to do. It takes a while for me to fully understand its purpose. Fear claws at my heart. I curse. "What's wrong?" Bo asks. Its purpose is to report no life signs on the planet to DES, and DES has already sent 2 requests for scans. There's a pause. We already suspected DES believes we went silent. But this is proof. It makes it more real. Bo touches my shoulder and gives me a reassuring squeeze. It's more information, which is good for us. True. Can you disable it? He asks. A number of the strands are alarms. If I cut the program, it will signal Jarren, I think. It's a work of genius, but it doesn't match Jarren's style, which is more evidence that my guess that Jarren is working with other super wormers is correct. This is just getting better and better. Yes, I'm being sarcastic. It beats hyperventilating. Aura? No, I can't. Not without alerting the person who planted it. I rewind the strands, putting it back to its original construction. The person? Bo pauses. Yeah, I thought it didn't look like our boys' work. Is there anything hidden in the video feeds? No. Good. I'll add a few hidden alarms in case anyone tries to alter them. Bo works fast, and when he's finished, I help him tuck them deep. Then we move on to our next task with the satellite. Detailed scans of the surface show no one hiding between the base and Pit 21. I access the satellite's recordings of the surface going back until I find a boring day and night that shows nothing but empty sands. Copying it, I store it in my Q cluster until we need it to cover our activities when we're outside the base. It's delicate, exacting work that takes us hours. By the time we finish, pain thumps in my temples, and I'm as exhausted as if I spent the day doing drills with Elise. Pulling out my tangs, I rest my head on my arms. Bo's chair squeaks. I tilt my head and peek at him with one eye. He's leaning back with his eyes closed, rubbing his forehead. My stomach growls, loudly. That's what happens when you work through lunch, he says, meeting my one-eyed gaze. I lift my head. It's 1600. We wormed for 7 hours straight. No wonder my head hurts. I don't know about you, but after putting those measures in place, I've gotten my appetite back. They're masterpieces, Lyra. Not bad for an apology. I couldn't have done it without you. The truth. After we recover, we leave his office. Tora has replaced Rance. Bo tells her she's off duty. The QNet
is monitoring the feeds. Instead of leaving, she crosses her arms. I'll stay until Radcliffe returns. Bo gives her a sour look. Suit yourself. I glance at the screens. Will Radcliffe turn them off? No, we'll still check them from time to time. Plus, Radcliffe likes to ensure his team is where they're supposed to be, Bo says. Speaking of Radcliffe, he's in the conference room with my parents and, I peer closer, all the archaeology techs. Do you know what he's doing? I ask Tora. I believe he's motivating them, she says. Her tone is far from friendly. Okay, that's it. What's wrong this time? I ask her. You've been just full of advice about important security measures lately. And that's a bad thing? She tilts her pointed chin up, meeting my gaze. For someone in your position, yes. My position? I glance at Bo, but he's being very careful to stay out of it. You're living with Radcliffe and dating his son, she says. They're listening to your advice, but you have no experience with security. It's making the rest of the officers nervous. That explains the increased tension. Oh yeah, because Radcliffe is so easy to sway. You know what I mean. No, not really. Radcliffe puts the safety of his team and the base above everything else. You, with all your vast experience, should know that. I can't believe I just offended the man. Kill me now. She stabs a finger at the screen. I know that you don't go telling techs things they don't need. Stop right there. I know exactly what they need. I've worked with them since I was big enough to hold a brush. If you want them to cooperate, then they should be fully aware of the situation. And I was under the impression that suggestions were welcome in this team. Are you telling me I shouldn't voice my opinion? You are going to get us all killed. Ah, there it is. Nothing like brutal honesty. How do I respond? She might be right. Just by surviving Jarren's murder attempt, I might be the reason the entire base will be killed. Bo and Tora are both waiting for my response. Funny, I thought Bo would come to my defense. Does that mean he believes it too? Is that why he and Niall argued at the staff meeting? Pain pulses in my head. I look past Bo's shoulder to the dual QNet terminals. Masterpieces, Bo said. Damn right they are. I gather my poise and stare at Bo, then Tora. Jarren's the enemy, not me. Try not to forget that. I turn my back on them and leave. Chapter 5, 2522, 194. My anger at Tora and Bo fuels my steps. I go straight back to my, Radcliffe's unit. Now I'm going to worry about everything I say. Yes, where I live is out of my hands, but still, I don't want the team to think I'm getting special treatment. Taking a painkiller, I change into comfy clothes, turn off the light in my room, and crawl under the covers. In the cool darkness, I wonder if we're going to survive this. If Jarren returns, he won't be concerned about altering camera feeds. No reason to. He has a small army, heavy earth-moving equipment, and weapons. These thoughts don't help my headache. Eventually, I fall asleep, only to be woken 2 seconds later by an insistent tapping on my door. I groan, which is translated by the tapper as, "Come in," because light stabs the darkness. I pull the blanket over my head. The mattress dips as someone sits on the edge and touches my shoulder. Mom, I'd know that touch anywhere. Did you overdo it today? She asks. Did I? A little. We were worried when we couldn't find you. Huh? I sit up. What time is it? 1800. Oh, I slept for 2 hours. The aroma of Radcliffe's casserole wakes the sleeping lion in my stomach. Its claws dig in, and it roars, reminding me I haven't eaten all day. Mom laughs. You can't be feeling too bad. Come on. I follow her to the kitchen as I unwind my messy braid and comb my fingers through my hair. My dad and Niall are already sitting at the table. Radcliffe scowls at me. What did I do wrong now? If my team isn't visible on the screens when I look, and since no one is watching the feeds to tell me where they might be, how do I locate them? Radcliffe asks. Oh, Mom's earlier comment makes more sense now. You can ask the QNet. He stares at me as if I have just spoken another language. Come on, I'll show you. You too, Mom and Dad. They follow me into Radcliffe's bedroom, along with Niall, who stands near the door. I gesture to his desk. Access the QNet and ask where Officer Dory is. Radcliffe inserts his tags. The screen shows Beau having dinner in the cafeteria. What about someone who's in a private location? Ask about Niall. The screen switches to the view of the corridor, time-stamped 1750. Niall exits his unit and then enters Radcliffe's. The QNet is tracking everyone? Dad asks. It knows where everyone is right now? Yes. And only you, Mom, and Officer Radcliffe can access the information. What about you? Radcliffe asks me. Me and Beau can as well. Why, is that a bad thing? It could be a violation of privacy, Mom says. What's the difference between a person watching the feeds and being able to tell my dad where someone is versus the QNet? Niall asks. The QNet doesn't forget, and this feels like surveillance, Mom says. As long as you don't ask it for patterns, I say. It's meant to look for intruders. I think using it to find someone is okay. We all know there are cameras in public areas. This is only due to unforeseen circumstances, Radcliffe says. It's temporary, and as soon as we're no longer in danger, we'll return to the normal monitoring. We troop back to the kitchen. Conversation is light, and I just about inhale a large portion of casserole. When I finish, I slump back in my seat, thinking of going into a food coma. I don't have to monitor the camera feeds tonight, but I still want to help. What else can I do? I ask Radcliffe. You already freed up so much time, he says. I want a shift. How about guarding detention? No, my mom answers. We don't need another riot. It's too dangerous. Besides, Ara needs to rest after today's marathon QNet session. I'll be fine by tomorrow, I say. Then you can resume training, Radcliffe says with an evil little half-grin. I can also resume working with Beau. We still need to find a way to reach DES. And I can do a security shift. How about guarding the entrance to the pits? The chorus of reactions is instant. Great! I've 3 parents and 1 overprotective boyfriend all yelling at me. I'll think about it, Radcliffe says, ending the discussion. After dinner, Niall and I go to the rec room, since we actually have some free time. I'm looking forward to my first full night of sleep, Niall says as we enter. There's no one else there. Of course, I'm not naive enough to think I'll get more than one. He turns to me. What do you want to do, Mouse? There's a pool table, ping-pong table, game video system, Various couches, chairs, and a table for old-fashioned cards and puzzles. Not sure my brain can handle anything more complicated. I pick pool. How hard can it be to knock the white ball into a colored ball? Turns out, I suck at pool and ping pong. Niall crushes me at both. We end up playing sevens, where luck of drawing certain cards beats out strategy. "Do you really want to guard the pits?" Niall asks. "Yes, I'm the only one who can—" An idea pops into my mind. I almost smack my forehead. "You can what?" "I can have the Q-net monitor the lab for escaping shadow blobs. I should have thought of it sooner." "Wait, the Q-net can see the Holfs." Guess that news didn't travel to the entire team. I explain. "Only my Q-cluster can do it, though, so I'm going to need to link it into the camera feed." Wow. He leans back in his chair. His gaze turns inward. "But I'm not sure my dad will approve that." "Why not? Right now, the guards are basically bait. They can't see the shadow blobs, so it'll only be when they're attacked and maybe killed that they will know something's not right. Plus, it'll give the officers more free time." They'd rather be there than trust everyone's lives to the Q-net. Niall's grip on his cards tighten. "You've taught us just how much it can be manipulated." True. I remember Tora's reluctance to leave the screens earlier. She certainly didn't trust the Q-net, or me for that matter, and Bo didn't back me up. Niall seems uncomfortable. I wonder if he thinks I'm using my position to influence his father. He should know better than anyone else just how inflexible Radcliffe can be. Or is it because of what he's heard from the others? Do I want to find out? Not really. Denial has its perks. I suppress a sigh. Speaking of being manipulated, does everyone think I'm overstepping my role as a junior officer? Niall hesitates, and there's my answer. Great. Just great. I stand. Wait. He jumps to his feet. I don't believe that. That's because you're dating me. No, it's because I know you and what you can do with the Q-net. I tried to tell them, but you're biased. So why hasn't Bo defended me? I don't know, but I can't guess. I think back over the last few days. He's jealous of my worming skills. That's my take, Niall says. Not much I can do about that, unless I back off and stop making suggestions, stop doing impossible things with the Q-net, except it's so not my style. I refuse to let Jarren win, and if that's going to make the rest of the team uneasy, that's on them. What are you thinking about? Niall asks. There's a crease of worry in his brow. That I have to go talk to your father. He's not happy, but Niall accompanies me back to my, yes, mine, damn it, unit. Radcliffe's sitting on the couch, working on his portable. Before he can say anything, I tell him about my idea. This time, I add, at least allow me to rig up an alarm to alert the officers on duty if a shadow blob escapes. Will any of the activity tip off Jarren? Radcliffe asks. No. How can you be so sure? Niall asks. A legitimate question, but why does it hurt coming from him? Because Jarren doesn't know about my Q-cluster. Also, he won't be searching for such a minor routine laced into the camera feeds. Radcliffe considers my request. Finally, he says, set up the alarm, but we'll keep personnel in the lab for now. Then he turns to Niall. Don't tell anyone about the Q-net's ability to spot the Holfs. It only worked for Ara so far. Yes, sir, Niall says, a bit stiffly. But I need clarification. So, you don't tell the team everything you learn? I ask Radcliffe. He gives me a wry smile. No, only what they need to know, which is about 80%. For the future, please check with me before you share information. Even with Niall? Talking to him is what sparked the idea for this, and for how to motivate the techs. Yes, even with Niall. He holds up a hand. However, I trust him to be discreet. Nice save. Can I set up the alarm now? I'll use the guest terminal in your office. I thought you said your brain was fried, Niall says. It won't take long, and I'll sleep better once it's done. Officer Dory isn't available, Radcliffe says. He can't help in this case. Which Radcliffe should know. The tight set of his shoulders say he's not happy, but he doesn't have a legitimate excuse to force the issue. All right, please keep Officer Morgan in the loop. She's on duty. Yes, sir. Niall follows me out to the hallway. Once the door closes, I say, You don't have to come along. That full night of sleep is waiting for you. It can wait some more. I'm curious how the QNet can see invisible creatures. We go to Radcliffe's office. Morgan is working on the terminal at the desk. She disentangles as soon as we approach. Her expression is guarded. Something wrong? I explain about setting the alarm. She grunts, but inclines her head to the other terminal. Knock yourself out, but keep the screen on. Seems trust is a hard thing to get lately. Funny they trusted me when I rescued them from detention. Actually, at the time, Morgan wanted to lock me in detention. Guess I should redact that snide comment. I sit at the terminal and insert my tangs. Niall pulls over an extra chair and follows me into the QNet. Worming into the cameras in the archaeology lab, I create a link to my Q cluster. Then I access the cluster and immediately spot the tunnel where Bo wormed through. A couple hours to break in, eh? I plan to fix it right after this job. Pulling up the video of me in the pits the first time I saw the shadow blobs, I check that it's the one marked with the outlines. Huh? Niall says, sounding surprised. I play the video for him. Why not show him how the blobs move and hide? The rest of the team should view this as well. Yet another unwelcome idea. Too bad. I'm Aura Lawrence. Refuses to be ignored. I'll make all the suggestions I think are necessary. For now, I ask the QNet to watch for shadow blobs through the camera feed and sound an alarm in the lab if one escapes the pits. Then I fix the hole in my security, setting a trap. No way Bo can worm into my cluster now. Who are you calling petty? Nice, Niall thinks. Of course, it won't help with his jealousy. I'm not going to stop, so he'll just have to get over it. Good luck with that. We disentangle. Pain throbs in my head, but it's not as bad as earlier. Morgan is standing behind us. Are you willing to outline the Hulfs on the rest of the video from the pits? She asks me. Yes, but I'm sure you'll have to get Officer Radcliffe's permission. How much time will you need? She asks. It's 7 days' worth for 4 pits. I consider. Do I be honest? Will that make them uneasy? Once everything's set up, my Q cluster can do it in 10 to 20 minutes. An hour. Silence. Finally, Morgan says, I'll talk to Radcliffe. On the way back to my unit, Niall doesn't say a word until we're at the door. I've been meaning to ask you, why didn't you tell me about what happened when you died? His voice catches on the D word. First, I thought it was just a delusion due to dying. I'm not a big believer in the afterlife, but if there's a heaven, flying through the QNet would be my own personal version. Niall huffs. By yourself? Ah, the fragile male ego. You were still alive. He crosses his arms. Delusions don't have to be logical, you know. I do. But then, when I finally was able to access the QNet after I died, it felt different, which made me suspect it might not be a delusion. Except you weren't entangled at that time. I know, but it's the only explanation for my improved worming abilities. Niall relaxes. Maybe the energy from the weapon affected the senses in your brain. That's not a lovely thought. As if in response, the pain in my head intensifies. I rub my temples. Does it really matter why? Do you think having a reason will make everyone more comfortable? Including you, but I'm not dumb enough to say that aloud. It might, or it might not. Everyone's on edge, waiting for another attack. I drop my hands. That's why we need to locate Jarren and make sure that doesn't happen. He agrees. We enter the unit. Radcliffe's on the couch and demands a report right away. The alarm is installed, I say. It's well hidden, Niall adds. My chest warms. Perhaps Niall isn't as freaked over my abilities as I thought. Tell the officers on duty that if a siren sounds, they should leave the lab right away. I will. Good job, Lawrence. Thank you, sir. I'm going to bed. Radcliffe gives us one of his forceful stares, meaning we should follow his example. Now. Except Niall and I are somewhat immune. We say goodnight, but remain in the living area. Once his bedroom door closes, we plop onto the couch. A spike of pain jabs into my forehead. Niall notices my wince. You did too much today. Probably. He waits. Yes. Standing, Niall grabs my hand and pulls me to my feet. Come on. He tows me to my bedroom. Take a painkiller. Change into your pajamas. I'm pushed inside. The door closes behind me. Annoyed, I open it, only to be confronted with stubborn Niall. Nothing I can do or say will influence this man. I try anyway. No goodnight kiss? Not until you're in bed. He shoos me. I hurry and change into a soft t-shirt and shorts, downing a pill. Better living through chemistry. The legal kind, people. I already had a concussion, no need to kill off any more of my brain cells. Hopping into bed, I call Niall. He enters. Bunnies? Most of my clothes are hand-me-downs from others. I've no idea where my mother found them. But after Jarren took off with my bag of clothes in his shuttle, I've had to lower my standards. Not that they were very high, but a girl likes to look nice on occasion. Not just any bunnies, Toad, but dust bunny assassins. He smiles at the memory. I stand corrected. Moving closer, he points to my pillow. I'm technically in bed. Doesn't matter. Niall's not to be deterred. Only when I'm lying down with the covers pulled up to my chest is he satisfied. He sits on the edge and leans in for a kiss. A frizzle of heat shoots through me when our lips connect. I yank my hands free from the covers and pull him closer, deepening the kiss. Then it's the taste of Niall, his familiar scent, his hands in my hair causing goosebumps to spread over my skin. He stops and rests his forehead on mine. My father, he says. Yeah. Night mouse. He turns off the light and leaves. I groan into my pillow. This lack of privacy sucks. Not that I'm planning on going wild, but Niall and I need some serious make-out time. Over the course of the next few days, I train with Elise in the mornings and work with Bo to probe Jarren's blockade in the afternoons. We worm deep, searching for a hole in his defenses, while moving with the ultimate care, which means, so slow, a snail could lap us. It's also delicate work, as if we were navigating through a tunnel of playing cards. One wrong move and poof! Everything collapses, revealing Bo and I trying to sneak into Jarren's fort. Radcliffe has yet to give me a security shift, and I have to admit I'm glad, as the long hours spent crawling through the Q-net are mentally exhausting. 5 days after Morgan asked me about working on the video feeds from the pits, Radcliffe gives us permission. So after dinner, I return to Bo's office. Except tonight, Morgan, not Bo, is partnering with me. She has access to the videos that I'll need. I also suspect she wants to experience my worming for herself, rather than watch on the screen. I plan to slow things down, but with her in my cluster it would be pointless. Hoping not to freak her out, I insert my tangs and get to work. Unlike Bo, Morgan is quiet. No grunts or huffs or whoops or sound effects. She's silent and able to keep up with me. I approve her efficient style. When we reach my cluster, I check my security measures for tampering. There's scratches on a few protective channels, as if someone tried to find a way through and failed. I suspect Bo, but it could be Jarren. No, he wouldn't leave a trace. Maybe one of his minions, which is not much of a relief. Morgan brings in the video feeds. I pick one and pull it out like taffy, revealing 10-minute sections. It's of Pit 2 from day 163. I expect the Q-net to find all the shadow blobs and outline them, but it doesn't. It waits until I have outlined each one. Then the Q cluster takes over and finishes the job. Then it's only a matter of opening all the video files, outlining the blobs, and letting the Q-net do the rest. I send the altered files to Morgan so she can do, well, whatever analysis she plans. Easy, right? Except a dawning realization hits me. Hard. That alarm in the lab won't work. Not without me to point out the shadow blobs. It seems the Q-net doesn't recognize them until after I've outlined them. At least Radcliffe was smart enough to keep security in the lab. I tell Morgan about the flaw in my shadow blob alarm. Make sure to inform Radcliffe, is all she says, and then remains quiet until we disentangle. How did you find that cluster? She asks me. Oh boy, I didn't. It found me. Can you clarify? I wish. I was using various empty clusters to help with organizing data. There's a million of them. I used one for my friend, Lan's research. She was working on translating the alien symbols on the warriors before Xinji went silent. Lan sent me her files. I didn't steal them. I add, just in case. I didn't have time to do much with them before Jarren looted the pits and I was shot. But the Q-net kept sorting the symbols and making connections. After I tried and failed to find out how Jarren traveled to Yulin without anyone knowing, I was detoured to this Q cluster where all the results were arranged. I shrug. Ever since then, it's been rather perceptive about what I want to accomplish. Morgan absorbs the information with a stillness that reminds me of a predator waiting for prey. Do you have any more of these perceptive clusters? She asks. No, A memory sparks to life. I've hidden files in a couple of clusters. I wonder if the Q-net has done anything with them. Then I remember. Oh boy. You? She prompts. There may be other clusters. one with files I accessed illegally. May? Either there are or aren't. I debate what I should divulge. There are, but Lyra might have been worming at the time she used one of those clusters. Her focus sharpens, and I squelch the desire to duck. Just tell me. We'll worry about the consequences later. Okay. There's a couple of files from Xinji that I copied to a cluster. This was after they were marked classified by DES. I wait for the admonishment. Instead, she asks, "What are the files about?" I did a search for warrior hearts and any mention of an underground factory and had 2 hits, but I didn't get a chance to read through them because Niall caught me worming and threatened to arrest me. Obviously before we got together, but I called in a favor and then I promised not to rat him out. The looters invaded the pits soon after. Morgan's gaze turns inward. You were tasked to recover those files before Jarren attacked the base. Nice loophole. What about the other clusters? Morgan asks. Those are legit. Niall and I were sorting the alien symbols in Land's research notes, matching them to one of the 8 rows of glyphs on that octagon we found on Xinji. And we only completed 5 rows because soon after, DES confirmed that everyone on Xinji died. Is there any way you can reach the Xinji files now? Not with Jarren's blockade, but as soon as we find a way through, I might be able to. That earns me a small smile. You're confident you'll get through? I consider. Nothing is ever completely secure. There are gaps in the QNet, but many are so tiny that not even the best wormers can find them. Confidence isn't a factor, Officer Morgan. Our lives depend on it, and I'm staying optimistic about our chances. Fair enough. She leans forward and rests her elbows on her knees. Since you marked those video files so fast, we still have another hour. Let's go take a look at those files you recovered from Xinji. Yes, sir. I insert my tangs. It doesn't take long to find the hidden cluster and bypass my own security. In fact, it's ridiculously easy, and I make a mental note to fix all of Lyra's protective measures. The files aren't big. Morgan opens the first one. It's about hearts, and it's a bit disjointed with references to romaine lettuce hearts, as well as the blood-pumping organs of a couple of the native animal species on Xinji. Not a big surprise, as the QNet had ripped apart hundreds of files and reorganized them into smaller groupings. I scan the text until my gaze snags on a reference to the alien symbols. My friend Lan sent her mother, Dr. Mindy Madry, who had retired to Planet Rho, a couple personal messages about her research. 2520, 072. It's so frustrating! I've deciphered enough of the alien symbols to translate their language, but full understanding of what it all means just slips through my fingers. Sigh. Here's an example. I discovered there are 8 symbols that are needed for the heart of the warriors. Does that mean a literal heart or a symbolic one? And then, once these hearts are woken, whatever that means, the warrior then serves as a sentinel. This implies the aliens also believe the warriors will guard them in the afterlife. But it made me think, do the warriors have hearts? We've x-rayed the warriors and examined broken ones. But what if the hearts are very fragile or dissolve when exposed to air, like the paint that had all flaked away as soon as the air hit the original warriors on Earth? I know Javier will refuse. How dare I suggest we drill a hole into one of his precious warriors? But I'm still going to try to convince him to let me look inside. In a vacuum chamber, of course. In other news, Kate is doing well at university, and I think she's fallen in love. Of course, she won't admit it to her mom. I've gotten the text version of an eye roll, but the way she goes on and on about Maddie has me convinced. Seems Lan was on the right track. Acts as a sentinel? Morgan says. Do you think that could be a reference to your warrior ghosts, Ara? The desire to correct her, they're not mine, pulses. But because I saw ghostly versions of the warriors near the hearts when the lights went out, they will be mine until someone else confirms they exist. Along with being able to see the shadow blobs, seeing the ghosts, I believe, is another side effect of picking up one of those hearts. Sorry again, Mom. It's possible, I replied to Morgan. I keep reading, and after a few irrelevant passages and a recipe using chicken hearts, yuck, there's another message from Lan to Dr. Madry. 2520-104. Good news, Mom! I pestered Javier until he agreed to let me peek inside a warrior with a camera. We found a black heart with silver symbols etched on it. The heart appeared to match a human heart in size and shape, and was attached to the warrior in the proper position. It proved to everyone I've correctly translated some of the symbols, and all the archaeologists are beyond excited. Javier picked me up and twirled me around. Then his team did open-heart surgery on the warrior to remove it, but as soon as Javier touched it, the heart disintegrated so fast, no one was able to get a sample. Still, it's a great discovery, and I have more clout with Javier. Now to figure out why the warriors have hearts. Also, I'm glad to hear you're enjoying retirement. Did Daddy really catch a fish that's 125 centimeters long? I wonder if Xinji's reports about the hearts reached DES, or if Jarren intercepted them. Are they important to what he's planning? I remember the care his thugs took when they stole certain warriors. Yet they destroyed all the remaining ones. Was it to break the hearts? Hard to tell. There is one last message from Lan to her mom. 2520-147. I still can't believe it! Yes, I know you verified my results, and Javier is convinced. His archaeologists practically carried me around on their shoulders as they opened the champagne, but it's mind-blowing to finally understand why. The aliens believed there were demons that threatened our galaxy, not ones that haunted an afterlife, but real ones. Believed it enough to build over 2 million warriors with special hearts to act as sentinels and keep the demons from crossing into our dimension. And that's mind-blowing as well. None of our astrophysicists have been able to prove there are other dimensions, even with the help of the QNet. Did the aliens discover an alternate dimension? Or did these demons arrive, surprising the aliens, and they had to figure out a way to protect themselves? Yet more questions. Like, are these demons real or part of the aliens' belief system? Of course, no one wants to test the theory. Can you imagine destroying all those warrior hearts just to discover the aliens are right about the demons? How would we protect ourselves? Shudder. Good thing we're smarter than that. I reread Lan's message. Twice. Another dimension? Demons? Mind-blowing is putting it mildly. Did Jarren read this and decide to test the aliens' theory? That would be horrific. No, he said he didn't know about the shadow blobs. But he is a murdering looter and has no trouble lying.
Ugh. Sucking in a breath, I calm my chaotic thoughts. No, Jarren isn't trying to kill everyone in the galaxy. He lives here too. If murder-suicide is his goal, he wouldn't have taken so many warriors, and he would have destroyed all of them on the planet. He has the heavy equipment to dig into the rest of the pits. He could have just... Oh, my stars. Officer Morgan, I think... I see it. I'll let the astrophysicist know about Land's speculation about the possible alternate dimension. It's not her translation, whatever you call it. Not that. What if Jarren is planning to destroy all the warriors, except enough to keep him and his goons safe? He could have already targeted more pits on Yulin. Another idea stabs me in the guts. Or he plans to sell those warriors to very rich people to keep them safe as well. Jarren's goon mentioned an obscenely rich patron. Perhaps they are the first of many future rich clients. Then my imagination kicked it up another notch. Or he could ransom the galaxy. Think about it. He could threaten to destroy all the warriors unless DES pays him. Chapter 6, 2522, 199. You have quite the imagination, Morgan says, seemingly unperturbed. Niall once suggested that I could be a criminal mastermind. I'd been joking. Okay, half joking, but still. We need to check the other pits. There was a gap in time between his two attacks. Jarren could have been raiding them. And it would either confirm my crazy theory or set my mind at ease. I'll discuss it with Radcliffe. In the meantime, let's look at the other file. Unless you're not done plotting how to overthrow the galaxy. Nice. You're just mad you didn't think of it first. Oh, don't worry. I'll give you all the credit. Smartass. I pull up the second file. It's much larger than the other. This one has references to factories. There's a report from Lan about Javier opening a few more warriors so they could examine the hearts. She speculated that they were made from a material not found on Earth and constructed in an alien factory. And her excitement when she matched the symbols on the hearts to those in her research is clear. Sadness wells inside me. Poor Lan would never learn the outcome of all her hard work. If I survive all this, I will ensure she receives full credit. There's nothing relevant in the rest of the file. Morgan and I finish and disentangle. She stands and stretches. Let's go talk to Radcliffe. Radcliffe is equally unperturbed. The three of us are sitting at the kitchen table in our unit. Considering there is no proof of an alternate dimension, nor has one ever been discovered, that's a huge leap in logic, Radcliffe says. Those halves came from somewhere, I say, and we will figure it out. Since your son and Officer Keir have volunteered, the expedition to Pit 21 is a go, Morgan says. No surprise those two volunteered. Don't remind me. Radcliffe shoots her a glare, but it's at half wattage. He must be tired. Unaffected, does anything upset the woman? Morgan says, at least the trip opening another pit will address some of Junior Officer Lawrence's concerns. The initial planetary scan shows Pit 21 is intact, but that was done before the looter attack. In the meantime, I'll schedule a meeting with the astrophysicists. Good, Radcliffe says. Anything else? I believe Aura has something to tell you. Oh, yeah. I inform Radcliffe about my failure with the Shadow Blob alarm. It did seem too good to be true. Radcliffe rubs his face.
I'm just as disappointed. I hate that the security officers in the lab will have no warning of an attack. If only I could... Why not? I mull it over. Uh-oh, she's got that look, Morgan says. Spit it out, Lawrence. Yet another insight into Jarren's machinations. Ignoring her sarcasm, I say, I could monitor the camera feeds in the lab with a portable, well, at least when I'm awake. Radcliffe leans back and drums his finger on the arm of his chair. I'm tempted, but I need your full attention on discovering a way to contact DES. Then how about a shift in the lab? In fact, I could do it alone because I can see the danger. And what happens if a Hulf breaches the lab? Morgan asks. I sound the alarm and get the hell out of there? What if it surprises you? You won't have backup. It won't. I shudder, remembering the heavy pressure on my shoulders whenever they were around. Truthfully, I'd rather have a shift guarding detention. Looters, even rioting looters, are less scary than shadow blobs. But my conscience refuses to allow me to be a chicken. You're supposed to be dead. You can't be seen, Morgan points out. I can take one of the overnight shifts. You know no one dares enter the lab except for security. I'll think about it, Radcliffe says, ending the discussion. A familiar response. At least he didn't say no. When Morgan leaves, I glance at the time. Maybe Niall is still awake. As if he can read my mind, Radcliffe says, Go to sleep, Ara. Take advantage of a full night's rest while you can. Does that mean he's decided? As usual, his expression gives nothing away. I wonder when Elise will teach me the how to look intimidating without even trying lesson, or the how to suppress your emotions lesson. Too tired to argue. I get ready for bed. An alternative dimension is the stuff of science fiction, Ara, Yine says. While there's always speculation, there's been no evidence that such a thing exists. At that moment, she reminds me of my mother. Although younger and with shorter hair, she has that, you were wasting my time with this nonsense demeanor. Plus, the QNet failed to produce a mathematical theorem that would prove its existence, Bertie adds in a gentler voice. The fact that the aliens believed in demons is a very important discovery. It explains why all these warriors are spread throughout the galaxy. Your parents must be thrilled. They are. Land's translations of the alien symbols are the first big breakthrough since the discovery of the warriors on other planets. Except their excitement is tempered by large doses of frustration because they can't get into the warrior pits. I hope this meeting will help get us closer to that goal. We're in Radcliffe's office. It's 0700, so I can still report to training on time. Lucky me. Land's messages to her mother are on the screen above his guest terminal. It's been 3 days since Morgan and I opened the files. The astrophysicists delayed the meeting until they finished the laser weapons and the sensor that will record the full electromagnetic spectrum in the pits. So, where did the Hulfs come from? I ask. We have a few theories, Bertie says. Like what? I'm not letting her get away with a vague answer. They could be native to Yulin and were disturbed by the destruction of the warriors? And native to Planet Xinji as well? The Hulfs killed... We can't know that for sure, Morgan says. Jarren said the Hulfs appeared after they raided the warrior pits, but we can't trust him. And there wasn't enough information in the files from Xinji aside from mention of the first deaths, which included multiple lacerations, evisceration, and exsanguination. But I guess that could be attributed to your average murdering psychopath. Too bad those files were stolen. even though they're mere pieces of the vast amount of data that is sent to DES from a research base. We really need to recover them. That's next on my worming to-do list after we contact DES. Or the looters could have brought the Holfs, Yine says. The looters didn't bring them, I say. They arrived because the warriors were removed and destroyed. But I might as well have been talking to one of the warriors. You were in Pit 4 during the attack, Morgan says. They could have released them in the other pits. Well, that would certainly be... I can't think of a horrible enough word to describe it. Did Jarren lie to me about what happened on Xinji? He seemed sincere at the time, but then again, he planned to leave everyone on Yulin at the mercy of the shadow blobs, so he's more than capable of deliberately killing an entire base. The important thing is to learn more about the Holfs, Yine says. I agree, but I'm not buying their theories, no matter how logical. I'll stick with my gut intuition, thank you very much. Officer Radcliffe is waiting for us in the conference room, Morgan says. Part 2. The 4 of us join him. He's sitting at the head of the large rectangular table. Niall, Bo, Elise, and Rance are also seated. The screen behind Radcliffe shows a diagram of the archaeology lab, the entrance to the pits, and the corridor that runs parallel to pits 1 to 4. We settle into the empty chairs. I choose the one next to Bo. He grins at me. Radcliffe's gaze scans the room, ensuring we're all paying attention. Doctors Carson and Zhang have built a sensor that we need to install in Pit 1. He pauses, as if expecting resistance. When no one speaks, he continues. Here's how it's going down. Officers Keir, Dory, Rance, and Radcliffe will move in step and set floodlights in an arc, creating a perimeter of light around the work area. A curved line appears on the diagram. It balloons out from the entrance to the lab and stops just inside Pit 1. It's egg-shaped. Fancy. The floodlights in the lab will be aimed at the corridor between the pit and the lab, Radcliffe says. Doctors Carson and Zhang will install the sensor and activate it. Once they return to the lab, the officers will back out of the pit in step. The balloon deflates. When all personnel are in the lab, the doors will be secured. Officer Morgan and I will be on standby in the lab. Junior Officer Lawrence will be our spotter. If she sees a Holf, those in the pits will retreat ASAP. Any questions? When is the operation, sir? Bendix asks. 2522, 204, at 0100. Rance frowns at me because I'm the reason we're going in an hour after midnight, so no one will see me. I ignore him. The fluttering in my stomach has me quite distracted. Not tonight, but tomorrow night. We're really going to open the doors to the pits, putting the 9 of us in danger, or more if the shadow blobs escape into the rest of the base. How will we know if the sensor is working? Bo asks. Bertie and I will have a portable with us. As soon as the signal is acquired, we can leave, Yine says. How long will it take to get the signal? Rance asks. Seconds after it's turned on. This op should be quick, Morgan says. We get in and we get out in less than 5 minutes. What about the laser weapons? How can we aim at the hostiles if we can't see them? Rance asks. Lawrence, Radcliffe says. If the Holfs attack, I will mark their locations for you, I say. Another frown. Rance is clearly not happy to be part of this mission. Unlike the excursion to Pit 21, Radcliffe didn't ask for volunteers. Any more questions? Radcliffe asks. Nothing but a tense silence, which Bo breaks by asking, "Can we call ourselves the Shadow Team?" Groans and sighs. "Any more legitimate questions?" A beat. "All right, you're dismissed. Back to work." Everyone gets up, and we file out. When Bo passes me, I grab his arm, stopping him. "I think the Shadow Team is a cool name." "Thanks, partner." He gives me a quick, one-arm sideways hug. It's just to annoy Niall, who's right behind us. My back warms with the glower I'm sure is on Niall's face. The last time I wiggled into my form-fitting security jumpsuit, I'd been Jarren's prisoner. Then, I tossed my clothes over the garment to conceal it, which ended up saving my life. This time, I'm not as stressed or sweaty. The stretchy black fabric is like a second skin and leaves nothing to the imagination. It resists punctures and cuts, but isn't impenetrable. I rub the scar over my left hip and wonder if the material is strong enough to block the shadow blob's sharp appendages. No, it won't come to that. I finish dressing and secure the belt, sliding my pulse gun into its holster. Its weight on my right hip balances out the more important weapon for this mission, the laser. I also have a flashlight just in case, and an extra power pack. Dimming down the lights in my room, I click the laser on. The thin red beam slices through the darkness. Nice. After lacing on my black boots, I'm ready. Both Radcliffes are waiting for me in the living area, also clad in the combat jumpsuits and sporting that confident, ready-for-anything demeanor. When Niall turns to follow his father from the unit, I take a moment to appreciate the view. Oh, come on, you do it too. He has a fine muscular, back. We meet up with Bo and Elise in Radcliffe's office. "Where are Officers Morgan and Rance?" Elise asks. "Already in the lab, on guard duty," Radcliffe says. "When we leave security, the four of us will surround Junior Officer Lawrence to keep her hidden in case we encounter anyone in the base." I've put my hair up into a tight bun so it won't get in the way. Not exactly the best disguise. Once we exit the area that's dedicated to security, Radcliffe takes point, while Bo and Niall walk on either side of me, Elise following right behind. It's hard to see within the ring of officers, although I doubt anything has changed. I grew up in research bases, and they're all the same design. Still, I've been cooped up in security for the last 31 days, so it's a nice change of scenery, even if we're walking toward danger and the creatures that have been haunting my dreams since the first looter attack. Minor details. We reach the lab without encountering anyone. No surprise, as it's almost 0100, and even the most dedicated scientists are tucked into their beds, probably dreaming of making a monumental discovery in their field. I wonder if they know we're cut off from DES and have hostile alien blobs trapped in the pits. My parents, Rance, Morgan, and the two astrophysicists are waiting for us inside. Mom and Dad clutch heavy-duty flashlights. Uh-oh. Radcliffe frowns and orders, asks them with a forceful politeness, to leave. "No," Mom says. "This is our lab, and the base is our responsibility. We won't get in the way. We'll be backups to your backups." Radcliffe stills. In this situation, where their personal safety is at risk, he does have the power to kick them out. Will he exercise it? Everyone is waiting. "Stay right by the door. If I tell you to go, you leave. No matter what. Understand?" There's a growly rumble in his voice. Radcliffe's inner guardian lion is showing. Niall and I exchange an amused look. "Yes," my parents say together, They stand right in front of the exit. At least they'll be the first to safety if this mission goes sideways. That thought doesn't help my nerves. Lots of people I care about are in this room. What if I don't spot the shadow blobs in time? Radcliffe issues orders. 4 giant floodlights on tripods are turned on. Bo, Rance, Niall, and Elise pick them up and aim them at the entrance to the pits. The extra brightness sears my eyes. Bertie and Yine hold a metallic box between them as they wait behind the 4 light-bearers. With laser weapon in hand, I join them. "It's a go," Radcliffe says. Morgan unlocks the double doors and pushes them wide. They swing into the corridor as she circles back around to stand with Radcliffe. Cool, damp air flows into the lab. Nothing but dust motes stir in the harsh stream of white light. "1," Bo calls, and steps from the smooth lab floor onto the sandstone. The other 3 match his stride. Their boots crunch in unison. 2, 3, 4. The wall of light moves further in until it reaches just inside Pit 1. A couple rows of warriors are illuminated. The techs reconstructed a number of them after the attack. Cracks zigzag through their uniforms. The statues stand almost 2 meters tall. Each face is unique, but they're all Chinese and crafted from terracotta. The red color faded to gray after thousands of years buried underground. They were never painted, unlike the ones on Earth. My father thinks the aliens learned how to make the warriors from the ancient Chinese craftsmen and then constructed the ones that they buried on 64 exoplanets. But my mom believes they were made on Earth and then transported to those other planets. Why am I even thinking about this? Better than the possibility of encountering shadow blobs. I focus on the task at hand as I walk behind Bertie and Yine. The light pushes back the darkness. The only shadows are those created by the floodlights from the lab. And they're all human or box-shaped. "Lights set," Bo calls, putting down his tripod at the same time that the others set theirs. All 4 then pull their lasers and rest their fingers on the triggers. The astrophysicists installed a sensor, securing it to the ground and fiddling with whatever it is they need to adjust. I spin in a slow circle, scanning the shadows, especially the ones that connect to the perimeter. 2 minutes, Radcliffe calls from the lab. "Not enough," Yine says. "We need 5 more. The link has been difficult." She curses under her breath in Chinese. My mother tried to teach me Chinese. She was often frustrated, which is how I learned the more colorful phrases of the language. "You have 3, Radcliffe says. Without warning, needles of cold stab my skin. The air thickens around me, pressing in, suffocating. It's a familiar and very unwelcome sensation. Fear sloshes in my stomach as I check all the shadows. An image of an army of shadow blobs massing in the darkness forms in my mind. "Hurry, hurry, hurry," I silently urge the scientists. Movement catches my attention. Why is Bo... not him, but his shadow is rising? I aim my laser at my partner. "Bo, duck!" He dives for the ground. The laser goes right through the Hulf. Nothing happens. It keeps advancing. I toss the laser to the ground, yank my flashlight, click it on, and poof! "Lasers are useless!" I yell. More shadow blobs loom behind the others. "Everyone down!" I order. They comply, and I sweep my light over them. Poof, poof, and poof. "Retreat!" Radcliffe's command echoes. The 4 officers hop to their feet, but Bertie continues to tap on her portable. Her fingers dance over the surface. "Just a sec!" "Now!" Radcliffe is standing in the threshold. "Leave the floodlights!" Rance grabs Bertie's arm and yanks her toward the lab. Yine kneels next to the sensor and fiddles with something before Elise hauls her to her feet. A sizzle and pop sounds, and one of the floodlights dies in a shower of sparks and shattered glass. We sprint for the lab. Another crack rends the air. 2 more follow. All that's left are the lights from the lab. Behind us is nothing but darkness. "Turn around! Use your flashlights!" I just about scream. Okay, yes, I screamed. Elise and Rance shove the women towards the lab before spinning around. The 5 of us back up while sweeping our beams of light. I puff a few more. "The doors are closing!" Bertie shrieks. I glance over my shoulder. Radcliffe and Morgan are fighting to hold the doors open. Stars! "Double time!" Radcliffe orders through gritted teeth. The shadow blobs thread through the gaps in our defenses. Their sharp appendages slice the fabric of our jumpsuits. The column of light from the lab narrows. Now, my parents have joined Radcliffe and Morgan, helping to keep the doors open. If they closed... No, not going there. We finally reach the lab and dive through the gap. The doors bang shut, and Morgan rushes to lock them. No one says a word for a long while. We're all huffing, either from the effort or from almost being killed. "Lawrence, did any of the Holfs escape?" Morgan asks. Good question. I inspect all the shadows in the lab. Nothing. Plus, the heavy pressure is gone, along with the cold. "No." "Did you activate the sensor?" Dad asks Bertie. "Is it working?" She jerks as if startled, then consults the portable. The rest of us hold our collective breaths. Did we just risk our lives for nothing? "It's collecting data," Bertie says. The relief is palpable. We share grins and both slaps Niall on the back. "You're bleeding," Mom says to me. I glance down. An assortment of cuts mark my arms, torso, and legs. Lovely, but I'm not the only one. Beau, Niall, Rance, and Elise also have multiple lacerations. Niall has one on his forehead. Blood streaks the side of his face. I squelch the desire to fuss over him. At least the astrophysicists are unharmed. "Morgan, ask Dr. Edwards to meet us in security," Radcliffe says. "Yes, sir." "The rest of you report to the conference room to be stitched up." "What about the lab?" Rance asks. "Who's going to guard it?" "I'll stay until the next shift arrives," Radcliffe says. I should stay as well. Before they can protest, I gesture at the entrance. They blew out the floodlights and tried to close the doors. I think I should ensure they don't find a way into the lab. Radcliffe gives me his hard stare. I meet it. "Morgan, change of plans. Have Dr. Edwards come here first," Radcliffe says. I don't alter my expression, but inside, I'm celebrating my small victory. Morgan and the others leave. Niall catches my eye on the way out. His amused smile is all I need to know, that he's applauding my efforts on the inside as well. My parents remain in the lab. "We'll wait until Dr. Edwards is finished," Mom says to me when I tell them to go to bed. I can't believe it's only 01:15. Time must have slowed while we fought off the shadow blobs. Or it could have been the adrenaline, which is wearing off. "Did you expect them to try to close the doors?" Dad asks Radcliffe. "Obviously not. Truthfully, we didn't know what to expect. We only have limited information about them." He turns to me. "Do you know why the laser didn't work?" "No, it went right through them. Perhaps it's too concentrated. Maybe Dr. Zhang and Carson will know better." "Did they show any signs of this level of intelligence before?" Radcliffe asks. The word intelligence hits me like a pulse wave. It's one thing to think they're mindless killing machines. Another to believe they know what they're doing and are purposely doing it. My heart rate spikes to unhealthy levels. "Ara." "Huh?" I sort through my memories. It seems like they waited until they had enough of them before they attacked us. So I guess that's a sign. And they cut the lights in the pits. Hard to forget the instant blackness and Beau's cry of pain. And the emergency backup lights, my dad adds. Even scarier. I'd hoped that was instinctual, Radcliffe says. But the doors... He rubs his right bicep. Either they're very strong, or there were a lot of them. Did you see how many, Ara? No. I puffed at least a dozen, but I didn't see the ones pushing the doors. Too busy fighting for my life. My mom's dark eyebrows crinkle together. You said they waited for more Holfs. That implies they didn't all arrive at once. I mull over her comment. I wasn't in the pits that much, but each time I was, I spotted more. Or was I more aware of their presence? No, the pressure increased. If they're coming from an alternate dimension, and the gateway is guarded by the warriors, then when warriors are destroyed, maybe it gives the shadow blobs an opportunity to cross over. There's no proof of another dimension? I know, Mom, but there was no indication that these Holfs existed, yet here they are. Except that's not quite right. Land's translation of the alien symbols did say the warriors were built to protect against demons. What if the Holfs aren't the demons they're referring to? What if... I gasp. What's wrong? Mom asks. You're pale. You should sit down. Spencer, get the first aid kit. I'm fine. I bat away her efforts to guide me to a chair. What if these Holfs are the ones who built and installed the warriors? And the reason they're trying to kill us is they're pissed because their warriors were destroyed. All three adults stare at me as if I've just grown antennas. I review my logic, and I don't think it warrants such a reaction. My dad is first to break the awkward silence. That's an interesting way to look at it. If that were the case, Mom stares into the distance. Being averse to light would be problematic. They'd have to travel through space in order to place the warriors. Good point. Unless spaceships don't need windows. Our interstellar-class ships can navigate without them, and all the warriors have been found underground, sealed off from natural light. Or, if they are from another dimension, maybe that one doesn't have visible light. Yet you hypothesized that the warrior ghosts in the factory kept the Holfs from attacking, Radcliffe says. Wouldn't that mean they're at odds? Another good point. Regardless, it's all pure speculation, Radcliffe says. Let's hope that censor comes up with some real answers. We all stare at the doors that lead to the pits. I imagine words mysteriously appearing on them, one letter at a time, with ominous music playing in the background. It spells out, "Here there be demons." Chapter 7, 25-22-204. A throat clears behind us. Dr. Edwards stands at the threshold with his medical kit. His short gray hair is sticking up at one side. "Why wasn't I informed ahead of time that you planned a dangerous mission, Officer Radcliffe? I would have been happy to assign you a medic to be on site." I look at Radcliffe. The chief of security actually appears abashed. He probably didn't want more people in harm's way, and I wonder if he's going to offer an excuse. "Sorry, Doc. It won't happen again," Radcliffe says. Huh? So he does know how to apologize. He still owes me one. Good. I don't appreciate being woken in the middle of the night. Now, Ara, sit down before you fall over. Yes, the doctor knows about my new name. He saved my life. I'm indebted to this man, so I sit and hold out my arms and then my legs for inspection. 5 of the cuts require a couple small stitches that will dissolve in a few days. The rest of the lacerations aren't deep, but they sting like crazy when he cleans them with a sharp antiseptic, which makes me ponder the possibility of cross-contamination. The shadow blobs drew blood, so they have to have our blood on their appendages. And what if they left behind some alien bacteria or a strange incurable disease in my wound? Could I turn into one of them? My imagination must be set on overactive. I've been stabbed by them before, and I haven't had any ill effects. Not that I noticed. As for them, would one of our viruses kill them? I don't think the good doctor has a vial of Parvartian pox in his bag, and I doubt the adults would appreciate yet another wild speculation from me. When Dr. Edwards leaves to tend to the others, my parents don't follow him. Now what? My mother sweeps her hand out, indicating me and the entrance to the pits. How does this factor into our expedition to Pit 21? She asks Radcliffe. You saw the Holfs in action. I'm hoping it has changed your mind about opening another pit. None of the warriors in Pit 21 have been damaged. The Holfs appeared after the looters destroyed the ones in Pits 1 to 4. Not one to be out-stubborned. Is that a word? Radcliffe says, all the security volunteers for your team are covered with lacerations. They might not be willing to risk their lives again. Uncertain, Mom glances at me. I'm still going. Why? Radcliffe asks me in a flat tone. We need information. The Holfs aren't our only problem. You're right. We still have Jarren's blockade to breach. Once we can contact DES, then you'll have time to search for the stolen files from Xinji. If you recover all of Lan's research notes, you will have plenty of information, Radcliffe says. The key word being if. We can't risk everyone's lives for an if. We need to explore as many options as possible. My parents appear queasy, as if they are torn between being proud of me and worried for me. Radcliffe just shakes his head. Dad goes over to one of the terminals in the lab. He inserts his tangs, but he keeps the screen dark. I check the shadows, frequently. If everything stays on schedule, we'll leave for Pit 21 on day 214, my dad says. He disentangles and stands. Lily, can you ask the other officers if they're still willing to go? I can, but I'm pretty sure they will be, and will probably be offended to be asked. Good. Do you need us to stay, just in case? He picks up his flashlight. No, go to bed. I shoo them, but they each hug me before leaving. Now, it's just me and Radcliffe. He faces the entrance with his flashlight in hand. And you know what? Guard duty is super boring. After an hour, I almost wish a shadow blob would peek out just to give me something to do besides yawning. The desire to sleep grows with every passing second. Soon, not even my throbbing cuts are enough to keep me alert. I lean against one of the lab tables and fight the pull of gravity, which, in spite of the law of physics, grows stronger each eternal minute. I jerk awake when a head bob almost sends me crashing to the floor. Despite the late hour, Radcliffe's still vigilant. How do you do it? I ask him. Do what? Stay awake when nothing's happening. I've had years of practice. He peers at me in amusement. You don't think I started out as the chief of security? Actually, I couldn't imagine him doing anything else, and that's saying something considering my imagination lately. You mean you weren't born with a pulse gun in your hand? He laughs, and I just about faint. That's only the second time I've made Radcliffe laugh since I've known him. I'm sure my mother would have mentioned that, he says, still smiling. No, I began like you and Niall, a junior officer. Wow. Did you grow up on a spaceship like Niall? No, I grew up on Earth and joined DES when they sent out a recruiting call in 2080. His smile fades as he glances at his hands, then me. I didn't have any skills except with my fists. I lived in a rough neighborhood, so they assigned me to security. Ah. Was it hard to leave your family and Earth behind? I think of my brother, who I still miss. Phoenix is in a time jump and due to arrive at Earth in 42 years. At that time, he'll still be 18, and I'll be 59 years old, if I stay on Yulene. Oh, no, best thing I ever did. His gaze turns. If I didn't know any better, I'd say wistful. I met Janella, Niall's mother, on that first assignment. She worked in the galley until her paintings became famous. Famous? I learned about a bunch of painters from old Earth up to the new spacefaring pioneers. I run through the names, but no Janella Lawrence. Maybe Janella Radcliffe? Recalling the paintings in my room, I try to envision the signature, and then it hits me. She's JL! She was. Was. That heavy word just slices right through me. Way to go. I'm sorry. An inadequate, weak, stupid response. He nods. At least I'm smart enough not to ask how she died. Instead, I think of her paintings. My room is filled with them. Niall didn't tell me. To him, she was just Mom. A touch of amusement returns to Radcliffe's eyes. Your mother is well known and highly respected in the scientific community. Do you tell your friends that? No way. I complain to my friends about how annoying and overprotective she is. Funny, he says, deadpan. I believe you think the same thing of me. At least I'm not playing favorites. He huffs. Come on. You gotta admit I'm surrounded by guardian lions. Guardian lions? Oops. The ones in China. They guard... I've heard of them. Radcliffe stares at the door to the pits. It's an apt description. And I can't take any credit. It's Niall's. No comment. I mull over all the stuff I've learned about Radcliffe. If he joined DES in 2080, he had to be at least 18, which means Radcliffe is at least 460 years old. Oh, my stars. A million questions about Earth and the places he's been bubble up my throat, but I swallow them all down. Bad enough I reminded him of his dead wife. Instead, I switched to a safer topic. With all those years of practice guarding, things, have you learned a trick to keep awake? I ask. Coffee helps, and talking to your colleagues like we're doing now. Except there are some situations where having a conversation is distracting, and all your attention must be focused on the thing you're keeping safe. I ignore the jab. And then what do you do? I imagine what would happen if I failed at my duty. Who would get hurt? What would happen? He gestures to the entrance. In this case, if the Hulfs escaped the pits, they would kill everyone on the base. That's enough to keep me alert. And it should do the same for me. Yet after 20 minutes of quiet, I'm struggling to stay awake. I rub my arms, inflaming the healing cuts. Pain pushes the fatigue away.
Eventually, though, that stops working. Maybe it's because I know there's no threat. No pressure or spikes of cold to indicate lurking shadow blobs. I try pacing and bouncing on the balls of my feet. Maybe if I do a kata. There's a reason I haven't assigned you a shift to guard the lab or detention, Radcliffe says. This ought to be good. And that is? It's not in your skill set. Huh. I've been training, and I think I've shown I can handle the shadow. That's not what I meant. This is mindless work. You don't do mindless. You never have. I need your sharp mind in the QNet, not sleep-deprived. But I want to help the team, and that's how you can help the best. Think about it. What happens if we don't contact DES? What happens if we don't figure out how to counter the Holfs? Fair point. Except, doing that isn't being a part of the team. Bo does both. He does. However, he doesn't have as many shifts on guard duty as some of the others. Oh, I'd hoped doing my share of guard duty would ease the tension between me and the majority of the officers. From what I've heard, you're making an impression on the team, Radcliffe says. Did the man just read my mind? Scary thought. Yeah, the wrong one. The words just slipped out of my mouth. I blame my exhaustion. Oh? He focuses on me. How to explain without sounding like a whiny 4-year-old? I think my propensity for making suggestions and speaking my mind hasn't been welcome. And that Bo is scared of my new worming skills. Huh, where did that come from? But when I examine our encounters, it makes more sense than jealousy. What are you going to do about it? Radcliffe asks. Me? I tried easing their workload, but that didn't work. I asked for a shift. I sense this is a trick question. Nothing. Good. Keep making those suggestions. It's my job to decide if they're worthwhile or not. The safety of this team is on me, not you. I knew that. It obviously needed to hear it because it helps. A lot. Bendix and Ho arrive at 0500 for their shift in the lab. I'm struck by how Ho Lu is the complete opposite of Gordy Bendix. He's thin and wiry with black hair and olive-colored skin like mine. I'm glad the swelling around his nose is gone. All's quiet, Radcliffe says. The men look at me as if waiting for confirmation. The lab is clean, I say. No sign of Holfs. Any chance they'll get through? Bendix gestures to the entrance to the pits. I cover my surprise over the fact he asked me. They couldn't get past the floodlights in the lab when we had the doors open, but there's always a chance they might find a way in. An idea occurs to me. Did you feel cold when you were at the door? I ask Radcliffe. It did seem cooler, but I thought it was from the pits. I'll have to check with the others to see if they noticed. In the meantime, I say, if the temperature quickly drops in here, skedaddle and sound the alarm. Bendix's wide shoulders relax a bit. He shoots me a grateful smile. Progress. Radcliffe raises an eyebrow. Skedaddle? Move with the utmost haste, sir, Bendix supplies. I see Officer Dory has been in the dictionary cluster again. Let's go before everyone wakes up, Lawrence. Radcliffe and I head back to security. The hallways are mostly deserted. Radcliffe takes point and checks each corridor first. We only have to change routes twice to avoid a couple early risers. We arrive back at our unit at 0530. I aim for my bedroom. Training at 0800, he calls, sounding gleeful. I bite my lip to keep a groan from escaping. It's all part of the lesson. Plus, I can handle one day without a good night's sleep, right?
0730 arrives 2 seconds after my head settled on the pillow. I swear, time is plotting against me. Dragging my body out of bed is a colossal effort, but I manage to change into my workout clothes, eat, and arrive in the training room 1 minute early. I squint in the bright lights as Elise scans me. "You look like hell, Lawrence," she says. "Good morning to you, too." She grunts in amusement. "How deep are your injuries?" Pushing up the tunic's sleeves, I examine the rows of healing cuts. The ointment Dr. Edward used accelerates the process, but it still takes time. 11 stitches. You? She reveals her arms. 15 stitches. So I guess we won't be sparring today. You got that right. We'll focus on cardio and strength. Give me 40 laps around the room, recruit. We really means me doing all the work, while Elise supervises. The morning turns into a blur of endless exercises, but I remember to ask her about the temperature change in the pits before I start target practice. She rubs her leg. Nah, my adrenaline was jacked, too busy dodging invisible weapons to notice. I pause. The shadow blobs scare me, and I can see them. Not being able to see the threat must be terrifying. And that reminds me. My father wants to know if you're still willing to go on the expedition. Elise snorts in derision. Of course. Who else is going to protect that pampered ass of yours? Thought so. Despite my fatigue, target practice goes well. Mr. Orange Light winks out more times than ever. My best session so far. It's either due to being motivated by the attack or because my muscles don't have the energy to be tense. I'm hoping for the former. There's no way I'll be relaxed around shadow blobs or looters. When I meet up with Beau after lunch, he's sporting a similar collection of cuts. His are harder to spot among the spiderweb tattoos around both his elbows. 17 stitches, he says, almost proud of the fact. You beat me and Elise. But not Niall. He has 25. Ouch, poor guy. Don't look like that, Beau admonishes. Doc gave him the day off, the lucky bugger. He gets to lie in bed all day. The desire to join him pulses in my chest. Right now, heaven would be curling up in bed with Niall. To sleep, people. I doubt I'd have energy to do more. Besides, we're both injured. Wait. Concern flares around my heart. Why did Niall get the day off? It's nothing to worry about. A couple of his wounds were deep, and the doc was concerned about blood loss. A day in bed should fix him right up. Now, let's get to work. Beau and I entangled with the Q-net and gently probed Jarren's blockade for a weakness or hole we could slip through. It takes a light touch and super-focused concentration. After a couple of hours, I'm straining to stay on task. A headache thumps in my temples. I hate to admit this, and I'll never say it to Radcliffe, but the man is right. Lack of sleep and worming are a bad combination. Careful, Beau warns. I back away before my clumsiness sets off the alarm. That was close. Beau and I go to a neutral Q cluster to regroup. The door behind us opens. The intrusion of the physical world while deep in the Q-net is an odd sensation. Normally, no one bothers us while we're worming. Dory, I need you for a few minutes, Morgan says. It's important. A vibration flutters through the cluster, probably due to Beau's annoyance over being interrupted. Stay here. I'll be back. Beau disentangles. While I wait, I consider possible routes to DES. I wish I understood exactly how the Q-net transmits messages and reports over vast distances without being affected by the time dilation. If I could comprehend the equations used by the Q-net, perhaps I could discover a way to send a message to DES without alerting Jarren. However,
I'd need another 4 years of advanced mathematics just to learn the basics. The pain in my head intensifies. I cross my arms on the desk and rest my forehead on them. There's nothing of interest in this cluster. To me, a cluster is like a cavern in a cave system that has a bunch of narrow tunnels leading to and away from it. This cluster only has one tunnel coming in and one going out. Rather boring until the walls turn transparent. That's never happened before. Beyond the cluster is star roads. And then I'm flying. I swirl and dip and swim through the Q-net. It's exhilarating. It's amazing. I'm welcomed, embraced, twirled and flung to the very edges of space. Time is fluid and spread across the universe like peanut butter on bread. All the answers are right here. I could find a way to DES, but DES is such a tiny part of the Q-net. It's irritating, a parasite. Better to soar along the star roads, to become... Aura! Bo shakes my shoulder. Wake up! The Q-net shrinks. Once again, the walls are opaque, and I'm confined to the dull Q-cluster. I mourn the loss. Disentangle now, he orders. I'm okay. I sit up. The motion ignites the pain in my head, and I press my fingertips on my temples to keep my skull from exploding. Imagining Bo's office walls covered with bits of splattered brain doesn't help. Disentangle. Bo's tone is firm. The effort sends spikes of fire from my hair to my toes. Ouch! I pull out my tangs, then cradle my head in my hands, closing my eyes. Should I call the doctor? He asks. No, I just need a painkiller. Bo rustles around, opening drawers. The door creaks open. It's quiet for a few seconds before his footsteps sound. Here. I open one eye. He hands me a glass of water and 2 pills. I down them in one gulp. Relief can't come soon enough. That was really dangerous and stupid, Bo says. At a loss for words, I consider what happened. The sensations and feelings I experienced were similar to when I died, which should alarm me, but it doesn't. You what? I didn't know I fell asleep. I just thought... This time, he waited for me to find the right description. I thought I'd found the heart of the Q-net, and it was just about to reveal itself to me. Crazy, I know. Which is why you never ever fall asleep while entangled. Stars, girl, you could have gone catatonic. Now he's being dramatic. There's only a very tiny chance. Almost everyone who dozes off wakes up disentangled. With your track record, I wouldn't be surprised if you fall into that tiny percentage. His tone is hard and angry. And don't forget, I woke you. Who knows what would have happened if you'd slept longer or deeper? I may have found a way to communicate with DES. However, I keep that to myself, or risk having my head examined. Well, you're no good to me now, he says, still grumpy. Go get some rest. I'm about to protest when I recall how I almost triggered an alarm before I fell asleep. Okay. He squints at me in suspicion. I turn to go before he can question me, then pause, remembering to ask him about the encounter with the Holfs. Did you feel anything before they attacked? Bo rubs his arm. Yeah, cold. The pits are always damp, but there was a wave of cold air that hit me from behind right before you told me to duck. Why? I explained how that could alert the officers guarding the pits. Also, are you still willing to go on the expedition to Pit 21? I'm insulted that you thought you needed to ask. Not me, my father. Bo grunts. You know my answer. I did. On your way out, Tell Morgan I'll be finished with the analysis sooner than expected. Seems I have some free time this afternoon." He gives me a pointed look. "Is that what Morgan interrupted us for?" I ask. "No, there was a situation in detention. Morgan rearranged roommates and needed a couple extra guards to keep everyone civil." "Another riot?" "No, nothing on that scale. It was a fight between two prisoners. Tempers have been flaring. Morgan's mixing it up so two people don't get on each other's nerves as often. Give some a cell to themselves for a while, things like that, hoping to settle everyone down. You know those cells are too small for even one person, let alone two." "Actually, I don't. I've never been in one." I smirk. "Brat." He gives me a grudging smile, though. "If you're feeling better, I have—" "Ow, my head!" I press my hand to my forehead and skedaddle before he can assign me to some mundane task. I relay his message to Morgan and then head back to my unit, except I stop outside Niles instead. Standing there, I debate. The desire to check on him and ensure he's okay wars with being unwilling to disturb his rest. The door opens before I can make up my mind. Niles wearing pajama pants and nothing else. Oh, my stars. His bare torso is sculpted with muscles. The desire to run my hands over his chest presses on me. Then I spot the lacerations along his arms and shoulders, and the gash on his forehead sports a row of stitches. His hair is damp and slicked back from a recent shower. The intoxicating scent of sage-grass reaches me, confirming my guess. An image of Niall in the shower sends a bolt of heat through me. "Something wrong, Mouse?" he asks when I continue to stand there like an idiot and stare. "I came to check on you. Bo said—" I draw in a breath. Get a grip, girl. "Why aren't you resting?" "Because I heard footsteps pause outside my unit. Why didn't you knock?" "I didn't want to bother you." He huffs in amusement. "How are you feeling?" I ask. Instead of answering, he grabs my hand and tugs me inside, closing the door behind me. I follow him into the small living area. On the floor next to the couch is a sketch pad and pencil. On the open page is a half-finished drawing of me, wearing my security jumpsuit. My posture is tense, and I'm wielding my flashlight like a weapon. Wisps of hair frame my face. My expression is fierce. I meet Niall's gaze. "I'm going to call it chasing the shadows when it's done," he says. "Technically, shadow blobs. That doesn't sound as good." "You never answered my question." He pulls me down to sit next to him on the couch. "I'm much better now that you're here. Have you rested at all?" "I slept until a decadent hour. Besides, drawing is relaxing, and you were on my mind." He drapes his arm over my shoulder, tucking me close. The scent of his shampoo is now mixed with a decidedly male musk. I inhale, filling my lungs. "Bo said you needed 25 stitches. He snorts in derision. "Everything's a competition with him." "Still." "Your dad's worried about the expedition to Pit 21. My dad—" "I'm still going." No surprise. I snuggle in, resting my head on his shoulder. "Aren't you supposed to be worming with Dory?" he asks. I explain what happened and endure the admonishments. Good thing I didn't mention flying along the star roads. It's one of those things that I know I should fess up to, but am reluctant for reasons unknown. Okay, I wish to avoid the unpleasantness that will no doubt occur. Brain scans aren't fun, people. When I reassure him that my headache is gone, it has. I say, "It got me a few hours off to rest." I trace the cut on his forehead with a gentle fingertip. "We can rest together." Heat flares in his blue-green eyes. Then his lips press on mine, and I deepen the kiss. We shift so I'm sitting in his lap and we're facing each other.
I finally get to do what I've wanted since he opened the door. I run my hands over his bare skin. He shivers under my touch. Emboldened, I explore the planes of his chest and tangle my fingers in his damp hair. Groaning, he leans forward. I rake my nails lightly down his spine, dipping toward his waistband. He breaks the kiss off. His eyes shine, and he's a bit breathless. I fear you have me at a disadvantage. I'm well more than a bit breathless. I do? Yes, and I need to rectify the situation. He tugs at the bottom of my shirt until it pulls free. Then he pauses, seeking my permission. My heart rate jacks up as I nod. In one smooth move, he takes off my shirt and tosses it to the floor. He studies me, and I'm super glad I'm wearing a decent bra. It's not sexy, 'cause I wasn't expecting this when I dressed. His hands snake around me and grab the clasp of my bra. Again, he waits for my nod before unhooking the garment. I'm impressed with his skill, and gasp when he cups my breasts. Fire races over my skin and gathers deep down. Niall reclaims my lips, and then it's all raw sensations and pulsating desire. Being skin to skin heightens each touch. After a good long time, we stop to catch our breaths. Somehow, we ended up lying down on the couch, side by side. "You're beautiful, Mouse," Niall whispers in my ear. His words warm my insides. I stroke his cheek, rubbing my thumb over the stubble on his jaw. He grabs my wrist. "You're bleeding." One of my stitches ripped open. I didn't even feel it. Of course, now that I'm aware of it, pain needles into my arm. I'd ignore it, but Niall insists on bandaging it. And when he gets up to fetch the first aid kit, I see that he's torn a few of his as well. By the time we're done, I'm cold and hug my arms to my chest. Niall grabs a blanket, and we return to the couch. He covers us and nestles in next to me. It's warm and comfortable, and I can't keep my eyes open. We've fallen asleep together before, but this time, with skin on skin, it is so much nicer. What's not so nice is the pounding on the door that startles us awake. Niall surges to his feet and goes over to see who's making all the noise. He turns on the screen. "It's my dad," he says. Chapter 8, 25-22-204. "Shit," I say, scrambling to put on my bra and shirt, tucking it in. The banging grows louder. Radcliffe must be pissed. Niall glances at me. I'm pulling my hair into a ponytail. He waits a beat before opening the door. "What's the emergency?" he asks his father. "Is Aura with you?" Radcliffe demands. My emotions swing from embarrassed to confused. Shouldn't Radcliffe know exactly where I am? Niall steps back. "Yes." Radcliffe storms into the living room. Uh-oh. He glares at me. Okay, that's not the reaction I expected. Not that Niall and I were doing anything wrong, but why is his father angry at just me? "What did you do to the QNet?" Radcliffe asks. Wait. What do you mean? "Don't act innocent. What did you do to prevent me from finding you?" "Nothing." "Don't lie." Oh no, he doesn't get away with that. I stand up and glare right on back at him. "I'm not. All you need to do is ask the QNet where I am." "I did, and it wouldn't tell me." It wouldn't? Those two words just didn't go together. The cameras in security are on a closed loop, so no one can worm into them and see me. But Radcliffe should be able to access that loop. That doesn't make sense. "Not helping," Radcliffe almost growls. I pull my tangs from my pocket and head toward Niall's terminal. Radcliffe grabs my arm. "Where do you think you're going?" "To figure out the problem." He releases me. "Leave the screen on." Seriously. "Put your tangs in and trail me then."
His surprise lasts a millisecond before he follows me to the terminal. I sit down, insert my entanglers, and suck in a breath. "What's wrong?" Niall asks. The QNet is different. It's like someone came in and changed all the colors. The layers shine and appear more translucent. "Mouse?" "Nothing's wrong." I access the security camera feeds. They appear to be functioning normally and correctly pinpoint the other officers, but when I inquire about my whereabouts, it shows nothing. Odd. I look at the feeds from the training room earlier today. Elise is there, but I'm not. And I fail to show up in any of the feeds from the last couple days. In fact, the places where I should have been are changed so it doesn't look like people are talking to an invisible person, as if I've been erased from existence. "Care to explain that?" Radcliffe asks aloud, probably for Niall's benefit. "I can't. Not yet." I check the programming, and nothing triggered the alarms. All is as it should be. So what happened? I need to go deeper. Problem is, I shouldn't be able to do it on this terminal, and with Radcliffe tagging along, oh well, he's bound to find out sometime. I go deeper and examine the protective measures around the security cameras in detail. It's a slow process and takes a while to tease out the problem. Oh, my stars. "Is that—" "Yes," I interrupt Radcliffe. "Jarren tried to access the cameras in security." "Can he do that?" Niall asks in alarm. "That's the thing. Sort of." "What the hell does that mean?" "It means that when I programmed the QNet to watch our cameras, I had to create a very small link to that closed loop in security. Otherwise, the QNet wouldn't be able to locate the officers or check for intruders. When Jarren wormed into the camera feeds for the base, he found that tiny link, so the QNet allowed him to view the security feeds, but it removed all images of me." "Can it do that?" Niall asks. Radcliffe is quiet. Too quiet, and that worries me. Obviously, but more importantly, why did it do it? I dig into the cluster. Huh? Huh? What? Talk to me, Mouse. When I was setting up the programs for monitoring the base's cameras, I must have inadvertently included an extra protection around my image. I don't remember doing it, but I was worried about Jarren finding me at the time. So when Jarren wormed into the feeds, the QNet translated that into erasing my image. It's odd, but it saved me. But if Jarren was worming into the feeds, why didn't it alert us? Niall asks. He didn't trigger any of the alarms. Disgust that our measures weren't enough mixes with admiration for his mad worming skills. He's still a murdering looter, though. Except the QNet seemed to know he wasn't supposed to be there. True. Yeah, but without a breach in the security protocols, it couldn't stop him. The bigger problem is why didn't it let us know it altered the feeds? Radcliffe asks. But I don't think he expects me to answer. It's a good question. If the QNet had let Radcliffe know, then he wouldn't have come barging in here accusing me of lying. I shoot him another glare, but he's not paying attention. Instead, I try to figure out an answer. The QNet isn't programmed to message us if that happens. I can put in a program for any future occurrences. All right. It doesn't take me long to weave in another protocol that will alert Radcliffe of any alterations to our security made by the QNet. Done. Is Jarren still monitoring the camera feeds in security? Radcliffe asks. It appears that he, or someone who works with him, checks in from time to time. Do you want me to fix the hole he's worming through? Not now, Radcliffe says. You can do it tomorrow when you're rested. Besides, it seems the Q-net is doing a good job protecting you. We disentangle, and I wait for an apology. Of course, I don't get it. Radcliffe squints at his son. While we were in the Q-net, Niall put on a shirt. Smart man. Radcliffe turns to me. Officer Dory sent you back to rest. Why didn't you? I came to check on Niall and fell asleep on his couch. The truth. A grunt. We better get back. Your parents are worried. Oh, no. Seems when my mother came to wake me up for dinner, she found my room empty. Radcliffe asked the Q-net for my location, and you know the rest. My parents' reaction to the Q-net's odd response, and the fact Jarren wormed into the feeds, is the same as mine. A combination of gratitude and fear. It would probably be a good idea to keep Ara out of the Q-net since Jarren's snooping around. Except we need to re-establish contact with DES, Radcliffe says while we are eating. I keep quiet, despite the fact that he practically blamed me for the Q-net's strange behavior. Am I to blame? The Q-net did appear to be different. Falling asleep while entangled shouldn't have had any effect. Well, there's that chance of going catatonic. Maybe I am catatonic. And all this is just happening in my mind. Trying not to panic, I press my fingers on one of my deeper cuts. Pain spreads. It's a relief until I think, no, I need to stop thinking, or I'm going to go crazy. Instead, I focus on the conversation and dodge the questioning looks from my mother. She didn't say anything when Radcliffe explained I fell asleep on Niall's couch, but if I know her, and I do, she's just waiting to have a private word with me. After dinner, Niall and I are sent to bed like we are a pair of misbehaving teenagers. Different beds, of course. Radcliffe uses the doctor's orders excuse for Niall, and I'm just nagged until I relent. My mom follows me into my room for, you guessed it, a girl talk. We sit on the bed, and I set the record straight about how everyone has jumped to the wrong conclusion, because they have, even if they didn't say so aloud. But I endure the lecture and pay attention to my birth control options. What else can I do? My mom has my best interests at heart, and this talk is more for her than me. Huh? I must be maturing. When she finishes, I say, "Can I ask you a question?" "Of course, anything. You know that." I do, but this is personal. "When was your first time?" She hesitates. Perhaps anything doesn't really mean anything. But then she straightens. "I was 20, and it was with your father. I'd like to tell you that we made an informed decision and used protection, but we were drunk." She laughs. It's almost a giggle. My mother giggling? Wonders never cease. "We lucked out, or your brother would have been born 5 years before we were ready." I can't imagine Mom not being anything other than a confident parental authority. Being drunk? Irresponsible? No, not going there. "Your father and I waited until we got to know each other and were in love. I think that's important." "Do you love Niall?" "Do I? We've only been dating 54 days, but I think of him a lot. I'd rather be with him than anyone else, and he's in all my future plans. Not that I have a set course of action except to survive Jarren and the shadow blobs. I'm hopeful that I'll have a happily ever after, and Niall will still be by my side. Is that love?" "You don't have to answer that," Mom says, after a lengthy silence. She gives me a gentle hug, being careful not to inflame my injuries. She pulls the blanket up to my chin and kisses my forehead. "Don't give me that look. You're never too old to be tucked in." True. Plus, I secretly enjoy being tucked in, all safe and secure. But I'll never tell Mom that. Well, maybe when I'm older. She leaves and turns off the lights, and I lie there, remembering the afternoon with Niall. Too bad we fell asleep, as I would have loved to make him shiver again, and more. I unleash my creativity, imagining many ways to accomplish that. I drift asleep, dreaming of kissing Niall. We're on his couch. After a while, he stops and stands, holding out his hands. "Come on," Dream Niall says, grasping my wrists and tugging me to my feet. "Let's fly." And then we soar through the QNet, dipping and twirling and racing across the galaxy. I'm surrounded by softness, safe and secure, all tucked in. "Thank you for protecting me," I say, but Niall is no longer with me. I'm addressing the QNet, and it understands. So while I'm in this crazy dream state, I ask it to let Officer Radcliffe know if anyone tries to worm into our protections. It agrees, or I think the warm pulse inside my chest is agreement. Through the QNet, I zip back to Planet Yulin. The security measures we've woven surround the planet like a bubble, but there should be connections to DES branching off it like tentacles. Beyond our measures is a black balloon that encases the planet. It's Jarren's web of programs. It's blocking us from reaching DES. The answer to our problem is to pierce Jarren's balloon without popping it and connect to DES. Difficult to do from the surface of the planet. Could DES create a connection to us? Perhaps if they were aware of the problem. In my dreams, I fly to DES and navigate through their security like a river through the mountains. It's fun and exhilarating, zooming around curves and plummeting over the cliffs. Seeking out any navigators not in a time jump, I reach Chief Vasily, who was entangled with the QNet. In order to avoid scaring him by just popping into his head, I compose a message. 2522, 205. Chief Vasily, the scientists and security personnel on planet Yulin are not dead. We're alive, but being blocked from communicating with DES by looters who have a wormer working with them. Please find a way to reach us without letting the looters know. Then, I debate about who to list as the sender. According to DES, Lyra Daniels is on Yulin, status unknown. My records show my internship with Chief Hashi, so that will give Vasily more evidence that I have the skills to send the message. But I'm still a minor, and he has no idea of just how accomplished I am. I make the message from Chief of Security, Officer Tace Radcliffe. Of course, this is all a dream, so it's moot. My duty done, I play, zipping and spinning. I cross the galaxy in seconds and hover at its edge. The void between galaxies yawns wide and dark. Our closest neighbor is the Canis Major dwarf galaxy at 42,000 light-years away from the Milky Way's core. But it's being slowly pulled apart by the Milky Way's gravity, and its long filament of stars, gas, and dust wraps around the Milky Way 3 times. And, while I'm being an astronomy geek in my dreams, that filament is called the Monoceros Ring. Yet even that short, when you consider the size of the universe, distance to Canis Major is impossible to cross. The QNet star roads end at the edges of the Milky Way. Did the developers believe that exploring the galaxy would take so long that we'd outgrow the QNet and invent a new technology that would take us beyond our galaxy? Amusement from the QNet over that thought fills me. I'm aware of how ridiculous it sounds, but I sense it all the same. A strident sound emanates. It yanks me from the edge, and I fall toward it. I resist. Flying in the QNet is too much fun. but it's stronger and more persistent, and I can't remain. I'm ejected into my own body with a blaze of pain that jolts me awake. Clutching my head, I curl into a ball, only dimly aware I'm on the floor. My "you overslept" alarm is screeching. Its high-pitched tones stab into my skull like a sharp dagger. All I can do is press my hands over my ears to keep my brain from being squeezed out like a pimple. I'd laugh at the image, but I'm afraid I'll expel the contents of my stomach. A horrible pressure builds on my skin. My bones creak under its weight. Blurry black boots appear in front of me. The alarm stops. Thank the universe. Radcliffe talks, but nothing makes sense. He crouches down, peering at me. I see solar systems swirl in his brown eyes. "Doctor," I gasp, "please." Then, the world crushes me. The pain dissolves, leaving behind blissful darkness. On the edges, I sense the Q-net. It wishes for me to fly. I resist. Flying has consequences. Instead, I float in the void for, I've no idea, but it's nice here, so stop bothering me. Small noises intrude on my peace. My name rouses me. A cold prick in my arm accelerates awareness of my surroundings. For indeed, I am lying in my bed. Someone pries open my eyelid. I flinch at the sudden light and bat at the offending hand. It moves away and I squeeze my eyes shut. "She's awake," Dr. Edwards says. Is that relief in his voice? "What happened?" Mom asks gently. Her fingers entwine with mine. "I dreamt I flew." "That doesn't make any sense," Dad says. "Just how many people are in here?" "She's been referring to worming as flying," Bo says. "Maybe that incident yesterday caused some sort of delayed backlash." I peek out. My room isn't that big, yet 5 people stand inside. Radcliffe hovers in the doorway. "Lily, is that it? Is this because you fell asleep while worming?" Dad asks. "I don't know. Or do I?" "The sensors in her brain could be damaged," Dr. Edwards says. "She could be accessing the Q-net through Tace's terminal." "Without entanglers? And this far away?" Mom asks. "That's hard to believe." The queasiness in my stomach turns sour. "I dreamt I was flying through the Q-net." "Like when you died?" Mom's voice catches on the D word. "Yes," I confess, and wait for the inevitable questions. They don't disappoint. Yes, I should have told them sooner. No, I didn't fall asleep with my tangs in last night. No, I didn't do it on purpose. Yes, it was a very vivid dream. No, I don't think I actually accessed the Q-net, 'cause that would be impossible. Unless I'm catatonic and still slumbering in Bo's office. No, then I would have never woken from my adventures. I'd still be flying, and there wouldn't have been pain. There's much discussion that doesn't involve me, and I'm happy to lie there. I don't protest when Dr. Edwards schedules a late-night brain scan, because I'd rather never wake up with that excruciating pain again. Eventually, the adults leave, and I'm instructed to rest, except that's what got me in this mess in the first place. I grab my mom's arm in a panic. "Don't let me fall asleep." She sits on the edge of my bed, taking my hand in both of hers. "You're going to have to sleep eventually." And my body feels as if I'd spent the night sparring Elise. What if it happens again, and I can't wake up? While being trapped in the Q-net isn't the worst thing, I'm not ready to leave the physical world. Niall's kisses are worth remaining for. Mom squeezes my hand. "I'll stay with you. If it looks like you're having another nightmare, I'll wake you." "You have work?" Shh. Nothing's more important. Her truthful, heartfelt statement slams into me like a tidal wave. Love you too, Mom. Nightmare. I like that word, that explanation. And after my brain scan, Dr. Edwards is inclined to agree. My guardian lions, Mom, Dad, and Elise, stand watch for the next 4 nights, and I've no more nightmares. All goes back to normal. Sort of. I hesitate outside Beau's office. I'm standing in the narrow room, staring at the monitors without really seeing them. Rubbing my temples to dispel a phantom headache, I create a number of excuses for why I shouldn't be worming this afternoon. Fatigue, hunger, thirst, itchy limbs due to the healing cuts, no motivation, fear. That last one catches me off guard. What exactly am I afraid of? Losing my mind? Not really. The pain? Maybe a little. That it wasn't a nightmare? Bingo. Because if I did fly in the Q-net, how did I get past Jarren's blockade? I didn't. Then why am I scared to find out otherwise? Actually, I'd be an idiot not to be terrified. All right then, with that settled, I channel my inner lion and join Beau. He grunts. About time that I'd have to drag you in here. Did all the officers have super hearing? I plop down next to him. What are we doing today? First, we need to fix the holes around the base's camera feeds and ensure Jarren can't access the ones in security again. Then I thought we'd try to worm through that cluster where the fake DES messages are coming from. We might be able to get through the blockade at that point. That's a good idea. Don't sound so surprised. I do this for a living, you know. Beau flashes me a bright smile. We access the Q-net, and the tight band around my chest eases with relief. All is normal. Not the normal from before I died, but before the nightmare normal. And I can't believe I'm defining what's normal based on those 2 criteria. Strengthening our protections, we rig an alarm on the camera feeds in security to alert Radcliffe if Jarren tries to view the live feed again. Beau follows the path of the bogus messages from DES. I keep close to him, staying out of the main pathway. We worm just below it, paralleling the route. Then we reach the blockade and angle up to get a glimpse of the incoming missives. They come in quick bursts through a gap that slams shut as soon as they pass through. There's no way to sneak out unless we know exactly when the next batch is going to come through. Beau's disappointment is tangible. I search for something to cheer him up. Isn't tomorrow payday? We can send a message to DES when our pay comes in tomorrow. Did you find out when the credits are deposited? The timing had to be precise. I worked on that while you were recovering. Our pay dropped at the same time every 30 days, except for the last one. It was delayed over 2 hours. It's being intercepted. I hoped Jarren allowed routine messages to automatically come through. Yup, and no way to know when tomorrow's will come in. We needed another place that might provide an escape. Jarren's been poking around in our camera feeds. Maybe we can find where he's coming in from, I say. Won't work. He doesn't leave a trail. But the Q-net picked up on it. Let's at least look in the clusters for the feeds. Waste of time. But he trails me to those clusters. The feeds appear to be undisturbed. However, I catch a glimpse of a smudge on the alarms. It reminds me of fingerprints smeared on glass. See that? I ask Beau. I scan for more. What? I explain. Nope. Concentrating on the smudges, I try to make them visible to Beau. No luck. We leave the feeds and work for the next couple of hours to find another way through without success. A part of me suspects we're not approaching this the right way. However, the rest of me has no clue what is the correct way. Perhaps if I think of it from Jarren's point of view, how would I block an entire planet? The QNet is such a vast network. Lots of pathways, which is why we thought Jarren had to miss at least one, leaving it open. Jarren has to be able to access DES. If we could find him, then use his link, that might work. Except we're trying to avoid him. This would be like knocking on his door and asking to use his terminal. Plus, how do we find him? The answer pops into my head. By following his fingerprints. Too dangerous, Bo says after I tell him my idea. There's nothing left to try. There's always another option. Think harder, Lawrence. Can we at least locate him? The nightmare image of his bubble around Yulene flashes in my mind. Silence. You can try. Progress. I angle so the smears are visible. Direction is dodgy in the QNet, but to me, going deeper into our camera feeds is down, so the opposite way is toward Jarren. Yeah, not the most scientific. Concentrating on the fingerprints, I worm through the upper layers. After an hour, I'm better at spotting them. I increase my speed. One quirk of worming is it's never a direct path. Finding gaps and cutting through clusters is always a roundabout route. Another quirk is not always knowing right away when you get to the end, which is why I barreled straight into Jarren's blockade, setting off the alarms. Stars. Chapter 9, 2522, 209. The alarms don't wail like in the real world, but they alert Jarren in seconds. We don't have enough time to retreat. A message appears from an unknown source, but I'll bet it's the murdering looter. 2522, 209. Looks like I caught a worm. Who do I have the pleasure of addressing? I panic, remembering my last encounter with Jarren. I got this, Bo says. 2522, 209. This is Officer Bo Dory from Planet Yulene. I order you to identify yourself and remove this illegal blockade at once. Jarren. You security officers sure like to order people around. I'm curious. Does it give you a hard-on? I must admit you discovered my blockade sooner than I like. The little worm must have taught you something useful before her unfortunate demise. My unfortunate demise? I was murdered by him, and he doesn't have the balls to acknowledge that? I get the mental equivalent of a calm down from Bo. Bo, you are to cease and desist with the blockade immediately. Jarren. It's cute how you keep yapping at me like a little puppy dog. I'm not going to do anything of the sort, Officer Dory. Bo. You will be arrested and charged with endangering the population of an entire planet once we re-establish contact with DES. Jarren. Good luck with trying to reach DES. Even if you had your little worm, you'd still be stuck. Don't worry about getting bored. You'll soon have more important things to worry about. Bo. Are you threatening a security officer? Jarren. No. I'm warning you, you dolt. Not that it will matter in the end. Goodbye, Officer Dory. Jarren retreats, and without thought, I follow, trailing him along the complex path he takes to avoid getting caught in his own traps. I'm moving on pure instinct, hoping he doesn't spot me. Jarren navigates a series of clusters and then threads his way through an intricate and fascinating maze of alarms and programs. I hate to say this, but it's a thing of beauty. And then, he's gone. He slips out so fast, I can't pinpoint the exact location. But I scan the programming and spot his fingerprints. After a careful inspection, I track him, moving so slow that a glacier melts quicker. I discover a tiny breach in the blockade. Yes! You'd still be stuck, eh? This little worm just showed you, Jarren. But I don't hang around and gloat. I'm smart enough to retreat as fast as possible. He could be waiting to see if anyone follows him through the hole. Plus, I don't know what's on the other side. As I backtrack, I pay attention to the route, memorizing it, careful not to cause ripples. I take my time, which gives Bo plenty of time to go from annoyed to worried to just about to bring in the cavalry. "Where the hell have you been, Lawrence?" he demands. I tell him, thinking he'll be happy. "That was stupid. He could have found out you're still alive." "He didn't. And now, we have a way to escape." "At least you resisted the temptation to follow him." "Gee, don't go getting all mushy on me, Dory." He grunts. We disentangle. Fatigue beats behind my eyes in the form of a dull ache, a minor nuisance compared to the nightmare migraine. I sweep my hair behind my ears to pull out my tangs, and freeze. No tangs. Did they fall out? Nothing's on the floor. I think back. Did I put them in when we started? I can't remember. Usually it's automatic. Checking my pockets, I find them. Does that mean... The room spins around me. I cross my arms on the desk and rest my head before I faint. Bo touches my shoulder. "You okay?" "Yeah," I lie, 'cause how can I explain I just entangled with the Q-net without entanglers? Besides, it's not going to happen again, not at all. Just need a minute. Here. Something hard bumps my arm. I raise my head. Bo hands me a painkiller and a glass of water. That was suspiciously fast. I raise an eyebrow and question. "Thought you might need it." "Thanks." He shrugs, but there's a hint of a smirk. "That's what partners do." My stomach twists, sending bile up my throat. Partners don't lie to each other. I'm a terrible person. "When you feel better, we need to update Radcliffe." I think I need to lie down for... ever." "Nice try, Lawrence. Don't worry, I'll do all the talking." I can only delay so much. Soon, we're standing before Radcliffe's desk. I check his eyes. No solar system swirling inside. Phew. Bo says, "We hit the blockade and set off the alarm." "I hit it," I say when Radcliffe tenses. "We did." Bo frowns at me. "Jarren showed up, so I engaged, playing the role of a sanctimonious security officer." He shows Radcliffe the exchange of messages. "What do you think he means by more important things to worry about?" Radcliffe asks. "It could be he's planning another attack," Bo says. "Or he's referring to the shadow, Hulfs. I can't decide which one is worse." "We'll just have to be extra vigilant. Are you sure he didn't spot you, Lawrence?" "Yes," I say with confidence. "Good." Radcliffe drums his fingers on his desk. "This isn't that bad." Bo and I exchange a look. "Jarren expected us to figure it out. And now we can test his blockade with more force. We only need to get one message out." Remembering the nightmare, I swallow, hard. "What about that hole I found?" Radcliffe smiles, but it's cold and calculating. "For the next few days, I want you to probe his defenses and set off his alarms. He'll get used to it, and it'll be a great distraction for when we send in a second team to slip through that breach. Very devious. I approve. Standing outside the conference room, I wait for the signal to enter. Bo and I have been setting off all kinds of alarms as we've tested Jarren's blockade these last 4 days. It's fun, and I hope it's driving Jarren crazy. But this afternoon, we have a meeting to discuss the final logistics of the expedition to Pit 21. My parents, Radcliffe, Morgan, the security officers who are accompanying the mission, the dozen archaeology techs, and 1 medic on loan from Dr. Edwards are all already seated around the table along with my father's assistant, Gavin. All but Gavin, the medic, and the techs know about me. The reason I'm waiting is so my parents can explain to them that I'm not dead versus me just showing up like a ghost or a zombie. I like the idea of surprising them. Even offered to wear makeup and stumble in like the Walking Dead. The look on their faces would be priceless, but I was outvoted. A disjointed burst of gasps and a few cheers erupt on the other side of the door. Aw, they care. Then all grow silent as my mom explains about the very real danger of not letting anyone else in the base know about me, and how they should refer to me as Aura Lawrence in all communications and reports. "Junior Officer Lawrence, please join us," Radcliffe says loud enough for me to hear through the doors. That's my signal. When I enter, everyone stares at me. Everyone. Amusement shines in Bo and Elise's eyes. Niall gives me a warm smile. My parents beam, no idea why. Radcliffe frowns while Morgan is Morgan, neutral. And the techs, some are wide-eyed with shock. Others give me huge happy grins, and a few don't seem to care. Gavin jumps up and pulls me into a rough hug. "So glad you're alive," he whispers in my ear. Gavin releases me just as fast and returns to his seat. Wow, so much for my suspicions that I annoy him. I sit down in the empty chair between Bo and Elise. "Now that everyone is here, we can review the plan," Mom says. A map showing the research base and the surrounding desert appears on the large screen behind Radcliffe. Pit 21 is 20 kilometers from the base. An X materializes in the sand. There be treasure here, mateys. I suppress a giggle. My mom explains how the team will drive out, open the pit, and do a survey of the warriors inside. Radcliffe describes the general role of security during the mission. I'm once again the center of attention. This time the expressions are tighter as they learn there's a chance of encountering invisible and dangerous shadow blobs. The tension in the room increases, as many of them are probably remembering the attack in the pits. One man rubs a long, thin scar on his forearm. "How do we know that looter won't worm into the satellite and see what we're doing?" one of the female techs asks. "We have alarms in place, and I'll be monitoring the feeds," Radcliffe says. That's a nice surprise. The man's not half bad with the QNet. "We need 4 of you to stay behind and fill in for the officers who are accompanying us," Dad says. "Who wants to volunteer?" 8 raise their hands, including the lady who asked about the satellite. Bo and Elise exchange an amused look, no doubt over the fact that these same techs complained about training and having to help with security. Dad inclines his head to Radcliffe. "I'll let the chief pick." "Malia, Tao, Rez, and Sander," Radcliffe says, choosing the 2 women and 2 men without seeming to consider his options. Radcliffe also selected the woman who questioned the security of the satellite. Malia sinks back in her chair with obvious relief. I wonder if that's why he picked her. We'll leave the base at 0700 tomorrow, Dad says. Be in the port and ready at that time. Bring your field kits, including tents and sunscreen. Dad goes on to check the status on the various prep tasks the techs were assigned: gathering equipment, supplies, floodlights, a generator, a portable washroom, water, and food for the expedition. Wow, who knew you needed so much stuff to go camping in the desert? Before the meeting is over, Radcliffe obtains everyone's attention. He waits until quiet descends, and we're all focused on him. Officer Dory is in charge of security while you're in the field. This means your safety is his #1 priority, and not the dig site. Radcliffe scans faces. His "don't mess with me" scowl is firmly in place. If he believes you are in danger, then you will abandon the site and return to base without hesitation. This last bit is said to my parents. Understand? He asks. Everyone does, but Radcliffe fails to look happy. My mom dismisses the techs, but remains seated with my dad as they file out. Once they're gone, she asks Radcliffe, "How exactly is the security going to work?" "Officer Dory will explain," Radcliffe says. From Beau's irritated glare, I guess this is the first time he's been asked his opinion about it. After a long moment, he says, "We will ensure the site is secure before you're allowed to set up camp. When you open the pit, 3 of us will go down to check for hostiles, including Junior Officer Lawrence. If the pit is safe, you will be allowed to enter. During work hours, Lawrence will stay in the pits with you, and 3 officers will remain on the surface, 1 stationed near the hatch, 1 to keep an eye on the surrounding area, and 1 will sleep. The 3 will rotate shifts. At night, 2 officers will patrol the camp while 2 sleep. All 4 will rotate shifts, which means not a lot of sleep for me. Ugh. Radcliffe, though, nods in approval. What's the protocol for an evac? Another pause. During the day, if Lawrence spots Holfs, she will sound the alarm. We'll take a couple blowhorns. In that case, the pit will be evacuated immediately and the hatch sealed before everyone returns to the base. At night, everyone will leave the pits and the hatch will be secured. If an unfriendly is spotted near the camp, the officers on duty will sound the alarm. I'll issue orders regarding a response if needed, or if evasive actions are required. The goal will be to get everyone safely back to the base as quick as possible." "That sounds reasonable," Mom says. "Spencer and I will also be armed, and a few of the techs as well." "And we'll all have flashlights," Dad adds, "with extra bulbs and batteries." It sounds as if they're planning for any contingency. Yet Radcliffe's grumpy demeanor remains. Guess he's not going to let my parents forget he disapproved of this mission. My parents leave to finish the last of their packing. Radcliffe waits until the door is closed before saying, "This is a dangerous mission." He meets each of our gazes. "It's not too late to unvolunteer." Silence. He sighs. "All right, Dory. Don't let anyone's opinions influence you. If you don't think it's safe, get the hell out of there. I don't care if there's no sign of Holfs or looters. If it doesn't feel right, then you skedaddle." "Yes, sir." Beau just barely keeps a straight face. Heck, we all struggle to keep from grinning over Radcliffe's use of skedaddle. "If the Holfs attack in the pit, Lawrence is in charge until you exit and seal the hatch. Got it?" "Yes, sir," Beau and I say together. It's daunting to think that I'll be making the decisions, but understandable. And if I recall the 2 times I've encountered the shadow blobs, I did okay. No one died, and we all escaped with just a few cuts. I glance at Niall's forehead.
The wound is healed. Only a thin, dark purple line remains.
Good. Radcliffe and Keir, you're dismissed.
Niall and Elise stand and head out.
Guess we're just the grunts for this mission,
Elise jokes as she holds the door open for Niall. Now, it's just me, Beau, Radcliffe, and Morgan. The woman hasn't said a word the entire meeting.
While you two are out gallivanting, Morgan is going to be testing the blockade and annoying Jarren.
Radcliffe indicates the screen behind him.
Show her the areas you've investigated so she doesn't repeat your efforts and cause suspicion. We'll implement the distraction protocol when you return.
The distraction protocol? That's a cool name. He stands to leave. Now? I ask.
Yes, now.
Morgan swivels. There's a terminal in the conference room. Beau and I insert our tangs and scooch our chairs closer. We spend the next couple of hours working with Morgan.
We decided to test his blockade in a grid pattern, Beau says.
It's boring, but it's a standard security move, and it'll give him the confidence that he can predict where we'll be each day. Also, so he won't be worried about his escape route. He'll believe it's safe until the testing grid gets closer. Hopefully, well before then, we'll have accessed his exit, with Jarren none the wiser. Beau demonstrates what we've been doing to set off the alarms and tests the measures Jarren has woven to prevent us from reaching DES. I'm struck again by Jarren's skills and the complexity of the barrier. A niggle of worry digs into my guts as I study his intricate programming. It would be bad if Jarren learned about our mission to Pit 21. The excavation might bring him back from wherever he's hiding. Those satellite feeds are vital. Radcliffe will be monitoring them. But is the security chief up to the task? I think so, but my instincts are nagging me. Morgan copies Beau's actions and triggers another alarm. I can't help smiling. Those things are annoying when you're in the QNet. Maybe Jarren would be confident enough to turn them off. A girl can hope. We finish up, and Beau and I return to our units to pack. Except when I'm back in my room, I realize I don't have much to pack. My security jumpsuit has been torn into rags. All I have are my security uniforms, pulse gun and kit, flashlight, and pajamas. I don't even have a bag, since I haven't replaced the one Jarren took. Why didn't I think of this sooner? Too distracted by the QNet. Guess I'll have to ask my parents for supplies. Except my parents are too busy to join us for dinner. However, when Niall arrives, he's carrying a large black backpack. Radcliffe takes it from him and sets it on the table. He unzips it.
This is your field ruck, Lawrence.
Taking out various objects, he shows them to me.
Your tent, sunscreen, cap, sunglasses, communicator, binoculars, uniform, and a jumpsuit.
He hands that last one to me. The stretchy material slides through my fingers with a familiar smoothness. Yet the color is a dark gray, and there's a bit of a silver shine to it.
It's a special material,
Niall says when he notices me squinting at the fabric.
The threads are more resistant to sharp edges. Wear it under your uniform at all times,
Radcliffe orders, which means going to the washroom will require some gymnastics. I scrunch my nose. Niall laughs.
It'll keep you warm at night.
And during the day?
Hot as hell, but you'll be in the pit. Much cooler down there.
And then his good humor drops, and he peers at me in concern. No doubt thinking about how I'll be down there without backup. His opinion of the usefulness of the text during a crisis is rather low. I'm a bit more optimistic. They've been in training, not as intense as mine, but like Elise said, it gives you a boost of confidence. The uniforms are the same as the ones I already have, except the shirt is a light tan color, and the tactical pants are a few shades darker, almost brown.
It's to blend in with the sand, Radcliffe says. You'll need to wear your khaki boots as well." "Oh, so that's what they're for. Radcliffe gave me a bunch of stuff that I just shoved under my bed. Should have known he has a reason for everything." "And the communicators are for emergencies only," Radcliffe adds, "even though they don't connect to the QNet. I don't want Jarren discovering the frequency and listening in, but if Holfs or the looters attack, use them." Niall takes off after dinner to get his ruck ready, and Radcliffe appears to take a particular pleasure in informing me that in order not to be seen in the base, I'll have to leave for the port much earlier than everyone else. "When?" I ask. "Oh, 5:30. I don't groan, which I think is a sign I'm maturing. Carrying the backpack to my room, I stuff all my extra uniforms into the ruck along with my pulse kit. No need for pajamas, but I do add in soap, shampoo, and a few personal items. I wonder if Niall's bringing his shampoo, but realize if one of us isn't sleeping, we'll be on duty. Boo. With nothing left to do, I go to bed early. My dreams start with Niall and his shampoo in a hot, steamy shower. The fog obscures his lower half, but I've a nice view of his bare chest. Then the ceiling retracts, like the one in the port, and there's Jarren staring down at us. He fills the sky. "Trying to have a normal life, little worm?" Dream Jarren asks in my mind. "Don't you know I'm always watching?" "But the satellite is mine, along with the camera feeds. Do you really think your security measures are better than mine? I've been doing this for years, and you've been dead." He holds his hands out to me. "Come see what I've done, little worm." A part of my mind knows I'm having another nightmare and should slap myself awake. Yet my dream self is too curious for her own damn good. I take Dream Jarren's hands, and we soar up to the satellite, flying through the QNet on invisible wings. With my new sight, I spot his fingerprints all over the programming. Just like he boasted, he's in deep. My measures are not enough to keep him out, since I missed most of his tricky little convoluted worm tracks. Pah! I shoo him away. Dream Jarren smirks, takes a bow, and disappears. I study the complex programming. It's like a map. If I can find a way to reroute it so he'd go in circles, seeing only the empty desert that I recorded before, that would be super cool. I'll also need to include a shortcut just for me to see the real feed. I trace Jarren's intricate codes, and the solution forms in my mind. It'll be a tedious process, and I'd rather be dreaming of Niall in the shower. But I see this as a trial run. If it works, I'll use my extra time in the port to implement this bypass. I chug through it. After, I've no idea how long, the QNet kicks in and helps despite the fact I'm not in my cluster. Must be because this is a dream and strange things happen in dreams all the time. I accept the aid, and it finishes in seconds. Show off. I'm considering my next move when the screech of my alarm pierces my dream. I fall to Yulene, but I know I'll get a nightmare migraine if I slam back to my body. With effort, I slow and go through the steps to disentangle with my dream. Yes, I know it sounds crazy. Dream, remember? Humor me. When I wake, I open my eyes slowly. No pain throbs in my head, but my ears are being assaulted. "Alarm off," I say. The instant quiet is blissful. However, I'm now running late. I dash to the washroom. Radcliffe is already dressed and drinking a cup of coffee. He makes a show of glancing at the time. Rushing around, I dress, apply sunscreen, and shrug on the backpack. Its weight almost knocks me off my feet. Good thing we're not hiking. When I'm ready to go, Radcliffe's already waiting for me by the door.
Since I'm on time, he keeps the snarky comment that I'm sure he was mentally composing to himself. We head to the port through the deserted hallways. Glad that he seems content to walk in silence, I review my, nightmare. My subconscious must have noticed something wrong when I was worming the satellite feeds, and my worry about this mission brought it to the surface. Despite the early hour, my parents and the techs are in the port. They're loading equipment into 3 sand vehicles. The trucks have big oversized tires with lots of nubs that help them gain traction in the sand. 6 people can fit in the 2 rows of seats. No roof, but there's a thick metal roll bar arching over the passenger compartment. 2 big spotlights sit on the bar like a pair of mouse ears. It's kind of cute. Behind the seats is a long flatbed that will be filled with the boxes. Radcliffe goes over to talk to my parents, but I find the terminal in the port. I'm not going to be happy until I check the satellite feeds. Not bothering to sit down, I insert my tangs and worm into the satellite. Sure enough, Jarren's little paws are all over. I curse, but then the modifications I did in my dream have been implemented. There's a shortcut to the feeds, and Jarren is watching the uninhabited sand dunes I recorded earlier. The strength in my body drains, and I sink to the floor. Pulling my knees up to my chest, I rest my forehead on them as the room spins. I entangled with the Q-net while dreaming, without tangs or a terminal nearby. Oh, my stars. Chapter 10, 25-22, 214. Not good. Not good, not good. The port continues to spin around me. I gulp in air, trying hard not to pass out. This is bad, really bad, terrifying. I'm a freak. Dying has fried my brains and I'm... Ara, why are you on the floor? Mom asks. What's wrong? I curse under my breath and raise my head. The port tilts under me. Concern flares in Mom's eyes and she crouches next to me. You're white as a ghost. Lean forward, head between your knees, deep breaths. I do as instructed. She rubs my back. In and out, nice and easy. Concentrating on the basic task of breathing, I ignore my chaotic thoughts. Eventually, the black and white spots in my vision fade and color returns to the world. Better? Mom asks. Yes, thanks. She helps me straighten. I brace for another wave of dizziness, but the floor remains steady. What were you doing? Freaking out. Having a panic attack. Take your pick. I was checking something in the Q-net, and I think I moved too fast. What was so important it couldn't wait? The safety of the mission? Oh. I explain about the satellite feeds and my solution. That's my girl. It's a good thing you checked, then. Mom relaxes and returns to ordering techs to load the trucks faster. If you must know, no. I didn't share with my mother that I fixed it while dreaming. That still sounds crazy. And now that I'm thinking about it, I could have been sleepwalking last night and accessed a terminal. That's probably it. Since I'm not showing up in the camera feeds, it'd be impossible to verify. Yes, I know all about denial. Why do you ask? After I disentangle, I join Beau and the others. He explains our roles while driving to the camp. I'll be in Vehicle 3, which Elise is driving. She gives me a wide, slightly manic grin. This ought to be fun. We insert our communicators in our ears just in case there's an emergency. Stowing my ruck in the bed, I hop into the back seat. Elise takes her position. Besides us, there are 3 techs and the medic, 2 in the front and 2 with me. The large doors of the port roll up. The metal rattles and the wheels squeal as they run up the track. Bo gets into the first truck, which my father is driving. Mom is behind the wheel of the second one with Niall. He also sits in the back. The engines start up with a roar, and we drive out into the cool darkness. Once we clear the port, the door clanks, shutting behind us. The strong, peppery scent of Yulene's air fills my lungs. This is the first time I've been outside the base since we arrived. I marvel at the gorgeous night sky before I remember my duty. Standing up, I hold onto the roll bar and use my binoculars to scan the area for any signs of intruders, basically lights. Just ahead, both Niall and Bo are doing the same thing. The vehicles trundle over the dunes. They're not moving very fast, but they still kick up clouds of sand, which coats the binoculars' lenses, gets into my eyes, nose, and mouth. Ugh, now I know why Bo picked the first vehicle. We arrive just as the sun is rising. Securing the camp actually means walking around a large empty area and confirming that yes, it is indeed empty. We also scan for footprints. None, although Niall finds small tracks from what looks like a lizard. Dad takes a picture of them for the biologists. Then we stand guard as the techs unpack the supplies. I notice Niall has his cap and sunglasses on. Good idea. I dig for mine. Enjoying the fresh air and sunlight, I'm content to just soak it all in. A slight early morning breeze fans my face. Underneath the peppery scent is the dry aroma of anise. While I'm supposed to be focused on the surrounding desert, I sneak glances at the activity in the camp. Techs assemble tents, unload the equipment, and sweat. Between shouting orders and directing the techs, my mom preps the ground-penetrating radar. My dad arranges everything, breaking the camp into 3 specific areas: sleeping, working, and eating. The portable washroom is constructed near the tents. As the sun creeps towards its zenith, the breeze dies and the air thickens with heat. I scan the horizon with my binoculars and confirm the nothingness out there. Not even another team from the base is nearby. What I don't do is think about the QNet. I can rest easy out here, well away from the base and all its terminals. The scientists carry portables that just run the standard plug-and-chug programming. You can't entangle with a portable because the device is not connected to the QNet the same way as a terminal. Information can still be exchanged between the QNet and a portable, so all the data collected in Pit 21 will be uploaded to the QNet when we return to the base. And messages can still be sent from one portable to another. When Jarren had attacked, I created a wormhole between a portable and the QNet so I could keep track of the looters through the base's camera feeds. I can't do that out here, which is beneficial. My brain can take a break, and I'll be good as new when I return. When the camp is complete, the techs carry the GPR over to where the pit is supposed to be. The initial scans of the desert marked a long, narrow strip of the 64 underground pits. Think of the planet as a ball, and the pits are like a rubber band around its middle. But the accuracy is not always, accurate. Mom uses the GPR to find the edges of the pit. It's square, and each side is exactly 64 meters wide. Our camp is located to the left of the pit, a smart move. Otherwise, if the roof of the pit collapses, then the entire camp will fall in. Dad marks the edges with flags, and then my parents gather with the techs, probably discussing the location of the hatch. Normally, after the research base is built, the robotic diggers go from the underground archaeology lab straight into the pits so no sunlight or weather can impact the warriors. Accessing a pit from above is new and tricky. They can't make the hole too big, or that would risk collapsing the roof. And they won't open one right above the warriors' heads.
My guess is they'll dig in a corner. I do another sweep of the desert's unending expanse and confirm there's still nothing out there. It's a really good thing. Trust me, I don't want Jarren and his looters emerging from the sands. But it's still really boring. The shovels are unpacked and handed to the 8 techs. Dad places more flags in a circle and then shovels the first scoop of sand out before the techs take over. I was right. They picked a corner to dig the hole. Standing guard is not physically challenging by any means, yet sweat collects under my arms, between my breasts, and dampens my collar. But the techs' shirts are soaked and plastered to their bodies as they work in the hot sun. When they hit sandstone, about a meter down, Dad orders them out of the hole, which is about 2 meters wide and roughly circular. Now comes the tricky part. My dad and 2 techs carry a robotic digger over to the cavity. The thing resembles a round hedgehog about a meter in diameter. I glance at Bo. Does he feel a kinship? His spikes are tucked under his cap. But it's nice to see he's also switching between watching the action and the boring desert. They insert the digger, turn it on, and step back. The robot puffs up to twice its size. Its spikes grow and dig into the surrounding sand, anchoring it in place. Then it hums and crunches. After a few noisy minutes, crushed sandstone is ejected out of its, rear end. Can't risk having the pieces fall on the warriors below. Everyone retreats past the flags to stand on solid ground. If something goes wrong with the digger, they won't plummet to their deaths. Mom paces as we wait and wait and wait some more before the digger breaks through. It makes a strange hiccup sound, then climbs from the hole and sits nearby, retracting its spikes. The desire to pet it and say, "Good boy," pushes up my throat. My father gestures me over. Time for my special powers of observation. I don't have the blowhorn, but everyone is close enough that they'll hear my shout if I spot shadow blobs. I stare at the gap. No shadow blobs appear. No surprise with the sun blazing down on all our heads. "Do you see anything, Officer Lawrence?" Dad asks. "No," I manage to choke out, because I'm just about to lose it over my dad calling me Officer Lawrence. Surreal. We wait some more. When the pit fails to collapse, my dad nods to a young man wearing a safety harness. The tech swims out to the hole. Okay, he's doing a low crawl, which spreads his weight out. It still looks like swimming to me. Once he reaches the edge, he lowers an air-testing instrument into the pit. Checking the gauge for any signs of toxins, he releases more and more rope until it hits the bottom. "It's stale! We'll need to pump some fresh air in there," he declares, and swims back. Another tech lowers a black hose, then switches on an air pump. It hums. A breeze flows from the hole. Its cool, musty smell reminds me of damp clay. When the air matches the surface conditions, the pump is turned off. Now it's my turn to swim. I don a safety harness, yet another layer. The sand is super hot. The searing heat on my face is like standing in front of an oven with the door open. I'm glad I'm wearing my jumpsuit, because I suspect the sand would burn my skin through the fabric of my uniform. I'm not graceful, and I suspect everyone is watching my butt wiggle as I swim to the hole. Reaching the edge, I peer down into the pit. Sand particles float in the beam of sunlight, arrowing to the floor. A row of warriors is visible. It makes my heart happy to see them whole. It's as if the doctor just declared them healthy. Strange. I check the shadows. They circle the pool of light. I wait. No movement. "Status?" Bo calls. "Clear for now,"
I swim back. "Time to install the hatch," Dad says. The hatch is basically a hollow pipe about 2 meters wide and 3 meters long. One end is open, while the other has a cap with a wheel. Turn the wheel, pull, and the cap swings open. Spin it the other way, and it locks it. Dad measures the depth of the hole, and they trim the pipe to fit. Once that's done, they insert it into the hole and secure it. It's a super tight fit, which I suspect is the point. After that, they lower 2 floodlights, and I take another peek inside. Still, no movement, but lots more warriors are revealed. Again, I get that extra pump in my heart. Bo and Niall pull a ladder apart until it's about 6 meters long. Elise helps them insert it into the hole and hold on as they slide it down. Once it's secure, Bo signals us to pull our flashlights. I tuck the blowhorn in my weapon belt. "Officer Keir, keep an eye out for unfriendlies." Bo moves to climb down. "I should go first," I say, "in case I feel anything. Then we can quickly retreat." "Feel? Pressure? Coldness? Warning signs? Oh, okay." I grab the ladder with my left hand while holding my flashlight in the other. Taking my time, I climb down. The air cools as I descend. The strong, dry desert scent is replaced by a damp mustiness. The ladder vibrates when Bo and then Niall step on. Sand from the bottom of their boots rains on me. Now I'm really glad for my cap. However, I keep my focus and my flashlight on the shadows. Pausing at the bottom, I try to sense if shadow blobs are lurking. The air lacks that heaviness and bitter cold. "Clear!" I move so Bo and Niall can join me. Their boots crunch on the layer of sand on the floor. Behind us is one of the corners of the pit carved out of an unremarkable sandstone. It is smooth and undisturbed. But in front of us is a diagonal row of 13 warriors, one of the 8 sides of the octagon. The aliens arranged the warriors into 42 precise rows in the shape of an octagon. The shortest rows are 18 warriors long, and the longest ones contain 42 warriors, for a total of 1,452 warriors in one pit. Don't be too impressed with my math skills. These numbers are well known because every pit on every exoplanet discovered so far has the exact same number of warriors standing in the same configuration. "Look out below," Dad calls. Another floodlight is on the way down. Bo and Niall move the 2 already here. Part of our job will be to set the lights all around the pit, illuminating as much as possible. They're on tripods and can be raised so they're above the warriors' heads. The statues range in height from 183 centimeters to 195 centimeters tall. The ceiling of the pit is another 2 meters higher. "All right, we'll spread out and check every centimeter of the pit," Bo orders. "Lawrence, signal if you see or feel anything." "Yes, sir." Bo's on my left and Niall's on the right, so I head straight into the rows of terracotta warriors. They're all Chinese, and I've always viewed them as part of my extended family. Plus, I practically grew up in warrior pits, so there's a comfort in seeing over 1,000 familiar faces. Their hair is pulled up into knots or hidden under caps. They all wear long coats that reach their knees and have high collars, or they might be scarves, as some of them have the ends tied and hanging down like a ribbon. Some wear armor over the coats. The general and the officers all have ribbons on their armor, 2 in the front and 3 on the back. The archaeologists have identified 8, there's that number again, basic head shapes, but their facial features were sculpted by hand, making millions of individuals. No two are alike. Most have some type of facial hair, mustaches, beards, and little teardrop-shaped clumps of hair right under their bottom lip. They have wide noses, thin eyebrows, and slanted almond-shaped eyes. Each one stands on his own pedestal. Yes, they're all male. And their expressions are all mostly neutral, except the guys who have peaked eyebrows. They look surprised. I weave through them, checking shadows and setting floodlights. The pit grows brighter and brighter. It seems warmer as well, a good sign. Sand has drifted around the warriors' feet. I crunch through the piles, excited to be the first person to see these warriors in over 2,000 years. It almost makes me want to be an archaeologist. Almost. When I go to pick up another floodlight, Bo is waiting at the base of the ladder. Dangling high above us is the next tripod. "Anything?" he asks me. "No, it's nice." Nice? How to explain? I haven't felt this comfortable in a warrior pit since Jarren attacked, and to see them all whole, it reminds me of when I was younger and safer. "And what, Mouse?" Niall steps from one of the rows and joins us. "And when I used to hide behind them, avoiding my mother and the long list of tasks she wanted me to do." I put my hands on my hips. "Sound familiar, Toad? Hiding in the warriors?" He'd done the same thing to avoid me when we first arrived on Yulin. "Ah, look! He's the next light. Love to chat, but I gotta work." He grabs it and heads deeper into the pit. "Chicken!" I call. Bo laughs, but then sobers as he studies the statues. The way they stare straight ahead is kind of creepy. I can't imagine growing up surrounded by warriors. Strange. I can't imagine my life without them. My brother and I used to play around them, hide and seek, tag. A sudden pang of grief hits me. Brother? Yeah, Phoenix. He's in a time jump to Earth. And here's another quirk of living with the time dilation. No one asks you about your family for fear of upsetting you. Instead, they wait until you mention someone and then ask, figuring since you brought the subject up, it should be safe. That's rough. Why did he leave? He wants to be an archaeologist like my parents. Why couldn't he stay and learn from them? Aren't they the best? They think so. My smile fades. But anyone who wishes to be more than a tech has to study at the site on Earth. My parents were thrilled and devastated at the same time. Sad days indeed. You can always catch up to him. True. But that means leaving lots of other people far in the past. The next light arrives and Bo snags it before me. I stick my tongue out at him. Brat, he says. While I'm waiting, I scan the shadows. Still just normal shadows. How's it going? Mom calls. I glance up into the brightness. A dark silhouette peers down at me. Good so far. Wonderful. This next light needs to be installed in the center of the pit. It's multi-directional and should work well there. Okay. She disappears, and the light makes its slow descent. Nothing moves fast in archaeology, unlike navigating the stars. But that's unlike anything else I've done. And if I survive Jarren and whatever he has planned, I can become a navigator. But is it worth never seeing my family again? The next interstellar-class spaceship doesn't arrive for another 3.5 years, so I've plenty of time to decide on my future. Once the light settles on the sand, I unhook it and pick it up. Oh, it's heavier than the others. I head toward the center of the pit. There's a gap there. It's another mystery. At the very core of the rows and columns of warriors is an open space. It's octagonal and about 2 meters wide. No one has figured out why it's there. Just like no one knows why the warriors are standing in an octagonal-shaped formation, or why there are about a dozen other differences between the alien sites and the one on Earth. I pause. Or why they have hearts. Unless Lan's theory is correct, then we do know why, but not how it works. It seems the more we learn about the warriors, the more questions pop up. It's frustrating, which is why archaeology isn't high on my future career list. At least we can check to see if these warriors have hearts. Actually, I glance around. I know they do have hearts. I've no idea why I'm so certain, but these warriors are not alive, 'cause that would be beyond crazy, but ready. When I reach the edge of the gap, I slow. The statues around the gap might have special symbols on them, and I don't want to disturb anything. Not that I can knock a warrior off its feet. They weigh about 295 kilograms. But after a lifetime of being careful, it's a hard habit to break. I'm looking at the ground so I don't trip over a drift of sand when I spot them. I freeze. Astounded is too mild a word, but I'm at a loss to find a better descriptor. Coherent thought is difficult. Wait, there has to be a reasonable scientific explanation. I scan the surrounding area. Nothing but undisturbed sand. I'm staring at an impossibility. Setting the light down, I swallow to dislodge the knot in my throat and take a deep breath. "Bo! Niall, come here!" I shout. According to Radcliffe's specifications, this isn't an emergency. It just feels like one. "Where are you?" Bo asks from my left. "Center of the pit," I say, "but don't go past the warriors." "Why not? Are they Holfs?" Niall asks from behind me. "No." Niall reaches me first. He halts at the edge. His pulse gun is in one hand, a flashlight in the other. "What's wrong?" Bo joins him a second later. He, too, is armed. "Talk to us, Lawrence." Instead, I point to the exact center of the gap. Surrounded by the smooth and undisturbed sand is a single set of boot prints. Chapter 11, 25-22-214. "That's it? You got us all worried over footprints?" Bo holsters his gun, relaxing. "Radcliffe and I have been walking all over the pit." But Niall remains alert. "I haven't been in the center. Have you?" he asks Bo. "Well, no, but—" "Look closer," I say. "There's no other prints." "So? There's sand everywhere. Must have covered them up." For some reason, Bo is being particularly dense. "No one's been in here in over 2,000 years, and the ridges of the prints are well defined." "So you're saying someone has entered this pit recently and didn't make any tracks except for smack dab in the middle?" Bo's tone suggests I've lost my mind. Considering what happened last night with the Q-net, he's probably not wrong. "Think about it, Dory," Niall says. "What's there to think about? Lawrence is playing a trick on us. Nice one. You did a great job erasing your tracks. Can we get back to work now?" Bo heads off, muttering under his breath. I turn to Niall. "I didn't." "I know. They're much bigger than your feet. Stay here, let me check something." Niall points his flashlight at the ground as he weaves through the warriors, doing a loop around the gap. There's no other prints like that one. Did you see any others when you were setting lights? No, but I wasn't really looking for them. I was, and I didn't see any. And if someone did erase them, then why leave one behind? Niall asks. Maybe he missed it. Could it be from one of Jarren's looters? I ask, still a bit flabbergasted. Then there would be lots of destruction. Good point. A scary thought pops into my head. What if it's a scout checking out the pit, and is planning on returning with reinforcements? If that's the case, how did he get in here? Through one of the walls? Have we checked them all? I looped around the back, but let's look again. I leave the light and follow Niall. We inspect the walls of the pit. They're all the same sandstone, with no evidence that anyone tampered with them. Unless Jarren's thugs can walk through walls, no one entered through them. We return to the center. The set of prints is still there. What do we do next? I ask. Report this to your parents. Bo isn't happy about interrupting the plan. We haven't confirmed it's safe yet. There's no Holfs, and no one else is down here, I say. Are you sure? The person who made that footprint could be hiding in here. I refrain from asking him how this person entered the pit. Bo orders us to do another 2 sweeps of the pit before he allows Niall to call up to my parents. Doctor and Mr. Daniels, can you please join us? Niall asks. What's the matter? Mum immediately asks. There's no need for concern. We'd like to get your opinion on something. Something? Talk about vague. Fortunately, my parents get the hint and stop asking questions. My mom mounts the ladder, followed by my dad. They join us at the base. What's going on? Mom asks. We found something, Niall says. Come on, we'll show you. As soon as my mom sees the first warrior, she exclaims and stops to inspect it. We'll have plenty of time later, Ming. Dad pulls her away. But if I wasn't so freaked, I'd be amused watching my father tow my mother through the warriors like she's a misbehaving child. When we arrive at the center, I let Niall explain. My parents' confusion doesn't last long, and they ask all the same questions we did. We show them the walls, and they circle the gap, searching for more prints. My mom swipes a strand of long black hair that escaped from her braid. The only explanation is that a person appeared in the center of this pit, stood there, and then disappeared. Of course, it's impossible, but that's what fits. Her tone is practical, as if this type of thing happens every day. No one argues. Dad looks at Bo. Do you think we're in danger? Bo takes off his cap and runs a hand over the limp strands of his hair. Let's say you're right and the person just popped in and popped out. The biggest danger is if the person returns and has a weapon, or more than one person arrives and surprises us. He gestures to the center with his cap. Since teleportation is impossible, the odds of that scenario happening are very small. However, I think it would be prudent to have Officer Lawrence stationed in this location during the day. She can watch for Holfs and for the magician. Magician? Mom asks, giving Bo a sharp look. Yeah, now I'm going to disappear before your very eyes. He waves his hand in a grand sweeping gesture. Presto! Dad laughs. Mom's still not amused. Niall and I cover our grins. What else can we do? It's crazy. And yet another mystery added to the long list of unknowns. Might as well have some fun. Mom leads the way back to the ladder. Once there, she calls up, Fred, tell Regan to grab a 3D digitizer and come down here. 2 more floodlights have arrived, and Niall and Bo take them. We're almost done setting them. Regan soon climbs down. She's clutching the digitizer to her chest as if it's a shield. The tech looks at me. "It's safe," I say. She loosens her grip, and the tense line of her shoulders relaxes. Mom leads her to the center. Curious, I follow. "I want you to scan that print in the sand. Once you finish, return to the surface so you can send the image file to Officer Tace Radcliffe. Have him check it against the boots of his prisoners." Regan gives my mom a wide-eyed stare, but recovers and starts fiddling with the switches on the digitizer. It resembles an oversized camera. I lean close to Mom. "That's a good idea. Do you think Jarren's looters might have been in here?" "I don't know, but it's worth looking into. Even if they don't match, we'll still know more than we do now." True. The rest of the floodlights arrive, and the 3 of us set them. I move the multi-directional one closer to the prints, but not in the very center. The pit is ablaze with white light from all directions. The warriors' shadows are either short or diffuse. The shadow blobs would have to work really hard to hide in here. I walk through the warriors until I find the general in the first row. His official position is R1, C21. There are also 42 columns. Standing in front of him, I study him. The generals are always the tallest of the warriors. He's clasping his hands in front of him with his coat sleeves pushed up. Like all the generals in the army, he's wearing a pheasant-tailed cap, which resembles one of those fancy folded napkins that are placed on the table during special dinners. This general's mustache looks like a flattened letter M with the ends curled up. He has mutton chops and a squarish-shaped head. The general gazes forward, as if watching for the enemy. I sense all is well with the warriors. It's calming. Strange, I know. 30 minutes to sunset, Elise calls down. That is the agreed-upon time for everyone to start exiting the pit. Regan finished her scan and has already gone to the surface. My mom straightens from her inspection of one of the warriors. She wipes sand from her knees. Frowning, she marches up to Bo. This ought to be good. "There's plenty of light down here. Ara said it's safe. I want to—" "No." Bo uses his I'm-in-command voice. "We won't be deviating from protocol, Dr. Daniels." She stiffens. "I'm in charge of the expedition, and I'm responsible for everyone's lives. We're safer down here." Mom gestures to the lights. "It's dark at night, plenty of shadows in camp." I wonder if Mom planned this all along. "None of the research field teams has reported an attack in the desert," Bo counters with ease. "All our experience with the Holfs has been in the warrior pits." Did Radcliffe anticipate my mom would try something like this? Mom crosses her arms. "In the destroyed warrior pits. Irrelevant. Please evacuate, or I'll have you escorted out." I freeze in place. Would I have to draw my weapon on my mother? More importantly, could I? I am a security officer, and it's my job to ensure everyone stays safe. But she's my mom. Except this time, she's not considering what's best for everyone. So, yes, I could. Mom glances at me and then Niall, who has joined us. She must see something in our expressions, because she relents. "Come on, Spencer. We need to brief the teams for the morning." She grabs the ladder and climbs up. Dad gives us a little salute and then follows her. When they disappear above, Bo lets out a long breath. "You two go up. I'll be last." Niall gestures for me to go first. I put my foot on the bottom rung of the ladder. The lights will stay on, even though the pit will be empty. Seems a waste of batteries. But preventing shadow blobs from invading while we're sleeping is worth a few batteries. What about invading boots? I stop as an idea occurs to me. What now? Bo asks. I think we should erase those boot prints, I say. Why? If the person returns tonight, then we'll know. You don't think he'll leave another set? Niall asks. He could, but this way it'll be clearer. All right, I'll go. Bo hurries off. Niall and I wait for him. Did you notice the symbols on the warriors around the gap? Niall asks, tilting his head toward the center of the pit. No, I was busy being freaked out by the magical boot prints. He smiles. At least they weren't alien footprints. Good point. Except, we can't assume that. Aliens might wear boots. I gesture to the warriors. The aliens chose them to act as protectors. Why? Perhaps because they are similar in appearance. Or the warriors could be the aliens' equivalent to guardian lions. Ooh, nice. We share a grin. And then I remember. What about the symbols? I recognized a bunch of the ones that correspond to the different warrior planets that Land discovered. If I give you some paper and chalk, could you make some etchings of them while you're waiting for the boot-wearing magician to reappear? Yes, I can. Bo joins us. He's wiping his hands off on his pants. I've a feeling I'm going to hate sand by the end of this assignment. No doubt about that. Those little grains manage to get into everything, and then they find their friends, and soon you'll have handfuls in your boots, pockets, underwear. Speaking from experience, Niall asks. Unfortunately. 15 minutes, Elise calls down. We climb up the ladder, and my dad seals the hatch. The air is dry compared to inside the pit, and it's cooling. Bright orange, yellow, and gold paint the western horizon. Next to the dig site, the techs are prepping for tomorrow, assembling equipment, and planning work shifts. The heavenly aroma of cooking food drifts from the mess tent like invisible tentacles reaching out to grab the unwary. Caught, saliva fills my mouth as my stomach growls loud enough for the others to hear. I haven't eaten all day. Didn't you pack some energy bars? Niall asks me. I didn't know I should. Rookies, Elise says with a smile. Good thing I have plenty. Bo hands me a bunch. Thanks. I tuck them into the various pockets in my tactical pants. Handy. He grunts. Okay, time for a team meeting. We have 16 hours of darkness to cover between the four of us. We'll each cover 8 hours. Lawrence and I will team up, and Radcliffe and Keir will be the second team. I glance at the mess tent with longing, then at the portable washroom. Relax, Lawrence. It's not a consecutive 8 hours. After spending all day in the pits, you'll get 2 hours to eat and clean up, Bo says. Then you'll have 6 hours on duty. Phew. Bo glances at me and then Niall. Tell you what, you and Radcliffe get dinner now. Keir and I will keep an eye on the camp. Then Radcliffe can fill in for me the next 2 hours while Keir and I take a break. Sound good? Yes, sir, we say in unison, and hurry off before he changes his mind. At least we can eat together, Niall says. I wouldn't mind showering together either, but my parents would mind very much. Yeah, nice of him to switch it up for those 2 hours. It'll be our only time together. Do you think your dad told Bo to keep us apart? No, you're teamed up with Bo because he has the most experience and you have the least. It's a standard strategy. You shouldn't put two inexperienced people together. That makes sense. There's a reason for everything, Mouse. I huff. Including magical boot prints? Yes, we just don't know what it is yet. I wish I had your optimism, Toad. I take his hand. It's dark, and I don't care who sees us. This is the only physical contact we'll have for the next 10 days. Niall must agree, since he doesn't pull away. The food is standard base food, but it always tastes better when you're starving. Otherwise, it doesn't compare to Radcliffe's cooking. I grab a clean uniform before showering. The lukewarm water is on a timer, so I don't dawdle. I'm reluctant to squirm into my jumpsuit after sweating in it all day. Ooh. Pulling it off the hook in the changing room, I sniff the material. It's not rank. Odd. After my shower, I have enough time to visit my parents before I'm on duty again. I enter the command center. Don't be too impressed. It's an oversized tent that has a couple tables for meetings on the right side and a double-sized sleeping mat for my parents on the left. They're alone, probably not for long. "There's my girl," Dad says, sweeping me into a hug. "Did you come to check on your mother? Make sure she's not plotting to sneak back into the pit." There's a gleam in his brown eyes. "Spencer," Mom says. He ignores her. "She was just testing the limits, like a toddler, seeing what she can get away with." "Spencer." There's more force behind it this time. "Sorry, Ming." He winks at me, not sorry at all. My father's been in high spirits since my parents learned Lan translated the alien symbols. I change the subject before Mom kicks him out of the tent. "Did you figure out a plan for tomorrow?" I ask. Now, Mom's face lights up. She looks 10 years younger. "Cataloging, of course, and digitizing the statues. And we're going to pay particular attention to the symbols on the warriors. I just wish..." Her excitement dims a bit. "You had all of Lan's research notes?" I say. "Yes, it's such a phenomenal step in the right direction. Finally! And at the same time, it's so very frustrating. You've no idea." "Oh, yes, I do. Probably just as frustrating as being interrupted every time Niall and I are alone together." "At least we're actually here," she says, "and can get some work done, real work. I only wish..." Mom hugs her arms to her chest. "That Phoenix was here?" I finish for her. "Yes, he would have loved all of this." "I know. The three of you would have geeked out together." I mock grumble. "You can't pretend that you're not excited too," Dad says to me. "Well, I'm excited for Lan, and I plan, when I have time, to find all her notes for you. And for her, she deserves full credit, and I'm going to do everything I can to make sure she gets it." "We have no doubt you will," Dad says. "What we're not sure of is..." Uh-oh. I hold my breath. "If you would have pulled your weapon on your mother, Spencer." I assume a serious demeanor. "I have my orders. If Dr. Daniels is not following proper security protocols, then I will ensure that she does." "Ara!" Mom jabs her finger at the tent's flap. "That's enough from both of you. Out!" We bolt. Stopping far from the tent, Dad and I share a fit of giggles. After we recover, Dad goes to check on the techs, and I find Niall so we can relieve Bo and Elise. When they head to the mess tent, I ask Niall about the weirdly smell-proof jumpsuit. "It's that special fabric. As long as you air it out every day, it stays pretty clean. If you wear it non-stop for a couple days, it'll stink," he says. Speaking from experience? Unfortunately. We share a smile before parting ways and patrolling the edges of the camp. I don't turn on my flashlight. Instead, I let my eyes adjust to the semi-darkness. There's a glow from the camp, so it's not pitch dark. Eventually, Bo relieves Niall. For a while, it's not too bad, since there's activity in the camp. But once everyone goes to sleep, silence descends, and boredom sets in. To keep alert, I alternate between staring out at the empty desert and gazing at the awesome display of stars. With no clouds, no light pollution, and no haze, there's more white in the sky than black. Also helping to keep me awake is the quickly dropping temperature as the day's heat radiates out to space. I'm glad to have the extra layer. Niall's right. The jumpsuit is warm. My shift extends into an eternity. By the time Elise relieves me, I'm an old lady. Okay, that's an exaggeration. But 6 hours of nothing but my thoughts is torture. Any problems? She asks while yawning and stretching her long arms. Nope, nothing. 0 problems. Am I a bad person if I spent some of my time tonight wishing for some excitement? Not a bad person, but you know the old adage, be careful what you wish for. Yeah. Enjoy the boredom. I wave and trudge to my tent, 'cause it's been a very long day. It's warm inside my tent. The material resists wind, sand, and is waterproof. I debate if I should take off my jumpsuit and let it air out, but if there's an incident, then I'd need to rush to the rescue. Best to leave it on. I slide under the blankets and squirm into a comfortable position. Sand is a pain in the ass, except in one situation: when you're sleeping on it. Then it's soft and molds to your body. I'm the first to go into the pits in the morning. Pausing at the bottom of the ladder, I test the air for signs of shadow blobs. Nothing. Then I head straight to the center. The fake eggs and toast I ate for breakfast churns in my stomach. I've drawn my pulse gun without any conscious decision to do so. Sand crunches loudly under my boots, too loud. I slow, easing to the edge of the gap. No new footprints. My relief is so strong, I almost stagger. Looping around the pit to ensure there's no shadow blobs hiding, I return to the ladder to call the all clear. My parents and the techs descend. Mom shouts orders, and the techs begin scanning the warriors with the 3D digitizers. They've been told to avoid the middle. I stay out of the way and keep watch, but I don't remain in the gap, or I'd go insane with boredom. Instead, I patrol between stretches in the center. Well, I don't stand right in the middle, just in case the magician pops up. I hover at the edges. There are 12 warriors around the gap. Alien symbols and Chinese calligraphy decorate their armor. At first glance, the two kinds of marks appear to be similar, but once you know the difference, they no longer look alike. The alien symbols were etched on an octagonal terracotta box that I reconstructed before I left Xinji, and, in time, Lan was able to use that box to translate them. Niall was right. The warriors around the gap have the special alien glyphs. If the looters broke into this pit, would they save these and destroy the rest? My inner guardian lion growls at the thought of these warriors being harmed. Bo brings me lunch and offers to stand watch while I eat. Nice of him. When I finish, I ask him to stay a few more minutes so I can make the etchings for Niall. I only need to do 8 warriors, since the 4 in the corners don't have any of the alien symbols, which makes sense, since it's a combination of 8 glyphs that represent another warrior planet. The order isn't important, because only those ones together equal that planet. It's easy to do an etching. Just hold the paper over the symbol and rub lightly with the side of the chalk. Niall gave me the black chalk so there's a nice contrast against the white rice paper. I'm careful not to touch the warriors, as my mother has ingrained in me that the oils on my hands could damage the terracotta. The techs wear gloves. However, when I'm on the fifth one, the paper rips and my knuckles brush the surface. 3 things happen at once. A zap of extreme cold shoots up my right arm. I scrape my knuckles bloody. And the alien symbol fills with a bright green light. Chapter 12, 2522-215. I stare at the glowing glyph in shock. Green light fills the grooves. Impossible, except there it is. Hugging my right arm to my chest, I rub it, trying to ease the bone-deep ache from the cold. Is that supposed to happen? Bo asks. I startle at the sound of his voice. My brain registers that no, the world as I know it hasn't ended. It just flipped upside down, and yes, there are other people here. I turn to him. Get my parents, please. My voice is weak and shaky. Are you all right? He steps toward me with his hand extended. I jerk back. Don't! He stops, and a hurt expression crosses his face. Sorry. It's not that. I touched the light. I might be contaminated. Oh, okay. Bo dashes away. The muscles in my legs decide to quit working. I sit on the ground. And by the way, my heart is racing. I fear a panic attack is imminent. Why does this keep happening to me? As if answering my question, the ice in my arm disappears. I wish I'd never touched that black warrior heart, and instead listened to my mother. What in the world could be so... My mom skids to a stop, with her mouth open. Ming, what? My father's brown eyes widen until they're as big as twin moons. They gape before pulling their gazes from the glowing glyph. It appears to be an effort, and while my parents peer at me, I don't think they're really seeing me. Almost immediately, the spectacle recaptures their attention. I wait, but it doesn't take them long to partially recover from the shock. What? How? Mom steps closer with an arm outstretched. She halts centimeters before the glyph as her archaeological instincts kick in. Normally, I'd be amused to see my mother in such a state. This time, it just adds to my panic. I touched the warrior by accident. I explain what happened. My dad blinks, then shakes his head as if waking from a daydream. That's it. Wolves? Bo asks me. No. Mom holds out her palm in front of the light. The symbol shines on her skin. It doesn't burn. Mom leans with her head to the side. No hum or other mechanical noise. Did you hear anything when it turned on? Dad asks me. No, just felt a stab of cold. I'm still clutching my wrist. Like when you touched the heart? Yes. Mom presses her bare hand to the warrior. Nothing happens. Then she tries the one next to it. Still nothing. Spencer, get the techs and have them search all the warriors for more glows. Dad takes off, shouting for the techs to assemble. Do you want me to try? I ask, pointing to the second one. She clasps her hands together. We don't know if this is benign or dangerous. Her comment sends my thoughts spiraling. What if I just turned it on and it is going to explode? No, there would be evidence of explosives in other pits, especially the ones that have broken warriors. Seems my imagination has ventured out from where it fled. What if I touch that one again? See what happens. My mom glances at Bo. Is there any way to tell what might happen? He asks. No, Mom says. Then it's the only way to figure it out. Go ahead, Lawrence. Bo draws his pulse gun and flashlight. Bracing for another zap of intense cold, I brush my fingertips on the warrior. The glow dies. No sparks or zap or anything. It's rather disappointing. And that's when the text appeared. What happened? Dad asks. Instead of answering, I touch the warrior again. The light returns, and the texts gasp in unison. I flex my fingers a couple times, but they're fine. It takes a few minutes to update the texts. A few try turning on the other warriors, but nothing happens. Guess you need to have touched a warrior heart in order to wake them. But now the big question is, can I do it again? I stand, brush the sand from my pants, and tap the warrior beside the glowing one. Icy pain shoots up my arm. Yelping, I step back, just as the alien glyph flares with green light. Gasps ring, and I need to sit down again. Go check to see if any others are lit, Mom orders the techs. They scatter in 12 different directions. My dad crouches next to me. You okay? Just need a minute. He settles next to me, rubbing my upper arm. Deep breaths. By the time the pain dissipates, the techs have returned. No others are glowing. The warriors around the gap must be important, Mom says to no one in particular. Any conjectures? She asks the techs. They offer a few guesses, but I'm no longer listening. Since I'm sitting on the ground, I've a good view of the smooth spot of sand that used to be marked with a pair of boots. What if the lights have something to do with those prints? I scan the warriors around me. What if I wake all 8 of them? Would a person appear in the center? Yes, I know it's a big leap in logic and doesn't follow any known laws of physics, but deep inside me is an instinctual need to test my theory. Dad, I whisper. He pulls his attention from the discussion. Yes. I explain my idea. Dad pales, which is quite the feat, considering his skin is the color of alabaster. Too dangerous. Yet, he touches the hilt of his pulse gun. Ah, he's tempted. After a few moments, Dad waves Bo over. Does her arm still hurt? Bo asks. Should I fetch the medic? She's fine. My dad fills him in on my theory, but Bo's shaking his head no before Dad can finish. We can evacuate all the techs. You can bring your full team down here, and the train techs will stand guard on the surface. Dad tries. This is the first time anything has happened with the warriors. We need to investigate every possibility. I can be ready to turn off one of the symbols if things go sideways, I say. Bo hesitates. We need to consult with Dr. Daniels. My mother doesn't need as much convincing. She's willing to try. Of course, I didn't remind them that each touch will cause me a great deal of pain. The techs are sent topside. Niall and Elise join us below and are briefed. This is highly dangerous, Niall says. We need to bring in the astrophysicists to study this first, and then consult with them and my father before testing anything. He's right. That's the smart thing to do. Sure that they'll agree. I glance at my parents. My mother's cheeks are flushed with excitement, and she's tense with determination. I wonder if that's what I look like when I'm being stubborn. By the time we study and consult with everyone, this phenomenon might disappear, she says.
This will just be a quick test. If nothing happens, then we'll rule out one theory. Deep down, I suspect this isn't temporary, but I keep it to myself. Yes, I'm excited, and don't want to wait either. Come on, Radcliffe. Where's your sense of adventure? Elise asks, which is the wrong thing to say. He stiffens. If we do this, I want it noted that I advised against it. Everyone glances at Beau. It's his decision. Noted. We'll do this, he says. Everyone aim your weapon at the middle of the gap. If the magician appears, stun him. Lawrence, if you sense anything amiss, you turn it off. I want your hand a centimeter above the last warrior. My parents, Niall, Beau, and Elise, all spread out, surrounding the center, but standing between the warriors. I brace for the pain as I reach for the next warrior. It's just as bad, but I keep from wincing as another green light shines. However, the next one doesn't add any new pain. Bonus. I wake the other 4 in quick succession, then stand right next to the last warrior, ready to touch it again. I have my pulse gun in my other hand. My heart bounces in my chest. Did I just kill everyone? We wait in a tense silence. There are no sounds, no additional lights, no sudden appearance of the magician or his boots. Nothing. 5 minutes later, still nothing. 10 minutes, and nothing. How long are we going to wait? Beau asks. A few more minutes, Mom says. I'm torn between disappointment and relief. Besides, just because I have a gut feeling doesn't mean... A small black oval hovers over the center of the gap. It expands. My lungs stop working. Does anyone else see a black shape? I ask with a squeak. Yes. Is it a wolf? Beau asks. No. The blackness grows until it's about as tall and wide as a warrior. The hair on the back of my neck stands on end. Niall is opposite of me, and behind him, a wave of green light rises, washing out the white floodlights. The warriors! Mom gasps. They're all glowing! Lawrence? Beau asks in a tight growl. Still no sign of hostiles, but I sense a state of readiness from the warriors. Focusing on the blackness, I strain to see inside its depths. The temperature drops, and the air thickens, growing heavy. Both signals of shadow blobs, yet I don't spot any. The edges of the blackness pulse as if something inside it is straining to break through. Another wave of green light crests. It's almost as if the warriors are pushing against the shadow blobs, maybe fighting them or protecting us. After a few more waves, the blackness stills, the edges sharpen into a rectangle. The blackness dilutes, and it's like peering through a window, and I slam my hand down on the warrior. All the green lights from the warriors in the pit go out, except the 7 statues around the gap. The blackness shrinks to fist-sized and winks out of existence. What happened, Lawrence? Beau asks. I saw... Don't keep us in suspense. Unwilling to influence them, I ask, did anyone else see anything inside the black rectangle? Just more blackness, but I thought seeing that was exciting enough, Mom says. I scan their faces. Everyone agrees with my mother. They also haven't moved since I ended the experiment. What did you see? Beau asks me. I saw the back of a person standing in another warrior pit. I can't say they didn't believe me, because the last time I claimed I saw something that they couldn't, I ended up being right. Yet,
There's a general sense of disbelief. "Was the person human?" Dad asks. "Yes." "Then why did you turn off the lights?" "Because he could have been one of Jarren's looters." And it was a knee-jerk reaction. Silence. "Let's say that the blackness is a portal to another warrior pit," Mom says. "That's a super huge leap, Ming." "I'm speculating. It would explain how the looters have been getting around without using a spaceship. Unless there's no air in there, or if it leads to an alternate dimension," Dad says. "At this point, we've no idea." "What was with the light show?" Elise asks. "Could be an energy source," Mom says. "That's ridiculous. We haven't found anything inside the warriors that would suggest they're capable of doing, well, anything." Dad shoves his gun back into the holder on his belt. "There's hearts inside the warriors," I say, recalling the sequence of events. I try to pinpoint when the lights flared. "I think the Holfs might have tried to get through, and the warriors stopped them, maybe even helped to create a safe passage." "Did you see ghosts?" Niall asks. "The ghosts in the factory seemed to keep the shadow blobs away when we were attacked. No, it was too bright, but I sensed the struggle." "This is all pure conjecture," Dad says. "And once again, we're no closer to any answers. We need to bring the astrophysicists here and let them figure out what the hell is going on." "Maybe we should open another intact pit and check if there are boot prints there," Mom suggests. "Not without Officer Radcliffe's permission," Bo says. "I suspect I'm already in trouble for allowing this deviation from protocol." And I suspect we're all going to be in trouble. From their queasy expressions, so do my parents. Perhaps we can blame gold fever. "All right." Mom returns the pulse gun and her flashlight to her belt. "We'll proceed as normal in this pit, and won't do any more testing of the alien glyphs. Spencer, send word of the glowing symbols to Dr. Carson and request that she and Dr. Zhang come out here. Ara, please turn the rest of these off before the techs return." "My team, as you were," Bo orders. Before Niall heads to the ladder, he gives me a significant look. It promises that we have much to discuss later, and he's not happy. I go around and turn off the warriors. Now that the excitement is past, the ache in my arm comes to life, and my knuckles sting. "You okay?" Bo asks. I roll my shoulder. "It'll go away." "Did anything escape that portal?" "No, the pit's still safe." More than safe. Protected. Huh. Another idea pops into my head. One of these is going to kill me if my colleagues don't do it first. If we relocate a bunch of these warriors to our destroyed pits, they might keep the Holfs at bay. Bo sighs. There are so many things wrong with that sentence. He rubs his face. "Okay, I'll bite. If we did that, would you go into the pits and risk your life?" Would I? I glance around at the imposing figures of the warriors. Yes, I would. Good to know. I finish my etchings without causing another mind-blowing discovery. Bo goes topside, and I resume my duties while thinking about the glowing glyphs and the portal. Yes, it was a portal. I know what I saw. Would the warriors in Pit 21 glow if the magician returned? Or do the glyphs only glow when opening a portal from this side? The person's back was turned to the portal. If the lights in their pit turned on, You would think they would have spun to look to see who's coming through. Unless they didn't have time. Either way, I hope that person isn't working for Jarren. Elise calls down the 30-minute warning, jarring me from my thoughts. Planet Yulin turns on its axis once every 29 Earth hours. It has enough of a tilt that right now the sun is up for 13 hours and down for 16. Inside the base, the difference between Yulin and Earth isn't noticeable, but out here it's strange. Good thing we don't start right when the sun rises, or else it'd be a very long day down in that pit. Niall is waiting for me when I exit. We stay until Dad seals the hatch before heading to the mess tent. After a couple minutes of silence, Niall says rather gruffly, "I can't believe Bo authorized that test. What the hell was he thinking?" "I suspect he wasn't," I say. "What do you mean?" "Excitement is contagious. We all got a case of gold fever." "Gold fever?" Niall lifts an eyebrow. "It happened on Earth a long time ago. They discovered gold and everyone went crazy trying to mine it. The moral of the story is they made bad decisions." "Over gold?" "Yes, and that's what happened today. We were blinded by the light, except you, the sensible one." Niall grunts. "You gotta admit it was super exciting." I do a little skip. "It was super dangerous. My father is going to explode." My good mood sours. We reach the mess tent, fill our plates with what appears to be the exact same menu as last night, lovely, and find an empty spot to sit. We eat in silence. Halfway through the meal, I remember the etchings and pull them from my pocket. Spreading them out on the table, I say, "At least we can figure out what planet these symbols represent." Niall studies them. I wish I'd brought my sketchbook. Guess we'll have to wait until we get back to determine which one. My mom should have the files on her portable. But there's no terminal for the QNet. We don't need it. Remember the colored octagon project? The one we never finished. Details, details. I wave a hand. My point is, we kept the data from that project on Mom's portable and didn't send it to DES because we suspected Jarren was monitoring our files. Little did we know he was also blocking them. "Your mum has to report to my father about today. What are the chances of your mother letting us borrow her portable?" "Are you going to counter everything I say?" I am the sensible one. "No, you're being Mr. Negative. We'll get nothing if we don't ask. Besides, we only need the portable for a minute or two." We finish dinner and head to the command center. As soon as I enter, I get the parental once-over. Yes, I'm fine. No, the arm doesn't hurt. When they're satisfied, my mother says, "I'm glad you're here. I need you to clarify a few things for me about the incident this afternoon." Niall gives me a smug look. "I'm happy to help, Mom. In fact, if you let me borrow your portable for a couple minutes, I can tell you what planet those symbols represent." Now it's my turn to give Niall a smug smile. "You can do that?" Not waiting for an answer, she hands me her portable. "Yes." I bypass her files and access the ones Niall and I made for each PID on planets Xi'an and Anqing. We didn't have time to finish the others. Once I reach the colored octagon files, I realize it's going to take me longer than I thought. I need to look at every single pit until I find the one that matches. I bring up the first pit and glance at the etchings, comparing the two. Nope. On to pit 2. Nope. Pit 3? No. 4. Nada. 5? I wish I could access my Q cluster. It would have done this in... The portable screen blurs and is replaced by the QNet's vast landscape, as if I'd just inserted my entanglers. I didn't. In fact, they're in my pack, in my tent, and the closest terminal is over 20 kilometers away. My Q cluster pulls in the file I'd just been looking at. I swallow as it takes over comparing the symbols. How I reached the Q-net from the middle of the desert is... I've no words. I swallow again. The cluster matches the symbols in seconds. It's planet Dongguan, one of the closed warrior planets, which means no one is living in the research base. Therefore, no one should be in the pits. A strange spinning sensation causes my stomach to flutter as I'm disconnected from the Q cluster. My vision once again focuses on the portable screen. Its edges dig into my palm. Ara, something wrong? Mom asks. Oh, yes, lots of things. Like the fact your daughter has massive brain damage. I draw in a deep breath. It's Planet Dongguan. My parents and Niall are quick to come to the same conclusions. Someone is living on Dongguan without permission. Or the pit I saw isn't on Dongguan but another planet. Or I really didn't see a person in a pit. I'm okay with that one, especially after accessing my Q cluster from a portable kilometers away from a terminal. Another thought occurs to me. What if I tapped into a part of my brain that can do these things really fast, like a Q cluster? I've heard you only access 10% of your brain's power, not sure from where. What if I can use all of my brain? That would be cool. So I could figure out what 197 times 43 is in seconds. If I round it up to 200 and times it by 40, that's 8,000. Then I need a new theory, 'cause that one's wrong. Ara, Mom asks. Huh? Are you finished with the portable? Oh, yeah. I give it back to her. Everyone's staring at me in concern. Time to get the focus off me. You said you have questions about today. Yes. Mom asks Niall and I to clarify what we each saw, felt, and how long it took for the blackness to go from a fist to a 2-meter-tall rectangle. After we finish, I take a quick shower and fill in for Elise while Niall relieves Beau. My thoughts are a chaotic tumble of all that happened today, so Niall surprises me when he grabs my arm before we part. You saw something in the files. What was it? He asks. Damn, he's too observant, and I can't come up with a good answer fast enough. Mouse. His tone is growly. It's not what I saw, but he's not going to believe me. But what? I sigh, then blurt it out. I can access the Q-net without a terminal or tangs. He rocks back on his heels as if I just slapped him. Go ahead, tell me it's crazy, it's impossible, that I have significant brain damage. I've joked about this in the past. However, I'm no longer being flippant. No, now, I'm terrified. Sounds like you already covered the basics. He pauses. Do you think it has to do with touching that heart? I consider. No, or it would have happened sooner. When did it start? After I fell asleep while worming? But that shouldn't... I know! I've been telling myself that for the last 10 days. The migraine. I nod. At least I don't get headaches anymore. Small mercies, but still, what else can go wrong? The answer pops into my head like the magician. Are you going to break up with me? What? No? Why would you think that? 'Cause I'm a freak of nature? 'Cause of all the problems I cause, like turning on the warriors? Although that was an accident, but I'm the only reason the symbols glowed. 'Cause I can't follow simple instructions? Don't you want a normal girlfriend? I hate to break this to you, Mouse, but you were never, ever, not in a million years, normal. He moves his hand down my arm and entwines his fingers in mine. If I wanted normal, I wouldn't be with you. In a strange way, that's really sweet. But the warriors and the Q-net, it's all too much for one person to deal with. It is. Niall releases my hand. A crack races through my heart. I knew it was too much for him. Instead of stepping away, he pulls me in for a hug. But you don't have to deal with it alone. I'm not going anywhere. I melt against him. Best boyfriend ever. You know what you need to do, Niall says. I tilt my head back. Kiss you? A smile. We're in uniform. We're hugging. I'm providing emotional support, which also includes the advice to inform your parents of what's been going on. When I grumble, he adds, "Face it, Mouse. If I can figure out something is wrong, they probably already suspect." Yeah, but they're distracted. Plus, this'll just add to their worries. He gives me the "you're making excuses" look. Mr. Sensible in all his glory. How about I tell them when we get back to the base? I ask. I'll stay away from the portables and won't connect with the Q-net until I talk to them. You're just delaying the inevitable. Other than requiring me to stay disconnected, what else can they do? Send me to the base for more brain scans? What happens to the dig then? Niall presses his lips together. I guess you have a point. I wisely keep from gloating. Instead, I promise to fess up once we're home. As I'm making my rounds in the pit the next day, I encounter my parents at the base of the ladder. They're both huddled over a portable. Because of my vow not to tangle with any tech, I veer away. He can't do that. Mom's tone is harsh. Uh-oh. I slow and glance over my shoulder. Technically, he can, Dad says. There's no danger, Spencer. You can't be sure of that. What's to stop someone from Don Guan from just popping in here? The laws of physics. Tell that to those boot prints. Come on, Ming. You know he's right. Mom spots Bo, who is climbing down the ladder. Bo is pale and his brow is creased with worry. Dr. Daniels, I've orders from Officer Radcliffe to cease all activities in Pit 21 and return to base as soon as possible.